Thank you for all those today. The Judy Thomas XD Business Teaching Center of the Stock Konsumen SD ya.
Udah kemarin tuh.
Universitas Mas Maret Solo Jawa Tengah. It's the Dr. Ahmad Afan Sandi SMSI Head of Adai.
Siapa namanya? Des. Kayak gimana nih caranya ya? Kita ini ya.
Hiding hala hala hiding. Hiding hala hala hiding wajalala eha eha na. Du jalla he. Hiding hala hala hiding. Hiding hala hala hiding wajalala eha eha na. Aku diding lah ding bot, aku diding lah ding bot lah hambot, abot lah ati ding lah hambot, abot lah ati ding. Alam ku teh kayangan, alam ku teh imung aulia, hayang abule jagat, hayang abule jagat aulia, harimung aulia, aulia harimung aulia. Aku ditinggal haring bot, aku ditinggal haring bot lah hambot, abot lah diding lah hambot, abot lah diding. Aku ditinggal haring bot, aku ditinggal haring bot lah hambot, abot lah diding lah hambot, abot lah diding. Aku ditinggal haring bot, aku ditinggal haring bot lah hambot, abot lah diding lah hambot, abot lah diding. Aku ditinggal haring bot, aku ditinggal haring bot lah hambot, abot lah diding lah hambot, abot lah diding. Tu jalla he, hiding hala hala hiding, hiding hala hala hiding wajalala eha eha na. Tu jalla he, hiding hala hala hiding. Hiding hala hala hiding wajalala eha eha na. Aku diding lah ding bot, aku diding lah ding bot lah hambot, abot lah ati ding lah hambot, abot lah ati ding. Alam ku teh kayangan, alam ku teh imung aulia, hayang abule jagat, hayang abule jagat aulia, harimung aulia, aulia harimung aulia. Aku ditinggal haring bot, aku ditinggal haring bot lah hambot, abot lah diding lah hambot, abot lah diding. Aku ditinggal haring bot, aku ditinggal haring bot lah hambot, abot lah diding lah hambot, abot lah diding. Aku ditinggal haring bot, aku ditinggal haring bot lah hambot, abot lah diding lah hambot, abot lah diding. Aku ditinggal haring bot, aku ditinggal haring bot lah hambot, abot lah diding lah hambot, abot lah diding. Mengingat kita tinggal di dunia, menjaga iman di dalam dada. Teguh dan selalu rasa, menjaga iman di dalam dada. Teguh dan selalu rasa. Mati, mati, mengingat kita tinggal di dunia. Mati, mati, mengingat kita tinggal di dunia. Mati,
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. Praise to be Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us health, confidence, and blessing for this day. And also, salawat for the Lord of the great Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who brought us from the darkness world to full the knowledge world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the virtual international conference organized by Association of Indonesian Accounting Lecture Regional Aceh. The theme of a virtual international conference today is Higher Education Readiness Towards Independent Learning Policies on September 29 until 30 September 2020 in Aceh, Indonesia. My name is Almira Kamala Ufa. I'm become Master of Ceremony today, and also head of committee for virtual international conference today. Okay, before I tell you about participant role for this webinar, first I want to greeting the participant and the speaker for who attended in virtual international conference now. Hello everyone, everybody. Hello participant. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for you can want to join in our international conference. I hope this virtual international conference will be useful to all of you. Okay, everyone. I read participant role. The consists of 1. Participant can join the meeting by clicking the Zoom link provided. 2. Participant must turn off the microphone in the participant Zoom. 3. For attendance links and certificate links will be given during the last session of the speaker. Thank you for your response and cooperation. Next, I will announce that today we have 40 adorable speakers, which is divided into 2 sessions. The first session, we have 6 speakers, namely, we have Mr. Judy Thomas, PhD, from Business Coaching Center in Dubai. 2, Professor Joko Soharjanto from 11 Maret University, Solo. Dr. Lilis Mariasi, MSI AKCA, from Lecture of UNSIA. Dr. Afar Isan Lubis, Lecture of UNIMED. Dr. Andi Asrifan, Lecturer of Universitas Muhammadiyah Sinderang Lapang, Indonesia. And Madam Alexis Arizabal Enrique from Abra State Institute of Science and Technology Banguet Campus, Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, next agenda opening speech by Dr. Ridwan Ibrahim, MMAK. Dr. Ridwan Ibrahim, are you there?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, time is yours, sirs. Thank you.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Praise be Allah SWT for giving us health, confidence, and blessing for this day. And also salawat for the Lord of the great Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam to rock us from the darkness world to full of knowledge world. Thank you for the all speaker today, Mr. Judy Thomas, PhD, from Business Coaching Center of Dubai, Mr. Professor Dr. Joko Suarjanto, MCom, Hon, PhD AKCA, from Universitas Basmare Solo, Jawa Tengah, Mr. Dr. Ahmad Arfan Ihsan Lubis, MSI, Head of ADAI from Unimed Medan, Mrs. Dr. Lilis Mariasi, a Secretary of ADAI Aceh, and also lecturer of Unsyah, Universitas Kuala. Mr. Dr. Andi Asrifan, SPD, MPD, from Universitas Muhammadiyah, Sidenrek, Rapang, Makassar, and Mrs. Alexis Elizabal Enriquez, ED, D from Abra State Institute of Science and Technology, Begot Campus, Begot, Philippines, are the speaker in this first session. This virtual international conference held by Indonesian Accounting Lecture Association Aceh, also known as ADAI. I am an Archbishop of ADAI Aceh. We're glad to be this event with the theme High Eradication Readiness Toward Independent Learning Policies. As we know that independent learning policies make the higher education have to ready with these policies. For example, give the students freedom to take another course in another place in 3 semesters. By saying, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I will be open this event and congratulations on the participating in this spiritual international conference. Hopefully that this event give benefit for us. Thank you for your attention. Inshallah, we will meet again with another event and success for ADAI, especially ADAI Aceh. Thank you for team have prepared for this event and also for all participants for your time today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dr. Haji Ridwan Ibrahim, SMM, AKCPE.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Ridwan. And then we will play the song Indonesian Raya. The participant, I hope you could be stand up and are expected to be silent for a moment. Okay. Host, please play song Indonesian Raya. Thank you very much. Okay. Next, let's main agenda to start the virtual international conference. So I will hand over to moderator. First session, the moderator is Madam Emilda Kadriani, SAMSI AKCA from Polytechnic Aceh, Indonesia. Madam Emilda, are you there?
Wait. Yes, Mira, I'm here.
Okay, Madam Emilda, stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mira, Miss Mira. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and welcome for all the participants who was attending in this event, virtual international event, which is organized by ADAI Aceh. Let me introduce my name, Emilda Kadriani from Polytechnic Aceh, Banda Aceh, Indonesia. So now I'm a moderator in the first session in this webinar until the point of this day. First, let me say thank you for my lecturer and our honorable opening speaker, Mr. Ridwan Ibrahim, Dr. Ridwan Ibrahim, MM Akas CPA. Okay, now let me tell you who is the speaker. In this session, we will hear the topic from our 6 gratitude speaker are Mr. Judy Thomas, PhD from Dubai. The second, Mr. Professor Dr. Suharjanto from Solo, Indonesia. Mrs. Dr. Lilis Mariasi from Aceh, Indonesia. Mr. Dr. Arfan Iksan Lubis from Aceh, Indonesia. Bapak Dr. Andi Asrifan from Sidan Renrapang, Indonesia. And Madam Alexis Arizabal Enriquez, Educate Doctor from Philippines. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, how are you today? Fine, I think. Okay. Now let us hear the presentation, the first from Mr. Judy Thomas. Mr. Judy Thomas, are you there? Can you hear me? Hello?
I'm sorry, moderator, because Mr. Judy Thomas still not join with us. Maybe you can go ahead with Professor Joko Suharjanto. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mira. Okay, now let's go to Bapak Joko Suharjanto. Bapak Joko, can you hear me? Hello, Assalamualaikum, Bapak.
Halo, Waalaikumsalam. Loh, ya.
Okay.
This is my session.
Okay. Yes, because the first session, Mr. Judy not come yet, not join with us yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Excuse me, Bapak Joko.
Yeah?
Let me read your biography first, please.
Okay.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me read Professor Dr. Joko Suharjanto. Professor Dr. Suharjanto, Hons PhD AKUNTANSI, is lecturer in Faculty Economic and Business, 11 Maret University Solo, Indonesia. He is also a Dean of Faculty Economic and Business, 11 Maret University Solo, Indonesia. He received his PhD accountant from Sultan University of Technology, Australia in 17 October 2008. He received his Master of Commerce Accounting in University of Wollongong, Australia in 3 October 1997. He received his bachelor degree accounting in Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, Indonesia in 27 October 1987. He has published more than 40 research articles in leading journals, conference proceedings, including in Scopus and Thomson Reuters. He has written 8 accounting books. Aside from being an academician, he is also active as a writer, researcher in education. Professor Dr. Suharjanto, MCom Hons PhD, AKTCA, also becoming reviewer and editor in several national journals. Okay, Bapak Joko, now please take your time.
Okay, thank you, Bu Emilda. Yeah. I want to say first, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, all participants. First of all, I want to say that thanks for Association Indonesia Accounting Lecturer Branch Aceh, especially to Bu Lilis Marianse that invite me in this meeting. Yeah, thanks to Lilis, and it's great for us that we can meet in the meeting and the conference, although and via daring, via online, via virtual, no matter. Yeah. I want Bu Emilda, I can share my PPT.
Okay, Pak, please.
Okay. Yeah. I want to speak in Indonesia because
yes, you can, Prof.
It's more free. Yeah.
Okay, you can speak in Indonesian.
Okay, thank you. Ya. Jadi kemarin saya dihubungi oleh Bu Lilis gitu untuk mempersiapkan atau menceritakan gitu sebetulnya pengalaman-pengalaman dari UNS khususnya FEB mengenai Kampus Merdeka, program Kampus Merdeka ini. Hingga ini nanti, walaupun ini nanti secara umum, tapi saya ingin mencontohkan begitu beberapa hal yang telah dikerjakan oleh FEB Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta. Jadi apa saja yang mestinya kita siapkan. Saya tadi walaupun sudah dikenalkan oleh Bu Elmida, ya, ini saya saat ini diamanai untuk menjabat sebagai Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Surakarta ini. Tadi beberapa list itu kita lihat ada beberapa yang sudah kenal. Jadi harus kita pahami dulu bahwa makhluk yang mampu untuk survive adalah bukanlah makhluk yang terbesar dan terkuat, tapi makhluk yang bisa beradaptasi dengan lingkungannya, termasuk organisasi kita ini nanti, termasuk fakultas kita, termasuk universitas kita, kita harus mampu untuk bisa beradaptasi dengan baik. Nah, kemarin pada awal-awal tahun 19 sebelum pandemi itu kan keluar 5 paket begitu, paket mengenai kebijakan Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. Jadi ada itu bulan apa ya, bulan Februari kan. Seingat saya Februari itu, jadi mengeluarkan dari Kemendikbud beberapa paket mengenai Permendikbud nomor 3 sampai nomor 7 itu mengenai perubahan mengenai pembaruan kebijakan di dalam pendidikan perguruan tinggi kita. Yang nomor 7 itu kan berkaitan dengan program studi, lalu nomor 5 ini berkaitan erat dengan perguruan tinggi kita mengenai akreditasi kita. Yang dulunya itu mandatori setiap 5 tahun harus diajukan, sekarang bisa secara otomatis, tidak lagi seperti yang kemarin. Jadi kalau yang pengen naik peringkat baru bisa mengajukan. Ini untuk yang Permendikbud nomor 5. Lalu mengenai PTN, BH dan macamnya itu nomor 4 lah. Kita ini nanti akan banyak belajar, akan banyak berdiskusi di Permendikbud nomor 3. Khususnya mengenai hak belajar 3 semester di luar program studi. Jadi berarti ada 5 semester yang berada di program studi yang kita geluti, lalu yang 3 semester itu berada di luar, walaupun yang 1 semester bisa berada di dalam universitas atau perguruan tinggi yang sama. Nah, jadi paket kebijakan itu dikeluarkan Februari. Nah, Maret kita semua tahu bahwa beberapa kabupaten, beberapa kota itu menyatakan KLB. Seperti di Solo itu saya ingat benar karena 11 Maret itu baru berulang tahun merayakan Diesnya, tapi tanggal 14 keluar KLB sehingga mulai tanggal itu UNS menyatakan diri juga mengikuti kebijakan dari Kota Solo dan semua pembelajaran diarahkan dalam bentuk daring, dalam jaringan atau online. Nah, ini menyebabkan sudah ada kebijakan kampus merdeka yang mungkin berbeda, yang agak berbeda dengan yang biasanya, ditambah dengan pandemi COVID ini. Jadi ini bersama-sama. Lah ini nanti bagaimana kita harus bertindak, kita harus mensiasati itu. Jadi itu yang mau kita diskusikan ya. Jadi ini saya ingin memberi gambaran umum dulu mengenai kebijakan Merdeka Belajar dan Kampus Merdeka sehingga nanti tahu apa kira-kira yang harus kita siapkan. Gitu. Jadi untuk Kampus Merdeka ini sebetulnya pemerintah menginginkan adanya match antara dunia pendidikan perguruan tinggi dengan industri atau dengan desa, kabupaten, gitu, dengan dunia kerja. Lalu juga pemerintah menginginkan bahwa lembaga pendidikan ini yang sekarang ini banyak dijerat dengan urusan administrasi ini akan sedikit dilonggarkan sehingga kita sebagai dosen, khususnya dosen asosiasi dosen akuntansi Indonesia ini bisa lebih fokus mengenai bagaimana empowerment, meningkatkan kualitas mahasiswa-mahasiswa kita. Nah, dan mahasiswa diajak mulai memikirkan lingkungannya, tempat kerja atau lingkungan industri. Ya, saya ingat betul bahwa kritikan W.S. Rendra pada tahun 78 itu mengatakan bahwa apa gunanya pendidikan kalau itu terlepas dari penderitaan masyarakat sekitar atau lingkungannya. Lah ini mau dibawa lagi, dibumikan lagi kan kita ini, dibumikan lagi, tidak lagi menara gading. Dan tujuan berikutnya untuk Kampus Merdeka ini sebetulnya untuk menciptakan generasi yang unggul, kreatif, penuh ide, inovasi, siap belajar kapanpun dalam kondisi apapun juga. Ini sebetulnya itu. Oke. Ya, ini secara umum bahwa tadi dikatakan ada hak 3 semester di luar prodi. Yang namanya hak itu bisa dipakai, bisa tidak. Jadi mahasiswa bisa memakai hak 3 semester di luar prodi atau bisa menolak. Jadi ini hak mahasiswa. Jadi kita nanti mestinya harus mempersiapkan 2 skema. Skema yang biasa kalau mahasiswa tidak mengambil haknya, dan skema kurikulum kalau mahasiswa mengambil hak untuk Kampus Merdeka itu, kebijakan Kampus Merdeka. Nah, ini secara umum bahwa ada 1 semester setara 20 SKS itu mahasiswa bisa mengambil di luar prodi tapi di PT yang sama, dan 2 semester di luar prodi dan di luar perguruan tinggi yang asal. Sehingga dengan begitu secara umum ada 5 semester di prodi dan 3 semester berada di luar, bisa di 1 semester di luar prodinya di dalam perguruan tinggi yang sama dan 2 semester di luar perguruan tinggi. Lah, ini bentuk-bentuk dari kegiatan yang bisa dilakukan. Ini yang pertama adalah pertukaran pelajar. Ini Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis ini sudah saat ini melakukan pertukaran pelajar, artinya kita MOU ada agreement. Ini yang sudah kita lakukan adalah dengan Brawijaya, Universitas Brawijaya, Universitas Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Jadi mahasiswa UNS bisa mengambil mata kuliah di Brawijaya dan Universitas Brawijaya mengambil mata kuliah di 11 Maret. Ini sudah kita lakukan. Nah, ini mestinya adai Aceh ini nanti ke depan harus mempunyai perjanjian atau MOU antar universitas sehingga hal yang semacam ini bisa dilakukan. Misalnya unsiah dengan universitas di Aceh itu apa aja? Monggo silakan. Jadi yang di Lok Semawe bisa nanti transfer saling bertukar dengan yang di Aceh kan gitu. Nah, ini UNS sudah lakukan yang pertama kali ini dengan Brawijaya. Semester ini sudah. Jadi 3 prodi akuntansi, manajemen dan EP sudah melakukan itu. Nah, dan ini secara administrasi juga ini nanti yang harus dipersiapkan juga. Jadi misalnya kalau kebetulan UNS dengan Brawijaya itu kan satu klaster, di klaster pertama. Ini nanti yang mesti harus dipikirkan. Di klaster 1, jadi ada 15 perguruan tinggi yang ada di klaster 1, kebetulan UNS dan Brawijaya berada di situ. Sehingga ini kita dengan Pak Nurkolis itu dekannya, saya dengan ini sudah bersepakatan karena ini satu klaster, secara administrasi kita bisa langsung tukar-menukar sehingga mahasiswa Brawijaya itu nanti di semester ini diakui di Siakat UNS dan mahasiswa UNS diakui sebagai mahasiswa yang ada di UB. Nah, ini berbeda misalnya kalau nanti pertukaran pelajar itu terjadi misalnya yang akreditasi A dengan akreditasi B atau C. Nah, ini yang perlu mekanismenya nanti dibicarakan. Karena biasanya yang terakreditasi A tidak mau mahasiswanya nanti mengambil kuliah di akreditasi yang lebih rendah. Nah, sebaliknya yang lebih rendah, yang B atau C, yang gitu, berkeinginan melakukan kuliah untuk akreditasi yang lebih bagus. Nah, ini mekanisme administrasinya mungkin bagaimana secara finansial ini yang harus dirembuk. Ini pertukaran pelajar. Nah, praktek kerja magang ini juga sudah kita lakukan. Jadi kita sudah bekerja sama dengan beberapa perusahaan. Ini kalau di Solo ini Sritek, perusahaan gede, kita sudah melakukan kerjasama itu. Sritek mau untuk menampung kerjasama magang. Nah ini, magang ini makanya kita di dalam perguruan tinggi harus khususnya di bidang kerjasama itu harus mulai aktif melakukan kerjasama dengan pihak industri maupun universitas maupun desa maupun macam-macam. Ini bisa kita lakukan, kan gitu. Kita lakukan agar supaya kita memberi lahan ke mahasiswa yang menginginkan magang-magang di industri tertentu. Ini kita sudah bekerja sama dengan Sritek, dengan industri, dengan asosiasi juga sudah. Dengan Asosiasi Logistik dan Forwarding Indonesia, kita juga sudah. Dan ini sudah ada kesepakatan bagaimana nanti kalau melakukan magang. Oke. Lalu hak belajar itu bisa dalam bentuk juga asistensi mengajar di satuan pendidikan. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu di situ ada profesor, ada ini bisa mahasiswanya nanti ikut membantu di situ dan itu mesti harus diakui. Nah, berarti yang pertama Bapak Ibu, jadi yang harus dikerjakan oleh kita di lembaga pendidikan ini harus nanti kita membuat buku pedoman atau panduan mengenai Merdeka Belajar ini. Panduan ini sangat penting, walaupun panduan sudah dikeluarkan oleh Kemendikbud, tapi kita secara spesifik harus membuat lagi atau menyesuaikan lagi dengan kondisi dari perguruan tinggi kita. UNS sudah membuat ini sehingga dalam paket-paket dalam kegiatan apapun itu tinggal lihat panduan ini bisa dikonversikan bagaimana, berapa SKS, itu jadi jelas. Jadi tadi bisa membantu untuk asistensi mengajar maupun penelitian. Proyek kemanusiaan juga begitu. Kegiatan wirausaha maupun studi atau proyek independen. Nah ini juga yang ke-8 itu membangun desa ini juga penting Bapak Ibu. Jadi kalau yang dilakukan di UNS itu sekarang ini kita membangun atau ikut membina beberapa desa dalam membuat programnya di dalam desa itu ingin mencapai desa mandiri dan macam-macam. Ya. Misalnya kita ini dengan desa Krandegan, yang ini oleh Kementerian Desa itu mau dijadikan salah satu model pemberdayaan membangun desa. Ini yang Desa Krandegan di Purworejo. Jadi di UNS sudah ada beberapa desa binaan di Boyolali, di Trenggalek, di Pati, maupun di Purworejo. Nah, ini adalah beberapa contoh bagaimana, tapi ini tergantung konteks kita, tergantung institusi kita bagaimana. Jadi kalau ini yang umum ya, jadi dulu kalau SKS itu diterjemahkan jam belajar, sekarang bergeser ke definisi sebagai jam kegiatan. Oke, ini semua jenis kegiatan harus dibimbing oleh seorang dosen dan daftar kegiatan dapat diambil mahasiswa dengan syarat program dari program pemerintah atau program yang disetujui oleh rektor. Oke, ini secara teknis itu mengenai kampus Merdeka. Ini disetarakan kalau magang macam-macam itu di satu SKS disetarakan dengan 170 menit per minggu, sehingga kalau dalam hitungan satu semester itu ketemu dengan 20 SKS ya. Ini teknis. Nah, ini yang perlu kita siapkan karena indikator kinerja utama untuk kampus Merdeka itu ada di sini, sehingga ini yang harus kita acu. Misalnya presentasi lulusan yang lulus setahun terakhir dan pernah bekerja selama 0 sampai 6 bulan dengan penghasilan lebih besar dari UMR, melanjutkan studi atau menjadi wira swasta, sehingga ini nanti kualitas lulusan itu diukur dari itu. Nah, berarti nanti program kita harus kita tujukan ke situ. Bagaimana para lulusan ini bisa dengan cepat, bisa dengan baik terserap di dunia kerja, atau bisa langsung melanjutkan studinya ke S2, atau bisa juga menjadi wira swasta. Berarti nanti desain kita di untuk kurikulum baik itu yang kuliah maupun yang di luar kelas itu harus mengacu bahwa mahasiswa bisa untuk berwira swasta. Ini ada beberapa misalnya juga presentasi lulusan sarjana terakhir tidak ada satu semester di luar kampus, jadi itu sebagai tolak ukurnya juga. Ini ada beberapa. Presentasi dosen tetap yang melaksanakan kegiatan tridharma di kampus lain, berkolaborasi dengan perguruan tinggi GS 500, ranking 500 dunia. Nah, berarti nanti kita harus mengacu, kita harus bisa bekerja sama dengan universitas top dunia. Lalu presentasi dosen tetap berkualifikasi doktor. Nah, ini ada beberapa ya. Jadi presentasi prodi yang melaksanakan kerjasama dengan mitra. presentasi mata kuliah yang 15% kegiatan pengajarannya dilakukan pakar atau praktisi. Lah ini apa sudah kita lakukan di UNS. Jadi di UNS ini sekarang para alumni-alumni yang sukses di bidangnya, baik itu sebagai wira swasta maupun sebagai yang bergerak di bidang profesi itu kita undang, kita minta untuk bisa mengajar, walaupun itu 3 kali pertemuan atau 4 kali pertemuan nggak apa-apa. Jadi nanti kita membentuk tim teaching. Jadi UNS Fakultas Ekonomi ini mengundangi para alumni yang sukses untuk beliau-beliaunya ini supaya bercerita mengenai membangun mindset ke mahasiswa, bagaimana sebaiknya atau bagaimana bahwa dunia itu berjalan. Nah ini kita sudah ngundangin para alumni dan kita juga memberi slot kepada praktisi-praktisi top di Indonesia. Jadi ini yang harus kita lakukan. Jadi ada banyak hal yang harus siap kita mengenai kampus Merdeka ini. Lalu presentasi prodi yang memiliki akreditasi atau sertifikasi internasional. Nah, ini harus kita arahkan ke sana. Jadi tidak hanya ke BAN PT yang saat ini kita harusnya mulai memikirkan bagaimana akreditasi internasional. Indikator-indikator yang berkenaan dengan kampus Merdeka.
Excuse me, Pak Joko.
Yeah?
Kita punya waktu 2 menit lagi ya.
2 menit? Oke.
Ya.
Yeah, saya langsung aja kalau gitu. Yeah. Oke. Ya, jadi kesiapan kampus Merdeka tadi mengenai apa yang dituntut dalam kampus Merdeka, sehingga kesiapan apa yang harus kita lakukan ini kok. Karena kalau di UNS itu kita sudah punya kontrak kerja dengan Kemendikbud dan itu sudah ditandatangani. Itu tadi kalau kita punya 167 program studi, 34 diantaranya harus menjalankan kampus Merdeka ini. Dan ada sekitar 1000-an mahasiswa yang ikut program kampus Merdeka, itu kontrak di tahun 20. Nah, makanya kita berkonsentrasi ke sana. Nah, yang kedua, segera membuat kebijakan atau pedoman kampus Merdeka itu tadi. Karena itu tadi kan ada mahasiswa magang, bagaimana pengakuan, rekognisinya, bagaimana itu harus jelas. Nah, prodi-prodi harus segera melakukan kurikulum, evaluasi kurikulum, karena kita harus menyiapkan tadi kurikulum yang biasa dan kurikulum kampus Merdeka. Yang perlu kita perhatikan juga, kampus yang berakreditasi unggul kemungkinan akan kebanjiran peserta didik dari kampus Merdeka. Jadi kampus-kampus unggul nanti akan kebanjiran mereka-mereka yang datang dari kampus-kampus sekitar yang ingin belajar ke mereka. Dan sebaliknya, berarti kampus yang kurang beruntung nanti akan mahasiswa akan lari ke perguruan tinggi yang baik. Nah, lalu kesiapan yang berikutnya adalah networking kerjasama menjadi ujung tombak perubahan kampus kita ini. Jadi ini kalau ini berarti bidang 3, kalau di UNS itu ya Warek 3 maupun Wadek 3 ini yang menjadi ujung tombak untuk kampus Merdeka selain Wadek 1 yang di pendidikan. Nah, dengan begitu Bapak Ibu, jadi kita yang harus kita siapkan. Kita setiap prodi itu harus mempunyai keunikan dan keunggulan. Nah, karena kita nanti akan dilirik, mata kuliah kita bisa diambil oleh mahasiswa prodi lain maupun dari universitas yang lain. Nah, sehingga kita harus memikirkan, ini kalau UNS, FIB itu untuk program permata, di Fakultas Ekonomi itu ada 2 contoh mata kuliah yang ini difasilitasi dengan program Permata Sakti, pertukaran mahasiswa tanah air Nusantara, sistem alih kredit dengan teknologi informasi. Ini financial technology, dan akuntansi logistik. Ini mungkin kemarin sudah ada beberapa yang ikut kuliah perdana di akuntansi logistik ini. Jadi dari jurusan akuntansi membuat mata kuliah unggulan. Untuk financial technology ini, fintech ini manajemen. Ini kerjasama dengan OJK. Kalau yang logistik itu kerjasama dengan ALFI, Asosiasi Logistik dan Forwarding Indonesia. Lalu juga ada beberapa tapi tidak masuk ke fasilitas permata sakti, misalnya ekonomi desa mandiri, e-commerce, pengelolaan BUMDes, bisnis pariwisata, macam-macam. Nah, ini contoh yang kemarin sudah kita lakukan dan ini masih berlangsung karena ini mata kuliah unggulan untuk program permata sakti. Jadi di UNS dapat 10 mata kuliah yang difasilitasi dengan permata sakti ini. Dua mata kuliah. Ini kerjasama dengan OJK dan ALFI. Oke, lalu kesiapan yang lain untuk dunia industri ada kerjasama dengan industri, tadi sudah saya katakan dengan Jeritek, dengan ALFI, BUMN, lalu UNS dengan KAI dan banyak lagi. Desa ini kita sudah mulai membina desa-desa, Desa Kerandegan Purworejo dan Cangkringan Boyolali maupun desa di Trenggalek maupun Pati. Di dalam bina desa ini kita bisa menekankan pada pengabdian masyarakat, publikasi, buat jurnal, buku yang nantinya bisa haki maupun kita tempeli dengan program kampus merdeka. Jadi desa binaan kita bisa sebagai objek atau sebagai bahana untuk mahasiswa kita nanti bekerja di sana di dalam membangun BUMDesnya misalnya macam-macam. Nah, jadi oke. Jadi dalam masa ini, karena ini masa pandemi, maka kita melakukan 100% semuanya daring. Tapi nanti kalau ini new normal, berarti kita bisa melakukan daring dan luring. Sehingga saat ini UNS juga membenahi semua prasarana kampusnya, membenahi software-nya, upgrading IT, sampai pembuatan studio media kuliah untuk daring. Bapak Ibu bisa lihat nanti kalau di YouTube mungkin pembelajaran daring UNS sudah mulai membanjiri di sana. Nah, ini beberapa hal yang perlu kita siapkan di dalam di dalam kampus merdeka, khususnya di masa pandemi COVID-19 ini. Itu karena turun sangat. Terima kasih Bu Elmida, saya mungkin sudah melantur 2-3 menit. Sebetulnya banyak cerita lagi tapi karena kondisi waktunya. Terima kasih dan semoga aja cerita saya, paparan saya bisa mendatangkan manfaat dan barokah bagi kita semua. Monggo nanti kalau yang ingin komunikasi dengan saya persilakan, kita diskusi, kita sharing bareng-bareng untuk kemajuan kita semua, untuk kemajuan khususnya ADAI Aceh. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, terima kasih Pak Joko. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now we are entering to the question and answer session. We give a time for the participant, only 2 participants. If you have a question to Mr. Joko, do you have the question?
Okay,
Ada
Mr.
pertanyaan?
I want to question to Mr. Joko Soharjanto.
Okay, please tell your name and where you come from, please.
Okay, thank you from Miss Eka. I'm from Maliku Saleh University, Indonesia, and I want to ask to Mr. Joko Soharjanto. Maybe I can in Indonesian. Yes, okay. Mr. Joko Soharjanto, seperti yang kita ketahui bahwa penerapan kampus merdeka ini merupakan sesuatu yang baru di negeri kita. Jadi yang ingin saya tanyakan itu bagaimana kira-kira implikasi atau dampak ke depan dengan penerapan kampus merdeka ini, seperti yang kita ketahui bahwa kalau misalnya penerapan magang itu mungkin di daerah-daerah ibu kota itu bisa kita melakukan penerapan kampus merdeka itu, misalnya tempat magangnya banyak dan lain sebagainya. Tetapi kalau misalnya di daerah-daerah tertentu itu kan misalnya dunia industrinya sangat jarang. Nah, jadi bagaimana kira-kira penerapan ataupun pendapat Bapak atas adanya penerapan kurikulum merdeka ini? Oke, I back to moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Indrayani. Pak Joko.
Langsung ya, Bu
Iya
Indrayani.
Pak, silakan.
Bu
Pak Indrayani, Pak. Ya. Iya Pak, Pak Indrayani.
Oh, Pak Indrayani.
Ya.
Maaf.
Dari Maluku Saleh.
Pak, terima kasih pertanyaannya. Jadi, jangan ragu dengan kalau kita di desa. Banyak pengabdian, banyak yang bisa kita terapkan. Bapak, mahasiswa Bapak, kampus Bapak bisa membina desa, membangun desa, bisa juga dalam kegiatan kemanusiaan, bisa juga dalam pengajaran di daerah-daerah desa. Jadi, banyak media untuk melakukan kampus merdeka ini. Jadi, misalnya kampus Bapak nanti bisa bekerja sama dengan desa-desa yang ada di kawasan Bapak itu. Dosen dan mahasiswa bisa kita kerahkan ke sana untuk membangun bagaimana desa tersebut menjadi desa mandiri. Nah, ini bisa sebagai tadi dua semester di luar kampus. Nah, tinggal nanti konversinya yang harus dipikirkan. Jadi bagaimana merekognisi mereka itu setara dengan berapa mata kuliah apa, itu tinggal teknisnya. Tapi masalah pelaksanaan di desa sangat mungkin Bapak Ibu. Malah justru ini membuka peluang yang banyak. Saya lihat di Aceh, di Lok Semawe, di Birun, di Sigi, karena dulu saya pernah melintasi dari Banda Aceh ke Medan itu jadi tahu. Wah, luar biasa yang bisa Bapak Ibu lakukan untuk kegiatan kampus merdeka ini. Bapak Ibu juga bisa membina kelompok-kelompok masyarakat. Jadi banyak. Makanya Bapak Ibu yang pertama mesti Bapak Ibu susun dulu pedoman ataupun panduan merdeka itu sehingga nanti arahnya jadi jelas. UNS itu langsung begitu ada kebijakan kampus merdeka, prodi-prodi mulai bergerak sehingga terus di akhir Mei atau panduan draft itu sudah jadi, Pak, draftnya. Tapi proses itu karena membutuhkan Senat, membutuhkan macam-macam, baru di Agustus kemarin baru secara formal keluar panduan secara resmi ekonomi. Panduan untuk kampus merdeka. Jadi jangan ragu Bapak Ibu di desa, di kota bisa semuanya. Tinggal kreativitas kita, tinggal kemauan kita. Ini saatnya kita membangun negeri melalui kampus kita ini. Saya rasa itu. Saya sangat apresiasi bila mana Bapak bisa itu ikut membangun. Saya mau deh itu nanti untuk urun rembuk bagaimana ininya.
Oke, thank you Joko for your information and I hope I can to join the another event with you. Oke, thank you moderator.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Indrayani. Thank you Pak Indrayani and also Pak Joko. Now the time is over. We have to move to the next speaker. Thank you very much, Pak Joko.
Terima kasih, Pak.
Okay, now the conclusion from Mr. Joko, I can read. Indonesia has had a government policy regarding independent campus since February 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Universities in Indonesia have been implemented this policy also. For more specific purpose, the Indonesian university needs to produce the guidance regarding the independent campus to support government policy of Indonesia. Every major in university should have the unique to make them different among other major in other university. Okay, from Mr. Joko, we have finished. The time is over. Now I have to move. We move to next gratitude speaker, Mr. Judy Thomas. Hello, Mr. Judy Thomas.
Good morning. How are you? Thank you.
Oh, fine. Thank you. Okay, now Mr. Judy Thomas has joined with us in this room. But I want to read the biography of Mr. Judy Thomas. Judy Thomas has done his PhD in management from GGT University Rajasthan Kerala in 2020. He has done his MBA from Bharatiya University, Coimbatore, India in 2002. Judy Thomas was working in the international trading industry in Dubai, UAE for 16 years. He was the CEO for MSFcom Trading DMCC Dubai, UAE, the last company he has worked. Judy Thomas is a qualified member of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers, London. Judy Thomas is having his own business coaching center in Dubai, UAE for the last 2 years. He is also adjunct faculty for University in Dubai, UAE for MBA students. Okay, that's all the biography for Mr. Judy Thomas. Now, I give a chance for you, Mr. Thomas, to presenting your presentation, and only 20 minutes. Please take your time.
Thank you very much. It is a very warm morning from Dubai. Dubai, the time is 7:45 a.m. now. So it's a great morning. And thank you very much, Ms. Emilda, for a great introduction. It was fantastic to come for this conference and sharing some of my points. As Emilda was mentioning, I'm a corporate trainer based out of Dubai. What I normally do is that our team goes to different organizations and we train the executives in different organizations. So today I'm going to discuss about, because the time constraint is there, so my point will be largely how this education sector is transforming in United Arab Emirates. It's a small country in Middle East, and how they are going to transform this economy into a knowledge economy. So first of all, thank you very much for these organizations for giving this opportunity. So my topic today is how the UAE, United Arab Emirates, transforming into a knowledge economy. We know that we are going through a very painful pandemic situation across the globe. Millions of people are losing their job. Another millions of people salary has reduced, and number of companies are closing down. So these are all coming as a negative news. Now, what is actually the positive news? How the governments would able to give the employment opportunity to the new people, how the youngsters who are graduating from the college, they are going to get a new career. So the solution is entrepreneurship. Now, every government across the globe identified that we have to encourage our citizens not to looking for a job, but to identify their own passion and to come out with their own entrepreneurship. One way they are getting their guaranteed, guaranteed economic growth. At the same time, these entrepreneurs are able to give the job for the community people, and this is the only way going forward for the economic growth of every country. So United Arab Emirates also identified this even much before the pandemic. Maybe a couple of years back, this government identified that, okay, the fourth generation of economic growth is coming. So in order to survive this economic growth, we cannot depend on the conventional business. So they identified that the modern business has to be transformed into a knowledge economy. So what exactly the knowledge economy they are standing for? We all know conventionally, when we go for a business, the business need capital. So this capital is converted, or this capital is replaced with the knowledge and skill in the new era. So if you have a great idea or if you have unparalleled skills or knowledge, then with that capital, anybody can come forward and they can set up a new business and get economic growth and spread across the world. Or we say that they can grow as a unicorn company. A unicorn company means a company got $1 billion revenue. So this is exactly what the organization or the countries are looking for. So these are some of the points on my slides, that UAE is a very small country formed in 1971. It's a federation of 7 emirates. They were earlier depends on oil economy. They transform into non-oil economy. Now they are transforming into knowledge economy. And knowledge economy, when they are considering what exactly knowledge economy, there is no pollution, and knowledge economy is largely initiating the entrepreneurship, where exactly the skills and developments are, or the skills and knowledge are going to rule exactly the world. For that, they have even started a latest university, which is called Hamad bin Muhammad Smart University. It's a smart university. There is no campus at all. It is a virtual university, which is operational here for the last 3 years. And what they are doing is that they are offering the courses like coding. So they already done a coding for more than 300 youth around actually the Arab nation. So anybody is interested in coding during their high school days or during their college days, they can virtually go and register for this course, and they are completing the program. They are getting certified over there because the university identified that coding is going to be the modern skills for the people when they are coming into the knowledge economy. And they have done a lot of initiatives in their existing business. One is actually the tourism. So tourism, what they done is that they made tourism a hassle-free experience. They made it as cashless. They made it as paperless. And they just know there is no capital taxes here. So the tax also, they just know very, very simplified. Our more actually focus, I am going to discuss about actually the education sector. So what exactly the education sector they have done this one. And there are some very, very interesting points. The first point is that for the last 10 years, United Arab Emirates is giving the highest, for the last 10 years, United Arab Emirates is giving the highest allocation for the education sector. We know that every year a government is coming out with a budget. In that budget, there are so many divisions, infrastructure division, government department division. So here also there are 22 ministries are working under this government. But last 10 years, the highest budget allocation is happening to the education sector. This is itself is giving the importance that how last 10 years the government is giving importance for the education, that everybody has to be educated, infrastructure has to be developed for this one. And once the people are getting educated, they have to get employment. And once they are getting employment, their skill has to be improved. This is called as upskilling, cross-skilling, they are happening. And over a period of time, they just request actually all these people that, okay, now you have experience, why can't you come forward and start your own entrepreneurship? So this is exactly on the education fund they are giving. The second point is that the United Arab Emirates, or particularly Dubai, they have started a free zone exclusively for the education. So they are inviting the great universities from around the world, universities like Harvard Medical Education, they came here, London School of Economics, they came here. So the greatest universities around the world, they are just inviting to this country and say that, why can't you come and start up your campuses here? It is not only educating the people locally, it also allows to educate the people from the region. So there are a lot of people are coming here for education. So it is something like a developed country, almost $2 billion people are spending from the Middle East countries for higher education while they are going to Western countries. So at least part of that amount, the government is inviting to this country by offering a lot of world-class education. So that is actually the second point. The third point is that here, more than 100 nationalities are living here. So people from Asian country, the people from Europe, then Africa, all the continents people are coming. So everybody wanted to do their own education. So what the government says that, see, this country is open for any type of curriculum or pedagogy or education. You can come and start your own schools, absolutely open for that. But there is a government body which is known as KHDA, Knowledge Human Development Authority. They will actually supervise. They will give actually the guidance for giving this education. The fourth point is that the government is encouraging the STEM education. STEM stands for science, technology, technology, engineering, and mathematics, because they found that STEM education is the future which can encourage a lot of research and development and scientific advancement. So they are just encouraging STEM education. Then even actually they are saying is that there is more than 2% of the GDP amount they have to spend for the research and development. This is what actually the highest is happening in a developed country. So this improves that there's a lot of actually research and development can come to this country. The next point is that here the universities are allowed to start their own free zones. What it means, there is a full-fledged universities there. Students are doing the undergraduation and post-graduation program. Normally, the students go to the field or to the industry after their education. But here it says that the university, they can start a free zone, which means while actually the students are doing their graduation program, they can actually encourage to do their own business here. They can start a business. Maybe 10 students in a class come together and they say that, okay, we got an idea. Okay, let us start a business while they are doing the graduation. So this makes a big change, and we feel that very soon all the education zones will convert into enterprising zones. And the last point is that the government is giving a great entrepreneurship ecosystem, because entrepreneurship is not a one-way activity. The government initiative should be there, the people education should be there, the community support should be there, industry interaction should be there, and moreover, economic support will be there. So the entire operation they are doing is an economic, as an ecosystem, and United Arab Emirates is giving a great ecosystem for encouraging this entrepreneurship. So all these points in education ultimately make a lot of knowledge and skill to the industry, which will transform as a capital for starting any type of knowledge economy. But when you talk about the knowledge economy, we know that these are the economy where virtually which can do the business across the globe. There is no physical geographical connections are required. You start actually e-commerce which can grow globally. Now you take education, some university, they can come out with a fantastic content and delivery program, and they just benchmark this program, and that program can be available across the globe. So when you talk about a knowledge economy is giving endless possibility for any country, whether it is a small country, whether it's a new country, wherever you are actually sitting in the part of the world, you can actually flourish into a global platform. So these are all the advantage these entrepreneurship ecosystem is giving. So we have seen that this country is gearing up for the 4th industrial revolution. You must be wondered to hear that United Arab Emirates is the first country in the world. They have a ministry for artificial intelligence. So there is a minister here for artificial intelligence for the last 2 years. And this country identified that there's a lot of big data analysis is going to happen. Cloud computing is happening. 5G technology is happening. Artificial intelligence can drive actually the business and the economy to the next level. So there is an exclusive artificial intelligence ministry is happening, and they interact one side with the technological companies like Microsoft and IBM for getting the technology. Other side, they go to the financial institutions like big banks and say that, okay, give us the funds so that we will be able to enable these type of facility. And they are just not going to use Internet of Things, IoT for all the people, big data analytics, 5G technology, artificial intelligence. So this is exactly we are just not giving, and this knowledge economy is a very sustainable economy, and they are actually looking for a lot of actually activities here. So this is exactly my presentation. So let me conclude my presentation. My first point I would like to highlight was United Arab Emirates was an oil-rich country earlier. As the time passes, they transform into tourism, aviation, and etc. But recently, they identified that they are actually transforming into a knowledge economy. So in order to transform into a knowledge economy, they have to create an ecosystem for the knowledge and skills. And I have explained that how, what are the steps they are following in order to do these types of investment into skill building and knowledge building, and what exactly the future they are going to. So they bring the industries into universities. So the universities and economic free zones are come together in the same campus where students at the young age, they are able to get these facilities. So, and the entire entrepreneurship ecosystem they are making into this country. So this is exactly my presentation. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I will be glad to accept any type of questions if you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Judy Thomas. Very awesome presentation. Okay, now we give a chance for two participants. If you have questions, please. Okay, you can ask to Mr. Judy directly, or you can ask from chat box, please.
I think moderator, participant to have a question about Mr. Judy Thomas presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Judy Thomas. It's so great presentation. I like it. Thank you.
Okay, there is no question, so let me read the conclusion from this presentation. During the transformation, some industry goes down and some are flourished in the same in UAE. However, in the tourism is increased. The trend toward is knowledge economy. So the focus is in education sector. UAE started exclusively inviting countries around the world to educate the people. University is set up for free zone. So out of this, the point will be in one way to create a knowledge economy, an ecosystem of economy. Okay, thank you. Our time is over. Now we will go to move to the next speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Judy Thomas.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to see you. We will see another event, I think. Thank you very much.
Same. Have a nice
Okay.
day. Thank you.
Now we are okay. The host, the presentation from Mr. Judy. Okay, still here. Okay, now we going to the next speaker with Mrs. Dr. Lilis Mariasi, SEMSE AKCA. Now let me read her biography. Dr. Lilis Mariasi, SEMSE AKCA, Accounting Syahkuala University Banda Aceh. She is a graduate from Universitas Sumatera Utara, Medan, Indonesia. She was born in Jakarta 52 years ago, has been a lecturer at Faculty of Business Economics, Syahkuala University since 1995 in the fields of financial accounting and taxation, experience in HMI organization and student senates, research experience in financial accounting, and she has a motto, useful for others. Now we give a chance to Mrs. Lilis, please. Mrs. Lilis, are you hear me? Hello?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, okay. Mrs. Lilis, please take your time, 20 minutes only, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to look for my PowerPoint.
Oke, bisa Lilis?
Ya, oke. Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the time for me. I want to presentation is about the effect of independent learning policies to accounting profession in Indonesia because of the Kampus Merdeka. Minister of Education and Culture, Nadiem Makarim, has launched 4 independent learning policies, independent campus since 24 January 2020. This is the pillar, 4 pillar. First, pembukaan program studi, hak belajar di luar prodi, sistem akreditasi perguruan tinggi, dan PTN menjadi PTNBH. So, everybody has to mastering in accounting skill, especially first, mastering theoretical concept in depth about audit planning, procedure, and reporting. Second, mastering theoretical concept in depth about financial accounting, the basic framework for the presentation and preparation of financial assessment, accounting policies and principal accounting cycle recognition, measurement, presentation, and disclosure of elements of financial assessment analysis. Mastering theoretical concept in depth in cost and management accounting, calculation and control of product and service cost planning and budgeting, activity-based management performance, measuring and control. Teaching methodology open course. First, online course is a general method of learning that must have student-centered learning and high level of discipline for students and faculty. Second, in the long term, online education will be an alternative education to choose from. 3, student adaptation, discipline, strong motivation to learn, honesty, integrity, adaptation and preparation of lectures in preparing online materials, centralization of learning centers, integration of learning. Financial accounting and financial reporting, we have uncertain condition, asset and liabilities, future benefit and sacrifice. Second, revenue and expense are uncertain because of the COVID, giving rise to a potential going concern. 3, potential for fraud and earning management. So, this is a change for PSC case 71, 72, 73, PSK 08, PSK 71, 73 in COVID-19. Management and cost accounting, changing business process require information for different decision making. Business planning under condition of uncertainty, cost control, cost management. For the information system become the domain of business process. Number 1, IT-based process transformation, but business control can run well. Second, an audit trail of every activity is kept. Number 3, improvement process business through continuing learning. This is the part of accounting has changed with the online process. As we know, accountant profession is for management accountant, public accountant, internal auditor, lecturer in accounting. So, accountant behavior have to control, honesty, integrity, transparent, accountability, and responsibility. Benefit for accounting students in this program. Number 1, in one semester can take any course in other faculty like law faculty, faculty technique informatic and computers, and so on. Second, in 2 semester can join a company or public accountant office for internship program. Number 3, there is industrial revolution in 4.0. And number 4, add their capability and skill. So the effect of student accounting in this program, they have to their capability and skill. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Ninis, for interesting presentation. Now, do you have a question with all the participants? Do you have a question?
I think it's enough.
Okay, I think there is no question. And
Moderator,
yes.
Participant doesn't have a question any, you can go ahead with conclusion and another speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you,
You're
Miss
welcome.
Lilis. Sorry,
You're
Miss
welcome.
Mira. Okay, now let me give a little conclusion from presentation from Mrs. Lilis. Every university should be aware about auditing and budgeting for the accreditation purposes. Okay, now this is the end of Mrs. Lilis Mariasih presentation. Thank you very much for Ibu Lilis. Now we are going to the next speaker. Is Mr. Dr. Arfan Iksan Lubis, MSc. Mr. Arfan, are you hear me? Hello?
Ya, halo. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So, okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, let me read Dr. Arfan Iksan Lubis biography. Dr. Arfan Iksan Lubis, MSc, is a lecturer in UNIMED, Indonesia. He is also a head of DPP ADAI. He has received his Dr. Akuntan from Brawijaya University at 2011. He received the Magister Akuntansi in Undip at 2003. He received his bachelor degree accounting in UMSU at 2011. He has published more than 90 research articles. Okay, Mr. Arfan, Dr. Arfan, here is your time. Take 20 minutes only, please.
Maaf, tak uang mana dia membeli itu uang mau keluar.
Mr. Arfan, halo. Halo Bapak Dr. Arfan.
Halo, ya, sorry, sudah kedengaran ya?
Ya, ya.
Baik, Ibu Moderator, saya pakai Indonesian language saja.
Oke, baik. Please.
Tentang topiknya adalah lesson learned dari kurikulum Merdeka Belajar. Saya sedikit tergesa-gesa ini membuat PowerPoint, baru dikabari kurang dari 2 kali 24 jam. Harusnya tidak menjadi speaker, jadi menjadi speaker. Program Kampus Merdeka Belajar, ya, itu tadi sudah dijelaskan oleh Pak Eko, ya, dari pembukaan program studi, sistem akreditasi perguruan tinggi negeri badan hukum, dan hak belajar 3 semester di luar program studi. Yang kita fokuskan adalah hak belajar 3 semester di luar program studi. Ini menjadi dasar Kemendikbud untuk Permendikbud nomor 3 tahun 2020 tentang Standar Nasional Pendidikan Tinggi yang mengangkat tentang Kampus Merdeka Belajar. Nah, di negara kita ini peraturan pemerintah ini, peraturan menteri ini kadang-kadang cepat kali berubahnya. Peraturan-peraturan yang kemarin itu di menteri sebelumnya belum lagi terrealisasi semaksimal mungkin, kemudian beralih ke model Kampus Merdeka Belajar. Ini juga sebenarnya menjadi tanda tanya bagi saya pribadi, yang disebut dengan Merdeka Belajar ini apa sih? Yang merdekanya ini mahasiswanya atau kampusnya? Yang belajar itu harusnya ya tentunya dua-dua, baik dosennya maupun mahasiswanya. Tetapi kalau kita lihat dari sisi pendekatan bahasa, kampusnya merdeka belajar, merdeka dalam belajar. Tetapi dari hakikat bahasanya ini tentunya kita bisa pahami bahwa selama ini kita nggak merdeka ini dari belajar. Ya. Nah, oleh karena itu sebenarnya kalau saya lihat target-target pemerintah atau target-target kita untuk di bawah ini tentunya harus bisa kita ukur sehingga pendidikan di perguruan tinggi ya tentunya harus bisa dicapai. Kalau ada keterukuran bisa berarti kita capai. Tapi kalau sedikit-sedikit misalnya kebijakan-kebijakan yang selalu berubah, ganti pimpinan, ganti kebijakan, di bawah belum siap, bahkan barangkali di bagian Indonesia Timur bahasa merdeka belajar ini belum sampai, sudah ganti lagi kebijakan. Ya. Ini yang menjadi persoalan. Tapi walaupun demikian, karena kita memang harus mengikuti peraturan, tentunya harus kita follow up bagaimana peraturan yang dibuat oleh pemerintah. Nah, kampus Merdeka Belajar, ya. Tadi sudah dijelaskan juga oleh Pak Joko, merdeka dalam belajar. Ya. Walaupun bagi saya ini merdeka dalam belajar ini sedikit agak mengganggu jiwa saya ini. Belum dapat saya sebenarnya ruhnya apa yang disebut dengan merdeka dalam belajar. Namun demikian ya kita lihat dari sisi untuk kegiatannya, perguruan tinggi wajib memberikan hak bagi mahasiswa untuk secara sukarela. Ini bisa diambil atau tidak. Ya. Pertama dapat mengambil SKS di luar perguruan tinggi sebanyak 2 semester atau setara dengan 40 SKS. Yang kedua ditambah lagi dapat mengambil SKS di prodi yang berbeda di perguruan tinggi yang sama sebanyak 1 semester setara dengan 20 SKS. Ya. Dengan kata lain, SKS yang wajib diambil di prodi asal adalah sebanyak 5 semester dari total semester yang harus dijalankan. Ini tidak berlaku untuk program prodi kesehatan. Ya. Nah, kemudian ada perubahan definisi dalam konteks SKS di sini. Setiap SKS diartikan sebagai jam kegiatan, bukan jam belajar. Ya. Kemudian definisi kegiatan, belajar di kelas, praktek kerja atau magang, pertukaran pelajar, proyek di desa, wirausaha, riset, studi independen, dan kegiatan mengajar di daerah terpencil. Semua jenis kegiatan terpilih harus dibimbing oleh seorang dosen, ditentukan oleh perguruan tinggi. Ini jenis kegiatan dari kampus Merdeka Belajar tadi, kalau kita lihat dari sisi definisi kegiatan. Nah, kemudian kegiatan yang bisa diambil oleh mahasiswa selama 3 semester di atas, itu dapat dipilih dari program yang ditentukan oleh pemerintah, kemudian program yang disetujui oleh rektor. Jadi ini program kegiatan yang bisa diambil oleh mahasiswa. Nah, kita lihat bagaimana ya dosen ya, selaku penggerak bagi mahasiswa, dosen itu harus memfasilitasi pembelajaran mahasiswanya secara independen. Artinya tugas dosen sebagai penggerak di sini hanya memfasilitasi. Ya, kalau kita lihat dari sisi pekerjaan dosen, ya, cuma memfasilitasi. Nah, dari sisi pembelajaran tentunya mahasiswa sendiri yang harus belajar gitu ya. Nah, apakah ini dengan cara seperti ini tujuan-tujuan pendidikan itu bisa tercapai atau tidak, malah gagal gitu. Ini yang perlu kita evaluasi. Nah, tentunya dalam memfasilitasi ini seorang dosen menggunakan bentuk-bentuk non kuliah. Dalam bentuk-bentuk ini misalnya ada magang, KKN, menghadirkan praktisi, ya, baik itu dari dosen, dari industri, bila perlu di-RPL-kan, ya. Kemudian ada proyek yang melibatkan mahasiswa seperti riset-riset. Nah, tadi sudah dijelaskan oleh Prof. Joko bahwa dalam konteks Merdeka Belajar ini salah satunya adalah kurikulum. Ya, kurikulum Merdeka Belajar. Di Merdeka Belajar ini tentunya ada jenjang S1, jenjang vokasi, capaian pembelajarannya itu untuk jenjang S1 ada 90 sampai dengan 95 SKS. Mata kuliah wajib termasuk di sini adalah PKPT atau pengembangan kepribadian yang terintegrasi. Kemudian untuk jenjang vokasi 49 sampai dengan 54 SKS itu mata kuliah pilihannya. Sumber SKS-nya bisa dari internal dan eksternal, dari prodi atau fakultas maupun juga universitas. Pilihan kegiatan mahasiswa Merdeka Belajar, ya bisa tadi praktek kerja, proyek di desa, pembangunan desa, tadi seperti yang dijelaskan oleh pembicara sebelumnya, kemudian mengajar di sekolah, pertukaran pelajar, penelitian atau riset, kegiatan wirausaha, studi, proyek independen, ya, proyek kemanusiaan, seni dan olahraga. Nah, ini capaian minimum program berbasis outcome based education atau outcome OB ya. Bagaimana kerangka pelaksanaan Merdeka Belajar itu harus kita tuangkan. Kemudian ini sudah mulai berlaku tahun ajaran 2020-2021 dengan prinsip continuous improvement. Tidak termasuk program studi pada rumpun ilmu kesehatan. Masa transisi sampai semua mahasiswa peserta kurikulum lamanya selesai studinya. Ini capaian untuk pembelajaran di program studi berbasis OB. Nah, ini PKPT ya berjumlah 9 SKS, untuk MPK Agama 2 SKS, Bahasa Inggris 2 SKS, kemudian MPK terintegrasi, yang pengembangan kepribadian terintegrasi 5 SKS. Nah, kemampuan bahasa Indonesia dinilai secara terpadu di dalam MPK terintegrasi melalui tugas lisan maupun tertulis. Nah, ini adalah PKPT, mata kuliah pengembangan kepribadian yang bisa diangkat dalam kampus Merdeka Belajar ini. PKPT ini adalah mata kuliah terintegrasi yang diselenggarakan bagi mahasiswa yang mengandung unsur internalisasi nilai-nilai dasar kehidupan, keterampilan atau interaksi ya, berelasi, berbangsa, dan keterampilan akademik sebagai dasar kepribadian mahasiswa menjalankan perkuliahan disiplin ilmu. Nah, MPK terintegrasi ini adalah serangkaian kegiatan pembelajaran di luar kelas formal yang bisa terdiri dari antara lain kegiatan lapangan berupa keikutsertaan dalam ceramah atau seminar, magang, praktek kerja lapangan, kerja sosial, aktivitas olahraga dan atau kesenian, dan dalam bentuk kegiatan lain yang sasaran utamanya adalah membekali mahasiswa dengan soft skill dan dibuktikan dengan portofolio. Materi MPK terintegrasi wajib memuat kandungan Pancasila, kewarganegaraan, dan bahasa Indonesia. Nah, portofolio itu sendiri adalah bentuk laporan yang terdiri dari kumpulan dokumen yang dimiliki oleh seorang mahasiswa sebagai hasil dari karya, penghargaan, studi, dan kegiatan terkait lainnya yang telah dicapai selama periode tertentu dan dapat menampilkan perkembangan dan kinerja mahasiswa berdasarkan sasaran pembelajaran PKKPT. Nah, ini tadi program Merdeka Belajar kita, wajib untuk program S1, akademik, ya, dan program vokasi, ya. Ini tadi alurnya ya, Bapak Ibu. Nah, ini adalah contoh draft kurikulum Merdeka Belajar dan ini adalah saya ambil dari UI punya. Kebetulan kami di Unimed juga belum siap untuk menyusun kurikulum Merdeka Belajarnya. Ini adalah gambaran program kurikulum belajar Merdeka satunya ya. Kita lihat bagaimana di sini mata kuliah dan sebaran mata kuliahnya. Jadi mata kuliah warna hijau ini adalah mata kuliah yang bisa diambil di prodi lain di perguruan tinggi yang sama, atau program studi yang sama di perguruan tinggi yang berbeda, atau pembelajaran pada program studi yang berbeda di perguruan tinggi yang berbeda. Nah, di mana mata kuliah ini boleh diganti dengan mata kuliah apapun oleh mahasiswa. Ini bisa menjadi acuan bagi Bapak Ibu yang ada di program studi masing-masing untuk menyesuaikan misalnya dengan program studi yang ada di UI. Ya. Nah, ini lanjutnya lagi untuk kurikulum Merdeka Belajar S1 akuntansi reguler ya. Kali itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Saya kembalikan ke Ibu Moderator. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak Dr. Arfan. Kembali pada posisi, let's go to the next question. Any question from the participant? I think still has no question. Okay. I think nobody, no participant asking the question. So
Moderator, there have a participant want to ask question directly for Mr. Arfan Lubis. Is the participant name is Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Hello, Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Thomas?
Hello.
Mr. Thomas, are you there?
Ya, letak di sini saya lagi ada acara.
Ya, enggak. Maksudnya yang mau bertanya, Pak. Oke, Mr. Thomas, are you there? You want ask question with Professor Arfan? I'm sorry, to Dr. Arfan Ihsanlubis. Hello, Mr. Thomas. Okay, I think Mr. Thomas have do something. So, moderator, you can directly go ahead with another speaker. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Arfan Ihsanlubis, for your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Mira. Now let me read the conclusion from Mr. Dr. Arfan Ihsanlubis' presentation. The independent campus regulation, opening of study program, campus accreditation system, legal entity state on campus, the right to the study 3 semester outside the study program of the students. Okay, thank you for Mr. Dr. Arfan Ihsanlubis, and we go to the next speaker with Bapak Dr. Andi Asrifan, SPD MPD. Now, Bapak Andi, Bapak
Yes.
Dr. Andi. Okay.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me read Dr. Andi Asrifan, SPD MPD biography. Dr. Andi Asrifan, SPD MPD, is a lecturer in Faculty of Teachers Training and Education, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidanreng Rapang, in South Sulawesi, Indonesia. He is also a head of students and alumni affairs of Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidanreng Rapang. He receives his PhD, Language Education Concentration in English Language, and the MPD Magister Pendidikan or Master of Education from State University of Makassar, South Sulawesi, Indonesia in 2018. and 2011, respectively. He receives his bachelor degree in Faculty of Teachers Training and Education from Universitas Muhammadiyah, Parepare, South Sulawesi, Indonesia in 2007. He got Sandwich Light Scholarship in Northern Illinois University, USA 2015. He has published more than 20 research articles in leading journals, conference proceedings including in Scopus and Thomson Reuters. His research interest is in the area of English language teaching, ESP, linguistics, and the application of technology in education. He is a full membership of Himpunan Penerjemah Indonesia or Association of Indonesian Translators. He is a member of Laureate Cambridge Online Language Learning Research Network in 2012 until 2016. He was a head of Educational Technology Department of SDKEP, Muhammadiyah Rapang. He was a director of Center for Language and Indonesian Culture of SDKEP, Muhammadiyah Rapang in 2012 until 2015. He was a head of International Office of SDKEP, Muhammadiyah Rapang in 2015 to 2016. In 2016 until 2019, he was elected to be the Vice Chancellor in Finance and Human Resources in SDKIP Muhammadiyah Rapang. Now he is a head of Students and Alumni Affairs of Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidrap Rapang. He is an editorial board member and reviewer in some international and national journals. Okay, Mr. Andi, Dr. Andri.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Now, time for you to deliver your presentation. The same as before, only 20 minutes. Okay, please take your time.
Thank you so much. So, is it my slide is visible? Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon from South Sulawesi, in the middle time zone of Indonesia. So today I'm going to share about the need analysis. This is the about the multiple intelligence in design course on classroom. This is a part I think in independent learning or Merdeka Belajar that previous presenter explained in Bahasa Indonesia about one of I think that all the educational institution in Indonesia should do, especially in this pandemic COVID-19. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for this invitation for Asosiasi Dosen Akuntansi Indonesia chapter Aceh for this wonderful invitation, and then thank you so much also for my brother and sister from all over the world, and also some presenter, some who are the same turn to present and share their best in this international virtual international conference. So let's get started. This is just a sample of subject. I think need analysis not only for English language department, but also for all subject, especially in our campus or university. So before we design the material, before we decided to choose what is the best method, technique, approach, and material that's suitable for our student, we have to do the need analysis before. This is very important to do to enrich our classroom and then make our student reach their expectation in our classroom. So because most of the why we have to choose need analysis, because some of based on our research, and then some also research that I have read, and then do the observations in my location, that uh, most of the learner of English sometimes feel like this. Did you ever feel the content of course didn't match your expectation? And then sometime some content and activity were a little use or interest for you, and then why do you want to learn English, for example? So that because the subject that we are going to teach in the classroom doesn't match with their expectation, so they feel bored in our classroom. Sometimes they just come in the classroom, but they not active to join our class, just play game, and then sometimes making noise, and then sometimes feel sleepy, and then sit behind in the classroom, and then like this. And then the problem comes in this pandemic COVID-19, where when our government instruct all the school from Sabang until Merauke, from the city to the village, for all the school, from the elementary school, junior high school, senior high school, vocational high school, and also in university. So they study at home, and then the teacher or the lecturer work from home. So, but the problem is most of the students, especially in Indonesia, couldn't have a good device to connect our system or LMS, learning management system, and then some of them have a good device to connect it, but they the connection are unstable connections in their area. So that's the problem that the student and also the teacher of Indonesia has. So what we are going to discuss today, so hopefully I can uh, discuss for six topic today. Guideline for designing effective teaching material. So, and then eight multiple intelligence, some useful ICT tool in education, especially that can help us to combine this one to touch all the eight multiple intelligence that our student has, and then the way of teaching, especially how to connect the tool of ICT to their multiple intelligence, and then the level of thinking based on Howard, and then needs analysis, and then some practical example of need analysis. So let's come the guideline for design effective teaching material. This is the common of how to design the effective teaching material, not only for English subject, but also for all subject in especially in our university. We have to consider some aspect before we designing our material, our teaching material. The first, we have to consider about the learner. In the learner, we analyze, we do the need analysis. What do you the learning needs and target needs, and then the knowledge about the learner experience, the learner first language, the level of literacy, aspiration, interest, and purpose. And then the next aspect here, the curriculum and the context. We have to see the value to be taught, the goal of the curriculum, and the objective of the curriculum itself. And then next, the resource and facility. The teacher must be realistic. Access to resource will impact the decision in material and teaching. And then the personal confidence and competence. We have to consider the knowledge, experience, attitude, and how to use guideline correctly. And then copyright and compliance, restriction, implementation, awareness, and the last here is the time. The time, how we share the material. We have to consider the time that available for them, available for both teacher and the student, and working team, and then the last organizing the material. This is the some consideration that in designing effective teaching material for our classroom. So let's move to the AIC multiple intelligence. So here is some component of in designing effective teaching material. In the learner, I think learner is the first component here. Learner in need analysis. We have and then knowledge about the learner. Here the aspect in touch the student AIC multiple intelligence. So the first, we can underline that there is no people or student who are poor. They are smart in their way. So I repeat again that there is no poor people or unsmart people maybe in or student that we have, but all our students are smart. But we have to consider the way of teaching that can touch their smart, because sometimes we judge our students, you are poor, you are not smart. That's a bad way. As a teacher we have to always motivate them now about the way of learning, now how to teach the strategy, approach, and technique that can make our student easy to learn, and then motivate themselves to come in our class. So the first smarty here is number smart or logical mathematical. This is the capacity to understand number and principle. The specific ability here, the numbering, reasoning, use number, calculation, estimation, quantification skill, and logical thinking. And everyday use here, we can observe that most of them sometimes solving the puzzle and then managing the family finance, and then delivery. I think yeah, I can conclude that the most of the lecturer who or the participant who are as a lecturer of accountancy has a number smart, sure, managing family finance. And delivery methods here, like, yeah, we can deliver our material through logic puzzle, computer program, timelines, graph, equation, flow chart, invention, and business plan. And then the next smart here, okay, before this is the possible career path that can that we can guide or lead our student to be this possible career, being auditor, accountant, purchasing agent, underwriter, mathematician, scientist, and so on. And then
boleh diceritain nggak Mbak perubahan apa sih yang Mbak alamin di Switch Up sendiri di masa-masa ini? Itu challenging, itu berat ya, tapi kita excited banget gitu karena
hello.
ya itu opportunity juga.
Hello. Excuse me.
Situasi ini dengan baik itu bisa
Excuse
jadi
me.
hal yang baik.
Please, host, check a sound, please. Okay.
Benar-benar bisa ya skill kita.
Okay, the
Hello.
sound is clearly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And then the next part here is interpersonal or people smart. This is the capacity to understand other people. The specific ability here assume distinctive social role, sensitive to the feeling, belief, moods, and intention of other, and then take actions and then work effectively with other. And everyday use that can we that we can observe to now, is it the interpersonal smart or people smart, that asking and giving direction, and then we can see their interaction with co-author or parenting. And then the delivery method here, we can deliver our teaching objective or teaching material through by giving tutorial teaching, role play, leadership role, community service, community action, peer mediation, moral dilemma, and action research. And then here the possible career path, they can be administrator, manager, personal worker, psychologist, nurse, public relation person, social director, and teacher. And then the next smart here, the nature or naturalist. This is the capacity to understand the natural words, the specific ability, observation skill, pattern recognition and classification, and then solve the problem. And then we can observe them. Yeah, some of the students love to cook, and then in the home they love gardening, and then sometimes yeah they go to the beach and then they enjoy the scenery. That's I think we can conclude that the student who love this ones they have the natural smart or naturalist. So here the delivery method, like yeah, in the subject of biology, we can instruct our student to plant the flower directly uh, in the garden or in the front of our school, and then we can instruct them to do the field note, creating classification system, survey of flora and fauna, outward bound, study experiment, and then natural work like that. And then here the possible career path: astronaut, botanist, gardener, farmer, animal trainer, zookeeper, and then so on. The next one is body smart. This is the capacity to use the body to solve the problem. The specific ability like athletic movement, creative movement, body control, fine motor ability, and then the everyday use. Yeah, sometimes some of the students love to fix something. For example, in motorcycle, if their classmate have the problem in motorcycle, so they love they love to fix it. And then playing as, on a sport team, we can conclude that the student who love or do this one, she or he has a body smart. And the delivery methods here like painting, dance performance, mime performance, art, play making, jewelry, and so on. And then here the possible career path: athlete, physical educational teacher, dancer, actor, firefighter, and artisan. The next one is interpersonal or self smart. This is the capacity to understand themselves, the specific ability, self-understanding, self-reflecting, articulating self-understanding through other type of expression and intelligence. And everyday use here, yeah, job career assessment, religious practice. That's the interpersonal self-smart. And then delivery method here, portfolio reflection, genealogy, mystical composition, autobiography, therapy action plan, a journal diary, and poem. And then the possible career path here, yeah, they can be the psychologist, therapist, counselor, program planner, entrepreneur, and so on. And then next one is musical smart, or the capacity to think in music. Specific ability here, a self-understanding, self-reflecting, articulating self-understanding through other type of expression. Everyday use here, yeah, some of the students, I think, the same case in my school, in my university, in the free time, or if there is no class, some of my students love to play guitar, love to sing a song with guitar, love, and so on. I think we can conclude that they smart in music. They have the musical intelligence. And then delivery method here, we can deliver our teaching material through jingle, composition or songwriting, recording, accompaniment, a soundtrack, dance set to the music, poem, and so on. And then the possible career here like audiologist, choir, director, music conductor, music critic, music publisher, music promoter, music retailer, and then the music teacher. And then The next one is picture smart, or the capacity to visualize, or a specific ability here recreate image from memory, a sensitive perception or observation of visual world, use spatial information to navigate, perceiving and transforming three-dimensional information like everyday use. Here, yeah, giving and using direction, arranging a flower in garden, home, decorating, yeah, finding one way to unfamiliar town. And then the delivery methods here like grab chart, blueprint, composition or songwriting, sure, film, movie, invention model, sculpture, and the map and diagram. And then the possible career here, navigator, sculptor, visual artist, inventor, architect, interior designer, mechanic, and engineer. The last one is this is the word smart or verbal linguistic intelligence. This is the capacity to use language. The specific ability here, expressive language, poetic use of language, word play, reporting. Because now all the people can write a song or compose a poem. I think this is a kind of based on Howard Gardner. This is the kind of intelligences that names of verbal linguistic or word smart. Everyday use, some of children love to writing letter, participating in the meeting like this. I think this is one of the people who love to join the meeting like this. I think they 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 have the word smart or verbal linguistic, reading a newspaper or reading book. Delivery methods here, yeah, we can instruct our students to read the novel and then make the instructional manual by recording their video like this, and then they record themselves based on our instruction in the objective of our teaching in the classroom, and doing the discussion, theater, debate, and speech, and then a newspaper. And then the possible career interest here being a poet, a journalist, writer, teacher, lawyer, politician, and then translator. Here are some useful ICT tool in education. I think there are 100 and also 1,000 of ICT tool that can help us to enrich the classroom. But before we choose we have to classify that. There are some component of from 100 or 1,000 IC tool that easy to find in the website. So we have to classify that the platform that progress monitoring and management and data management. And then we have the problem that can lead us to content a specific tool. We some of the problem that help us to do the homework and management and online or LMS or learning management system. And then some of the conference that have help us to manage the video conferencing and communicating tool like this, like Zoom, Skype, uh, uh, Google Meet, Google Meet, and Cisco WebEx meeting. I think there are 4 components here based on I got from the top tool for learning.com. The first being taught or didactic, and then doing or engaging in activity, and then discourse here interacting with other, and then discovery here finding out for oneself. Where in didactic here we have online courses like Linkland Learning, Coursera, Future Learn, Udemy, edX, and so on. And then in doing or engaging in activity, we have not taking, content production, mind mapping, productivity, and then file sharing. And then we have also chat, and then blogging. And then in discourse also we have almost the same in doing, but we add the email and then also networking and community. And then the last one is discovery. Discovery, we have blog, curation, web resources, browser, search engine, translator, and ebook. Okay, here the how we combine between Howard Gardner and then our application in iPad or iPhone. Where interpersonal, where in intrapersonal we have some application here like iBook Mobile, RRS, and so on. And then interpersonal we have Skype or VoiceThread and so on, and also Facebook, I think. And then in the visual we have a Motion Math, we have a Peak College, and then we have a Pinterest and Google Earth. And then in the musical we have Animato, Singing Finger, MatPad, musical little Mozart, and so on. And then in linguist, some application where can help us to shape our smart in linguistic, like explain everything. I mean, we audible, screen charm, and so on. And then last in logical and mathematical, we have number, and then so on. Here the way of teaching where intelligence where some example of teaching activity and teaching material and also instructional strategy here. I just read one example here in linguistic. In teaching activity, we can deliver lecture, discussion, word games, storytelling, choral reading, and then journal writing. And then in teaching material, we can prepare some book, tape recorder, typewriter, stamps, that, and then book on tape. And then the instructional strategy in touching the student linguistic smart. Yeah, we can instruct them to read about it, like, oh, please write about it, talk about it, and listen to it, like this. So I think this enough for my presentation. Hopefully, we can discuss in question and answer session. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bapak Dr. Andi. Now, there is a question from our participants. Okay, from Sulaiman Sarmo. Okay, now the question from the chat room to Bapak Dr. Andi Asrifan. The question from Bapak Sulaiman Sarmo, Mr. Sulaiman Sarmo, how to treat students who have difficulty with signal. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. I can get the information. The question from the Mr. Sulaiman Sarmo. So
yes.
Here, we can conclude that like this. There is no technique. There is no base technique. There is no base material. There is no base approach, and there is no base strategy in teaching. It's depend on three components. It's depend.
Boleh diceritain nggak Mbak perubahan apa sih yang Mbak alami di switch up sendiri di masa-masa ini?
Excuse me.
Membuat kita semakin harus memiliki skill untuk dinamis dan cepat beradaptasi.
Hello.
Excuse me, the house.
Bisa kita lihat banyak sekali modern.
Excuse me, the house.
Is sound from moderator maybe, Mr. Emilda, is not for you?
No.
Okay.
Not from me.
Or Mr. Andi Asrifan, this is for yours because our participant has already mute their microphone.
Oh no, I don't have. Yeah. Yes, I think I don't have.
Okay, it's okay. Maybe we can go ahead. Please, Mr. Andi Asrifan, thank you so much.
Okay, I repeat again so that there is no base technique, teaching material, and then strategy in teaching, but it depends on three components here. The first component, we have to look who want to deliver the fourth component, and the second is who is the target of our teaching. In this case, our student. we have to know our student conditions. Is it is they have a good device to connect our or join our material or not? And then the third condition here is we have to look and understand the environment or institution facility and and infrastructure. So I think most of the students who are in the who live in far from the city, like in my regency Kabupaten in Rapang. So most of the students who want to reach or get the good signal, they have to climb the tree, and then sometimes they make their like parabola or satellite, and then they make a cable, and then the cable they put in the phone to make a good signal for their connection. So and then some of them like in my place, you know that there are many provider. There are many provider in Indonesia. So that's why we move to another provider, or we choose the best signal to make a good connection for that. I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, moderator, we'll have one question again. Moderator, you can unmute your mic. Hey.
Sorry. Okay.
Yes.
Directly question to Mr. Andy or from the chat box.
Yes, they have a question for Mr. Mashkur from Polewali Mandar. He want to question for Mr. Andi. The question is how to identify the needs of the student urged to learn and use English language for their ability, because he studies English as a foreign language. He faced a problem with with the understanding and the usage of English language. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. I still remember with my part of my dissertation a couple years ago. I still remember the theory from Hutchinson Water in 1987, and some expert, I think, in need analysis, that the firstly we identify the learner. And then in identifying the learner, we analyze two components here. The first component is the learning situation, and then the target situation. In a learning situation, we analyze their attitude, their want, their potential of learner, and then after that, in target situation, we analyze their skill and knowledge needed to function in the target situation, and then we combine the two components here to help us in writing the syllabus, writing to exploit the potential of the learning situations in the acquisition of the skill and knowledge requiring by the target situation. And then we do the evaluation, and then we back to the first if still need evaluation, and then uh, to make our designing of the class is complete. This is based on Hutchinson and Water. I think that's enough. Thank you.
Okay. Bapak Dr. Andi, we have the end of the time.
Thank you.
Now, okay. Now let me read the conclusion from your presentation. The campus,
Moderator, excuse
yeah.
moderator, there have once again question for
One
Mr.
more.
Fadur Rahman, or one more. How to adopt business practice, Mr. Andi, this is a question. How to adopt business practice at Dubai, for example, if it is suitable for Indonesia, for higher education in Indonesia. Thank you, Mr. Andi Arifan.
Business practice. I think need analysis is quite the same with how to now learner or someone needs. I think quite it is also almost the same with the business practice, because before we sell something, we have to now we have to do the need analysis from the consumer. We have to now their want. We have to now the situation, and then also some challenges in environment. I think need analysis not also for the teaching and learning or designing the material for our classroom, but also almost the same with our business practice also in some country. I think that's quite almost the same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bapak Dr. Andi. Now I think it's enough for the question. We enter into the end of the time. Now, if I can take a conclusion from Mr. Dr. Andi presentation. The teacher need to create the comfort atmosphere during their time teaching the subject in a class, whether it is on or offline class. And the teacher should be prepared as well as the guidelines for designing an effective teaching materials. Besides the delivery methods by the teachers need to pay attention also, because all of these to get the goals together. And no special media to deliver the goals. Okay, now thank you very much for Dr. Andi. Now we are going to move to next speaker. Thank you very much. Now the next speaker is come from Philippines. Madam Alexis Arizabal, are you here, Miss? Madam Alexis, can you hear me?
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. Let me read you Madam Alexis Arizabal biography first. Alexis Arizabal Enriquez, doctoral education, is a graduate of University of Northern Philippines, Bagan City, Philippines. She is a lecturer of Abra State Institute of Science and Technology, Bangat Campus, Philippines. She is the Vice President of External Affairs of International Society of Teachers, Administrators, and Researchers, Thailand. Academic.
Double humming. Hello. Double humming.
Academic rank, Associate Professor 5. She got many awards as a lecturer. She has a lot of teaching experience. She started teaching from 1992. Okay, Madam Alexis, it's time for you. Only 20 minutes, please.
Okay. Oh, is it okay? Am I audible? Or is it right? Okay. All right. Hello.
Okay, Miss, your voice clearly.
Your voice so clearly, Madam.
Is it okay?
Okay, it's okay. It's okay.
All right.
The PowerPoint is good, too. Thank you. You can go
All
ahead.
right.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so Good afternoon to everyone, to our beloved participants from Indonesia and from around the globe, I guess. This is your next speaker, your next sharer. I'm Dr. Alexis Arizabal Enriquez. I am from the Philippines. So just to give you a brief background to where I came from, all right. So Abra State Institute of Sciences and Technology is the only, right, take note of that, my dear participants, it's the only state college in the northern part of the Philippines. It is one of the provinces of a region called Cordillera Administrative Region. So we belong to CAR. Okay, so it's very easy to recall, all right? CAR, just like having the four wheels. So Cordillera Administrative Region, and this region comprises six provinces, and Abra is one of those. So Abra State Institute of Sciences and Technology is soon to be the only university in Abra, so that will be called soon University of Abra. So just to give you a brief recount, Abra State Institute of Sciences and Technology is the only state college in the province, and it is the only, all right, institution that caters or that offers free service teaching. So we are the prime movers for prospect teachers in the province. Okay, so my topic today is somehow related to higher education. It is free service motivations and standards of teaching. We know so well that, you know, motivations is really very, very important in as far as choice of profession is concerned. So let's try to take a look at the world of free service teaching in my own context. Okay, so this is the meat of my share with you for 20 minutes, according to our beloved moderator. Okay, so here, let's try to take a definition of what free service teaching is. It is a period of guided, supervised teaching. Okay, so take note of the word guided and supervised teaching. It is introduced into the teaching role for a particular class by a mentor or cooperating teacher. This free service teaching begins, all right, the teacher, the prospect teacher begins as an observer first, and later on, when she finishes the number of hours that is recommended by the institution, he or she finishes the pre-service teaching experience as a competent, supposedly competent professional. So guided, supervised by a cooperating teacher. The pre-service teachers are deployed in different schools here, public or private, right? Depending on their specialization. If it is Bachelor of Elementary Education, they are deployed in elementary schools. And if it's secondary, automatically they are deployed also in secondary schools, private or public. So we call the schools where they are deployed as cooperating schools, and the teacher who would guide these pre-service teachers or prospect teachers are what we call cooperating teachers. So they are mentored, they are guided, they are being supervised in all the things that they need to do in as far as pre-service teaching is concerned. Another ULA of 2016 gave us this definition of pre-service teaching. This is the teacher's education curriculum. So meaning to say, this is the heart and soul of the education curriculum. Also, this prepares student teachers to become qualified teachers in the future. Based on the experiences that I've had, because since 2004, I had already been associated with the Apra State Institute of Sciences and Technology, and I had already been teaching these pre-service teachers that we have. Really, we make it a point that when they are really deployed in good, we need to deploy them in good schools. So how do we choose those good schools? We need to collaborate. We need to collaborate with what we call Department of Education here. So they would give us good schools with students, all right, diversified students. So it is in deep pre-service teaching wherein all the skills, supposedly all the competencies that they need to learn must already been practiced in pre-service teaching. Okay. So what then is the importance of pre-service teaching? Okay, so Kuhn and Moore, gave us this 4 reasons. Pre-service teaching give teachers, all right, or prospect teachers, future teachers, the additional skills needed to successfully teach students with diverse needs. Let me give you the context to where I belong, the localization to where I belong. Abra, that's why I gave you the brief background of where I belong, because I will be needing this Abra most often than not with my discussion. And it has actually 11, to note 11 ethno-linguistic groups, and with different needs. So this service teaching would really highlight them as to how to address diversified needs. So that's according to Quants of 2016. This service teaching is also one way of demonstrating prospect teachers how to best respond to special educational needs in the classroom. In order to be an effective teacher in an inclusive program, according to Moore of 2015, beginning teachers must be taught to understand and appreciate diversity. Again, if you would try to analyze all of this, Kunz and Moore really mentioned diversified needs, diversity, multicultural. That is where our creativity would come in. We need to address the different needs of our students. Okay. Lastly, Moore gave us one importance, that teachers must also become comfortable with change and learn early in their preparation to be flexible and creative, especially when faced with problems. Based on our experiences with these pre-service teachers since 2004, well, if only I could tell you and discuss with you all the experiences that they have shared with us, coming from their deployment schools, cooperating teachers, students, from those students who would go to their classes without slippers, students without anything at hand, and our practice teachers, our pre-service teachers need to, give something for them to buy, and they have nothing when they go to their classroom. So that's only one of those many thousand experiences of our pre-service teachers. They really had a lot of experiences to say. So pre-service teaching is really a very, very important avenue for them to realize, to know what is real in the profession. Okay? Why choose teaching then? There are many reasons why pre-service teachers choose such profession. And choices, according to some writers, choices are always driven by motives. Choices are always driven by something in mind, something that we have, something that we see in the community. So choices are driven by motives. Without motivation, one accomplishes very little. And this is really very, very, very true. if we are not driven by a reason, if we are not driven by something that we look forward to, if we are not driven by a simple, even just a simple motivation, we accomplish very little. We see nothing in what we are doing. Okay, that is one of the probably reasons why these practice teachers or pre-service teachers are into this kind of profession. They have something in mind. They have something that they saw that really by themselves want to be in the future. Motivation is what drives you to take action. Very true. Another, motivation is a mandatory attribute of professional teachers. We are always motivated by something else, right? And so with the practice teachers, with the pre-service teachers, they are motivated by a lot of things. Another, the modeling and empirical analysis of teacher competence involves motivational components, including, of course, career choice motivation. And the motivating factors, of course, we know that this would vary from individual to individual. In my number of years already in the academy with this institution, I came across several studies involving motivations of these pre-service teachers. Okay, and I would like to share with you what were those responses that I was able to know. Let me share you certain things. First, it is the wish of my parents because they cannot afford any other course. Our pre-service teachers come from different forms, different households. There are many, oh, by the way, our institution, our State Institute of Sciences and Technology offers free tuition fee. I don't know, for some universities in Indonesia and other countries with our participants right now experience such. But in the Philippines, in my country, in my own school, we offer free tuition fee. So one of the reasons, one of the motivations is this. It is the wish of my parents because they cannot afford any other course. My parents are teachers. Some of them, their parents are teaching in the public schools, the Department of Education. They have the elementary and the secondary, right? So some of them, whose parents are teachers, so they themselves also are motivated to become like their parents. I don't like to be separated from my peers. So the end would be their peers, the whole of them, if there are 10 of them or 15 of them, all of them are enrolled in the course, teacher education, Bachelor of Elementary Education. There are also some who, after graduation, all right, they would take also DOSEN, Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in English, major in Filipino, major in science, major in TLE or the technical livelihood, all right? And we also have our pre-LM courses, all right? So all of them, all of the peers, all of them would already enroll in any of those teacher education programs that we offer. Another, I was inspired by my favorite teacher, okay? That was one of the reasons. Another motivation, teachers are well respected. Well, that is already a what we call passe. We already know that teaching, all right, this profession, our profession is the most noble professions of all. I would say that, all right? So for this pre-service teacher, okay, she claimed that teachers are well respected. So she used this motivation to enroll and become a future teacher as well by herself, okay? Teaching is a very rewarding profession, of course. If we only see, right? If you only see our students who are already in big companies, who are already our colleagues. Oh, by the way, I have I have students when I taught in high school, that was first year. Okay, they are already my colleagues now. Okay, there are 5 of them. Oh my goodness! So that alone is already very rewarding for us teachers. Okay, another motivation that was answered was I like children. Okay, so as you can see here in this picture, this is a pre-service teacher who is having her demonstration teaching in a public elementary school, right? Another, I am interested in teaching. I can help the youth. What else? Teachers are well admired by people. Oh, that's a big yes. Okay. And this one is my relative, all right, who is going to support me to college, advise me to take it. By the way, some of our students are really supported, not by parents, but also by relatives who are abroad, all right? So their relatives would advise them to take this kind of profession. Another, my relatives who are teachers inspired me to take up the course. I have friends who are teachers. Another, one of my teachers was able to help me with some of my personal problems. So because of the teacher who helped her, she was inspired, she was motivated to be like her. That motivation has driven her to enroll in this teacher education program. Okay? Another motivation, the teaching profession is well appreciated by the community. Okay? It has been my ambition since childhood. Okay. Another, I am handling Bible classes. I would like to improve my teaching skills. I admire teachers. Okay. Teachers are able to send their brothers and sisters to school. That's one motivation. And of course, it's my personal choice. Nobody ever influenced me. So all of this were the motivations that were felt or that were given, that were drawn by our pre-service teachers. There were about 150 pre-service teachers that were interviewed, and these were some of their responses. Okay, so all of these motivations could be lump sum or encapsulated into 3. You have extrinsic motivation. So these are motivations of behavior that are driven by external rewards. Okay, and intrinsic, those originated from within, all right, from the individual herself. It is driven by internal rewards. Whereas for altruism, that would already be for the welfare of others, community, that would already be forgetting about oneself, but we only have to look into what would be good for my community, what would be good for my, like that one motivation that she is handling a Bible class and that she wanted to improve her teaching skills. That is altruistic. How about for the extrinsic? Those inspiration coming from teachers, the help that she was able to get from a teacher, and because of that help, she was able to motivate herself. Intrinsic, well, the inspiration that you feel about yourself, that you really want to become one future teacher, that nobody was able to influence you because you yourself is really motivated by yourself. All right. Okay. So these are the 3 encapsulated, all right, motivations by these pre-service teachers. And this is according to Burns 2008 and Alster of 2006. Extrinsic, external rewards or external factors. Intrinsic would be internal, and altruistic would be for the community, welfare for others. So not only that pre-service teachers are motivated to enroll in this program, whether any program of the teacher education department, whether Bachelor of Elementary Education, Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in the different programs, there is one thing that they need to follow, or that they need to how do you call this? They need to pass. It's a licensure examination for teachers, or what we call LET. This is provided by PRC, or Professional Regulation Commission. Before they would be hired, before they would teach, before they could practice the profession, they need to pass this licensure examination for teachers provided by the PRC. So they need to get a license. So as you can see, motivation is not enough. They need to get the license. And not only that, we have more. Okay. When they would already find themselves to be in the profession, if they have already readied themselves to teach, if they have already embraced themselves to be teachers, okay, motivation is not only enough, they need to pass the licensure examination, all right, and already have to embrace themselves with these teaching competencies. They need to abreast themselves with the learning competencies, educational competencies, social competencies, technological competencies. And these are bombarded in them if they would already apply in the different schools, public or private, elementary or secondary, all right? They need to have this, and they are bombarded with battery of tests, okay? So I would like to show you, this is the Philippine Qualifications Framework. If you would try to check, okay, we are in the higher education, and in the school where I am in, this belongs to the higher education. No one could enter, no one could teach in the higher education without the license, and of course, without the master's degree. It's an entry point, your license and the master's degree. It's an edge already if you have the doctoral degree. Okay, so with all of this, the motivations, the license, okay, the competencies that they need to have, all of which for me would really have to be in the teacher, in the pre-service teacher, for him to be ready in the higher education. So I would like to end my presentation with you, my sharing with you this afternoon with this quotation by Albert Einstein. Teaching should be such that what is offered is perceived as a valuable gift and not as a hard duty. Thank you so much. In my language, this is Agyamanak Tiadu. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you for having me around.
Okay, Madam Alexis, thank you very much. Any question from the participants? No, I think no question here.
Moderator,
Yeah.
don't have any question from participant. Thank you so much, Madam Alexis and you. I'm so happy to see you in there. How are you today?
I'm really good. I love you, my sis. Thank you so much for having me around, and I hope that I would be seeing you again in the future. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words that you have given me also in the chat box. Thank you so much. I would like that. Thank you. Thank you.
Moderator, if I may, I want to ask if there is a time a little bit.
Okay, yes. Please. Please introduce your name and where come you from.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ellie. That's a very great presentation, Dr. Alex. I want to ask, maybe it's a little bit common. I want to ask you, what do you think? What should we do if there is a student blame us for their failure? I mean, blame the teacher as their failure.
My goodness. Failure of students?
Yeah.
Is that your question?
Yeah.
Okay. Mhm.
I mean,
All right.
the student is feel their failure is come from the teacher. I think what should we do as a teacher?
Okay. You have to exhaust. You have to exhaust all possibilities to help the student. You have to check on why, what's happening with the student. You need to give a visit to the student. You know, even if we are teaching in the tertiary level, do you know that we are doing home visitations? We do home visitations. We give phone calls, all right, just to save the child, just to save the students. So if the student is elementary, all the more that you have to do some home visitation. You need to check your students. That is the first thing that we have to do, especially if she's not coming to class anymore for a number of days. She's absent for a number of days. You need to go and home visit. If she is academically, let's say, frustrated, okay, there are some students who are good and there are also some who are not good. All right, do some remediation. We are doing that. Do some remediation, right? You do some enrichment. Don't you know that, let's share with you, this is pre-service teaching, but in preparation for the licensure examination, we give free reviews for them every Saturday. And that is a very much sacrifice on our part, but we are doing that. So how much more if your students are in the elementary and secondary? All the more that you need to exhaust all your efforts, all your everything that you have, all the ways, all other possibilities. Go and look, go and visit your students. Okay, that's
Okay,
one
thank
thing
you
I
so
could
much.
share.
Okay.
Yeah.
We should not, yeah. Failure is really a trauma for parents like me. Okay, we have to put our shoes on the shoes of the parents. If we fail the student, you need to ask, how would you feel? How would the parents feel? Especially if they are in, the not so good household, not so good financial status. Oh my goodness, please. We are teachers with a heart. We are teachers with a soul. We need to help our students.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Alexis, thank you. Now we have one more question from Mr.
Okay,
Abu Bakar
sure.
Hamzat. Why is teaching profession made for less privileged children?
I want to cry because that's a reality. That is a reality. We cannot do away with that. We cannot do away with that. That is a reality, even in my own country, even in my own place, especially with the online education. Right. Okay, let's have the reality online education. Oh my goodness, I really don't know. With my class of 48 students, if I have my Google Meet, if I have the Zoom meeting, oh my goodness, only 15 could come in. Where would the others go? I need to call them. I need to call them. I need to get out of my way and do not just be stuck on the Google Meet. I need to look for other ways by which to look for them. There is already one student who wants to drop because of this online education, and we need to get out of our own way just to save the child. You see, privilege. That is one painful thing in education. Well, while it's true, we're all saying education for all, but there are really some obstructions that would really impede, education for all children, and that's a reality. We cannot be the government. All right, that is already what you call the problem of the government. But in our own way, if the child is already enrolled with us, as much as possible, we need to guide the student or students if there are pupils for elementary. Okay. Oh my goodness, that question really is breaking my heart. Privilege. It's one painful reality in the realm of education.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Alexis.
Thank you for having me.
No, we have the end of the time. Now,
Okay, sure.
okay, thank you. Very wonderful presentation, I think. So, by the end of the second answer from Madam Alexis, we also have entering the end of the time of the session. Now, it's also the end of time of me as a moderator. Thank you very much for all the attention from all participants. And Madam Alexis, nice to see you. I hope we can see again in next time. Now I give back to our host, Miss Mira.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, hello everyone. We go to regional dance from Aceh. It's called Tali Saman. We want to show you for all our participants about our regional dance. Co-host, please show us the regional dance. The regional dance name is Tali Saman from Aceh Tengah, from Gayo. Please enjoy the video. Thank you so much.
Ini zaman ku jalin perang. Salam ni kami kadang yang mekona. Salam merdeka mungkin penutupnya. Ayan Alam mirsan milam, Ibrahim mirsan milam, Nyan Allah kurahman ya rahim. Oh iya si kenyan,
Yang ajak ke bab ini nggak? Apa belum? Oh itu siapa? Oh nomor 10 ya? Udah ke Bang Rio apa belum? Oh ya terima kasih ya Mbak. Oh iya benar. Apa belum? Sama Mbak Rio nanya ini webinar juga belum kan ya?
Assalamualaikum kami sahabat. Salam saudara kami nama berbenerata. Hello, Assalamualaikum, Waalaikum kami sahabat. Salam saudara kami nama berbenerata. Hello, inilah zaman si kami mulai si baru pansani kesenian gayo, oh kesenian gayo. Inilah zaman si kami mulai si baru pansani kesenian gayo. Kakak cara kami lepas wae si deras. Ibun penanote, ibun penanote. Inilah zaman si kami mulai si baru pansani kesenian gayo, oh kesenian gayo. Kukunaiwa kabarmu sakit jagarmu gitara tong aku, sakit jagarmu gitara tong aku. Kukunaiwa kabarmu, kukunaiwa nailah kabarmu kabarmu sakit jagarmu gitara tong aku sakit jagarmu gitara tong aku Ekatom mimo ketemu amo anu asnutan somo amo anu asnutan so ekatom mimo ketemu amo anu asnutan somo amo anu asnutan so ekatom mimo ketemu amo anu asnutan somo amo anu asnutan so ekatom mimo ketemu amo anu asnutan somo amo anu asnutan so ekatom mimo ketemu amo anu asnutan somo amo anu asnutan so ekatom mimo ketemu amo anu asnutan somo amo anu asnutan so
Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Next agenda, we go to second session. Okay. In second session, we have 7 speakers, namely, first, we have a Prof. Roy Anderson, from Principal of Kingston College, Lahore, Pakistan. Mr. Abdul Ghaffur, MPD, Candidate Doctor from IAIN Madura, and Muhammad Galal Muhammad from Qatar Ministry of Education and Higher Education, Dr. Mutmaina SPDI MPD from Universitas Al Syariah Mandar, Sulawesi, Indonesia West, and Professor Ali Kura from Mansoura University, Egypt, and Professor Rapinder Brenna from South Africa, and we have Dr. Roni Figueiredo, professor at Universitas European School of Business and Social Science from Portugal. In this session, we have 2 moderators. They are Ms. Trinadila MSA, she a lecturer of IAIN Loksmawe, and Ms. Siska Medianti, she is a MSE, she is a lecturer of Polytechnic Kutaraja. Okay, next, let's go to main agenda second session, and I will hand over to our moderator, Mr. Nadila. Please welcome Mr. Nadila. Stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Almira Komara Ulfa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, good noon, everyone. Thank you for joining second session in virtual international conference organized by Asosiasi Dosen Akuntansi Indonesia Aceh on September 29 and 30 September 2020 in Aceh Loksmawe. I am Ternadila. I am from IAIN Loksmawe, and my partner, Ibu Siska Medianti from Polytechnic of Kutaraja, Banda Aceh, Indonesia. We will serve you as moderator today, this session, yeah. So for not further ado, let's invite our next speaker. Next speaker, we will invite Professor Roy Anderson from Principal of Kingston College, Lahore, Pakistan.
Moderator, Professor Roy Anderson, she have a schedule. Okay, so we can go ahead with Mr. Abdul Ghaffur from IAIN Samarinda. Mr. Abdul Ghaffur, are you there?
Yep.
Okay, we can go ahead with Mr. Abdul Ghaffur. Thank you so much.
Okay, Mr. Abdul Ghaffur, MPD, Dr. Candidate, yeah, from IAIN Madura, Indonesia. Sir, how are you?
Fine. I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, let me to read your biography before, yeah? Okay, Abdul Ghaffar as a senior lecturer in State Islamic Institute Madura, editor-in-chief Okara Journal of Language and Literature, and as a reviewer in several journals in Indonesia. Journal of Language Teaching University hosts Corminatus Sulawesi Selatan, Journal EL, and many of his articles already published in national journal in Indonesia, and several books of language teaching already published since 2004. Besides, he also an assessor of National Accreditation Institution of Senior High School in East of Java. Okay. Okay, sir, time is yours, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu Tri. Let me share my screens before. Yeah, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In this afternoon, I would like to share my material with the titles Higher Education Curriculum Reform Through Independent of Learning. Yeah, first of all, I would like to introduce myself as already explained by Ibu Tri Nadila. And yeah, come up to the material. What will be covered for today? The first one, I'm going to overview what I mean by the material that should be explained for today. And the next one, we are going to talk about the independent learning policy and what should be prepared by the institution, and also designing curriculum. Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, independent learning, is there anything new when we are talking about this one? We actually should be thinking about the kind of material that should be prepared for today's learning. Yeah, there are more definition of independent learning than I have hot dinners, but one rather needs one that I've come across in this kind of definition is independent learning is a process, a method, and a philosophy of education, whereby learners acquires knowledge by his or her own effort and develop the ability for inquiry and a critical evaluation. Essentially, in promoting independent learning, we are encouraging and enabling our students to become self-directed in their learning experience and how to have more autonomy and control over their learning. Yeah, there are so many kind of elements that talking about this kind of independent learnings. Yeah, the first one will be finding and collecting informations. Second one, making a decision about what to study and when, carrying out investigation or objects. Learners learning at their own pace by using information computational technology, and then completing homework, extension work, or coursework assignment. However, even within this independent element, there is a great deal of ring over the degree of true independence a learner has. For example, we may imagine that homework would always represent independent learning, which is thus to a degree, but think of the difference in learners' experience and autonomy between completing in a fairly predefined worksheet compared after each lesson compared to completing a much more loosely defined longer-term project on a topic related to the lesson but not entirely driven by the classroom learning. And it is essentially true independence. Independent learning unsucks the learners from being tied down to very specific learning experiences and will allow them to direct themselves a lot more to determining exactly what they will learn about and how. Okay, now take a look at this kind of slide. How you can adapt to this learning environment. The way Industrial Revolution 4.0 is transforming the world, technologies like the Internet of Things, big data, artificial intelligence are impacting measures industry and it turn job. It can be considered similar to the replacements of manual job by machine handled tasks that occurs as a revolution in the 21st century. This implies that Industry 4.0 will not only affect industry, but consequently will transform the way job and education will be seen. This will result in the evolution of Education 4.0. Thus, it can be said that the fourth industrial revolution will affect the role for which today's student will be prepared. This will require educational institutions to produce a workforce working in this technology transformed era. And further, it will also require the current workforce to upgrade their skill and knowledge to match this newly created job role. For this, a revolution in industrial is essential to enable people worldwide to harness the opportunity created by the advent of these technologies. And then this transformation of the education industry will make it more personalized, peer-to-peer, and such kind of continuous process. So what is Education 4.0? Let's take a look on some pointers that can describe the future of our education. It will be caters to the need of Industry 4.0 that's enabling the workforce and machines, and to align to explore new possibilities. It will deploy the potential of digital technologies, open source content, and personalized data of this globally connected and tech-driven world. And also it will create a blueprint for the future of learning, from school-based learning to learning at the workplace. Well, talking about the policy, for example, like this one here, recently the Minister of Education and Culture, Kemendikbud, issues a new policy by the Minister of Education, proposed by Mas Menteri, or we call Nadiem Makarim, that names Merdeka Belajar and Kampus Merdeka. This kind of policy is intended to allow the campus to move more freely, free from the shackles that have been faced. There are 4 policies related to the free campus package, namely the ease in opening new courses, accreditation of universities, changing the status of the college to state college legal entity, and studying in the universities, the right to study 3 semesters outside the course. Yeah, this one that's I already explained just now. The first one will be opening a new study, and accorded with the Permendikbud 7, 2020, concerning establishment, management, dissolution of state universities, and establishment, management certifications, and permit for private universities. And the next one, higher education accreditation system based on the Permendikbud number 5, 2020, concerning accreditation of study program and higher education. And the next one is legal state university based on the Permendikbud number 4 of 2020, concerning the change of state universities to legal entity state universities, what we call in PTN behalf for today. Talking about this one, is there for the last one, we have the right to study 3 semesters outside. So in this case, the institution has policy also to give chance for the students to go this kind of such kind of learning outside their kind of learning program. Okay, for the first talking about this kind of model of teaching and also learning. Okay. Now, the model of independent learning itself, talking about the model, each model of example with this kind of scenario that the policy, for example, like this one, the student exchange, and then practice in such kind of corporations, stands to teach, and then like mini research, Unity project, and others. Yeah, it will be composed by the university itself, how to combine and also construct any kind of curriculum dealing with the policy that given by the Minister of Education itself. Okay, like these ones. Now, just take a look on this one. What should be prepared? Yeah, what should be prepared by the institution? Before we are going to discuss about this one, try to think about, do you think that this kind of policy on dependent learning, is there any something new? Don't we think that it will be the same with any kind of policy before that, talking about such kind of dealing with learning and also practice in such kind of corporations? Yeah, independent learning in this case should be seen to be a new term in the world of educations, let alone an important package for the ministers. Nadiem Makarim is still new and young. At higher education, independent learning is intended to provide freedoms for the student to choose field according to their need. Thus, it is hoped that learning is culture will create that is innovative, non-restrictive by the need of the student itself. The students are given a maximum opportunity to 40 credits to study outside and practice outside the campus, plus 20 credits outside the study program. Of course, this is an effort to make the campus curriculum closer and by the standard and need of the user itself. This means that the students are not only supervised superiors academically, but also skill in terms of skill needed by the market. So the trick is to increase the vocational portion through a blended academic vocational curriculum. This is similar to the link and match concept. It was very popular in the 90s era of the Minister of Education at that time is Wardiman Joyonegoro. However, what makes it different is the breadth of the scope of campus itself. The campus learning activities that can be recognized as learning activities and the freedom of students in choosing the desired field of activity. Independent learning is a minister's Nadiem offers a minimum of age of campus activities as follows: implementation of independence learning. Yeah, what should be prepared in this case? Yeah, the first one that should be prepared is the faculty itself. The faculty play a role in preparing a list of faculty levels, course of facilities that can be taken by the student across the study program, as well as preparing cooperation document, memorandum of understanding, SPK, I mean surat perjanjian kerja with relevant partners. Yeah, and then for the learning program, I mean the program study itself, the role of compiling or adapting the curriculum to the model of implementation of independent campuses, facilitating the students who will take a learning across the college. In this case, in addition, it offers courses that a student can take outside of the course and outside of the college and its requirement. I mean, to equivalence courses with learning activities outside of the study and outside the college itself. If there are unfulfilled course or SKS from outside learning activities and outside of college, an alternative online courses is prepared, such kind of Coursera platform or MOOCs. It could be done. Next, take a look on the students. In this case, the students should be planned with the academic guidance lecturers about the courses program that will be taken outside the program itself. Register for an out-of-school program, complete the requirement of activities outside the program itself, including following the selection if available, and then participate in the program of activities outside the program in accordance with the provision of the existing academics guideline. And then the stakeholders, it will be something that very important in the process of applying the policy, the stakeholder itself has a role of creating cooperation document. I mean, the memorandum of understanding with universities, faculty, study program, carrying out program of activities outside the program in accordance with the provision in the cooperation documents. And it should be dealing with the mission and also with the vision of the institution itself. Okay, now talking about the designing of the curriculum that should be prepared. Okay, it will be the responsible of the institution itself. Try to create the best curriculum that apply with the policy of Kampus Merdeka and Merdeka Belajar. In this case, the concept should be dealing with how the university giving any kind of the material, and then the material that belong to the learning program, and then the outside of the institution itself. And it should be fulfilled with any kind of material that dealing with the career development of the student itself. Okay, now something that is very important for us, and of course for the student itself. In this case, the concept of the mindset should be changed in the process of teaching and learning with the concept of policy that given by Mas Menteri itself. If we are, as a student, think that there ain't any kind of knowledge only gotten from the class, yeah, we are wrong. Why the concept of Merdeka Belajar itself, we have to think global. Yeah, we have to think global, that actually the knowledge not only gotten from our universities, but outside the universities will be prepared for us any kind of material that they are very important for that one. So what should be underlined with this kind of concept on thing global? The free learning independent campus, it seems that this slogan is trending amid the many ideas and goals that are the same in educating the nation children. One of the policy of the Ministry of Education is an independent campus that which put forward for important aspect in the process of creating an independent campus itself. Yeah, so that the concept that the Ministers of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia, assess the learners outside the undergraduate study for 3 semesters will encourage more adaptive students to face the future. So what the right to study 3 semesters outside the program in an independent campus program? This one that should be given to our students to change the mindset that learning not only in our institution, but also outside the institution itself. Okay, thank you. That's all the material that I'm going to share. Ibu Tri, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Ghafur. Thank you, brother. So it's so interesting, this topic, yeah, is related in Indonesia, talk about independent education. Okay, so you can take a look at chat box. Okay, while we're with the question, I want to discuss something with you, brother. So I agree that when we talk about this Kampus Merdeka or independent education, is talk about we make more personalized and then global connected, because that we know when about our social, we can close with the other people in the other country, but we cannot close with our friend in the what we call it, in our environment. It means that it's something like plus minus in this system, I think. And then about the technology that technology, what do you think about, like me, like accountant is have a challenges because that there is technology replace the machine, but I think that in education in Indonesia, do you think that are we have to prepare for it or not, brother?
Yeah, talking about the technology itself, as a teacher, we couldn't substitute by the technology. I am agree with that. But actually, the technology handled by the great teacher, it will be such kind of inscribable thing. Yeah. So talking about this one, when we are going to use any kind of technology, we have to think about the concept of the facilities itself. Yeah. Like this one, when we are knowing our students, we have to discuss when we are going to choose the right media in the teaching learning process. The first thing that should be proposes the age or the level of the student itself. Just make an example. We use a kind of picture. Okay, we use any kind of picture. We are going to use the picture itself as a media of teaching. But in this case, we have to think the student, okay, it will be different teaching by using a picture for kindergartens, elementary school, high school, and also it will be different. Yeah. Why? Because the learning style of our students is different. So sometimes we got visual learning, and then we got auditory learning and also kinesthetic learning. By using one media itself, it will be different treatment that should be used by the teachers itself. So it is such kind of the important thing that the teacher has an important role in the teaching learning process itself.
Yes, yes, I agree with you. You know, I'm lack of the technology, yeah, but now when I teaching, I use technology like editor video, so I learn a lot of like YouTube, yeah. I think that it's more effective to teach the student for now, I think. So like you said that all element is not government, it's not a student, but we as a lecturer or a teacher, we must to adapt this technology, isn't it?
Yep, you're right. Okay.
Okay, so I think there are no questions, sir. And yes, no question. So I take a conclusion.
Moderator, I want to ask some question for Mr. Abdul Ghaffur.
Okay, okay, with the sir.
Hello, Kando. How are you today?
I'm fine. Good afternoon.
Okay, I want to ask to you, what do you think about if there are teacher or lecturer who do not want to accept change and adapt to change? How should they respond to an independent campus policy? What do you think about it?
Yeah, we have to be sure. Yeah, we have to be sure that every change of the minister will be change the policy. It is something that always happen in our country. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, maybe they want to grow up any kind of the ideology, the ideology that that they has. For example, as I told you before, Wardiman Joyonegoro also has this a model like for today, and also Nadiem Makarim has the same one, but in different model of application. Yeah. For today, how if a campus, for example, didn't disagree with this kind of model, I think it is just such kind of choice here, because life is choice, life is choice. In this case, how the institution itself understand enough and how to treat their student with the model of teaching for today. Yeah, in this case, we have to be sure the JPL, for example, the objective of the objective of the subject that should be done. Is it possible to create any kind of model of teaching without any kind of model like such kind of independent learning? But in this case, will be the same quality with the project itself.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Gafur is
You're
wonderful
welcome.
answer. Okay, moderator, you can next.
Okay, you can conclude for this presentation. Yeah, independent element such as finding and collecting info, making decision about what to study and when, and career investigation or project. And then the technology can replace the machine and focus of like a skill. And then, but don't forget, if it's not only focus on what on skill, but don't forget to based on value of religion, ya, ya Kando ya.
Yep, I'm agree with you.
Okay, thank you so much, Kando. How wonderful to see you. Inshallah, we can meet again in the next event, ya.
Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum, Kando. Yo.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, next let's invite Mr. Dr. Roni Figueiredo, professor at Universidade Europeia School of Business and Social Science, Portugal. Mr. Roni, can you hear me? Dr. Roni?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Yes.
I'm
Oh, good
here.
morning. Okay. Good afternoon from Indonesia.
Yes, I have a 6 hours in different time.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning for
Well,
me and good afternoon for you.
yes. So how
Thank
are you,
you.
sir?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. Before we discuss about your presentation, let me read your biography, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, please. Okay. Dr. Roni Figueiredo, okay, is a top international, okay, wait a minute. Okay, Dr. Roni Figueiredo is a top international innovation speaker, professor of administration in international program of European Commission, Erasmus+. School of Business and Social Science and Head of Innovation Lab at the Universidade Europeia, Portugal. He's Professor of Innovation for Business at the IPM and Executive Marketing and Business Technologies Program. As an academic scientist, he is affiliated at the University of Beira Interior, a research unit for business science, developing studies in innovation for Smith. He is the peer reviewer for the Economics of Innovation portfolio, Taylor and Francis Group. He is the international membership at the International Society of Professional Innovation Management as a professor research member in value-based innovation to discuss innovation with 70 plus countries in its consulting, industry, and public sector. Currently, he is an invite professor marketing strategy leader at Nova School of Business and Economics, working in the Next Line project, Swiss Earth, and he holds a postdoc in management and economics innovation from the UB and PhD in management system from the Federal University. He was recognized as a Portuguese PhD in management by University of Beira Interior. He is the author of Spinner Innovation Model, published in Index International Journal and Book Chapter. He has edited or co-edited books on strategy management and innovation, published papers in international journals, including Journal of the Knowledge Economy Business Process Management Journal, International Journal of Social Ecology and Sustainability Development, Journal of Family Business Management, and Journal Global Information Management. Wow, it's a lot of, sir. He is an expert in quality research development studies focused on small to medium enterprises applying the Spinner innovation model. Okay, Dr. Roni Figueiredo.
Yes.
Time is yours, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to say many thanks for the Professor Abidou for the great presentation. Congratulations. I'd like to say many thanks for all the organizers this event and for all the audience. Thank you for coming, for stay here with us, listening all the professors and colleagues speaking different topics, so important different topics for developed skills. Thank you very much. So my intention here is to present, of course, the SPIN innovation model. As you said, the model was designed by me in the PhD program. SPIN innovation model was created to support SME, small and medium enterprise, in terms of growth and the innovation process. So can I share my screen? I will share my screen, okay?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can share.
Okay,
it.
thank you. So can you see now my presentation?
Yes, you can. We can see clearly your presentation. So
Okay, thank you. I try to open here. Yes, yes, here. Okay. So as I said in the beginning of the presentation, my name is Professor Rony Figueiredo. I'm from School of Business and Social Science, Universidade Europeia or European University in Portugal, in Lisbon. I'm the director of the Center for Service Innovation in the same university, European University. I'm the chairman of the SPIN Innovation Center, founded by me, based on the SPIN innovation model, and I'm international English speaking only in innovation topics. So let's introduce the SPIN innovation model. I will divide my presentation in some parts. So the first part, I will present the idea to create a SPIN innovation model, the main reason to create the SPIN innovation model. Second, I will present some ideas in terms of what is the SPIN model is, and then I will present the framework created based on the SPIN model that you can use in terms of startups and the SMEs program. Okay, so let's start in talking about the SPIN innovation model. So here I have some little bit information to introduce based on the SPIN innovation model. What is in terms of SPIN? I present first some part of the SPIN, and then I present exactly the pictures represent the SPIN innovation model. But before that, it's so important to understand what is innovation and what is innovation is perceived in terms of the SPIN innovation model. The SPIN innovation model have the main part focus on the innovation. Of course, that's the idea was created. In this case, innovation is perceived as the result of the knowledge creation and the knowledge transfer, with an interaction of the private and the public knowledge, delivering knowledge-intensive solutions based on the professional, technological, cultural intelligence. So the idea is to use the knowledge creation, knowledge transfer, and the interaction, the knowledge creation, knowledge transfer with the knowledge that already exists inside the enterprise. This is the name of the public or private. In this case, when you have a knowledge inside your business, your enterprise, it's a private knowledge. When you go to the market to invite someone, a research center or a consultancy or other different kind of enterprise, you are looking for a new knowledge. You're looking for invite someone to add knowledge in your business process. So this is an example in terms of private knowledge. So to conclude, knowledge that you create inside your business, it's internal knowledge, it's private. When you are invite someone to support your co-creation process, you can say, or you can mean exactly a private knowledge that are available on the market. So we have more variables in terms of the SPIN. Of course, we have three kinds of knowledge intensive solutions provided using the relationship between knowledge creation and knowledge transfer, internal and external approach. The first is professional, the second is technological, and the last one is cultural in terms of intelligence. Intelligence in this case is the capacity you have in the information to take the decision agility in terms of business. In terms of professional solutions, is a kind of solutions provided without technology. The second example in terms of solution based on technology is the same. You can say technological with a technological approach, hardware and softwares. And the last one, cultural intelligence, is based on the organizational behavior, based on the culture, based on the values in terms of people working at the organization. So Another one topic inside the SPIN innovation mods is in terms of policies, in terms of agility, in terms of mindset, and in terms of organizational transformation. So I have three main keywords in terms of behaviors or policies or cultures. So you can consider different approaches in terms of course, different enterprise. But it's so important you will be in mind that you need to respect the culture of the organization that you are trying to make the innovation happen. So in this case, the speed of organizational agility as the main keyword and the change of the mindset can make the organization transformation to support a new deliveries to customers. So to be more clear, the idea is when you say agility, I mean that it's so important to have a time to take the decisions in terms of what are you changing for you have more competitiveness or for you growth in terms of the business. So agility, it's the time you have to take the decisions. On the other hand, you have the mindset. The mindset is the way you think and the way would you like to think. Because if you are trying to make innovation happen in your enterprise, you should change the way you think as a business. So you need to invite everyone that's working in your enterprise, in your university, wherever, any kind of organization, to change the way you are thinking now and think what kind of way would you like to think in the future. So if you have the first variable happen, you have the second, if you can take the decision very quickly, but conscious, and you have a mindset, a new way to think, you can make the organizational transformation happen. So we can work with these three key main keywords, agility, time to take a decision, mindset, the way you think and the way would you like to think, and the last one, organizational transformation. So you are changing your behavior organization, okay? If you make all this using knowledge creation, knowledge transfer, and provide a knowledge-intensive solution based on professional, technological, or cultural intelligence for SMEs, of course, small and medium enterprise, you are creating a value for your customer in terms of needs analyzed. So I mean that you are delivering to your customer a value proposition based on innovation. That's the idea to use innovation, to create more value, more economic value, not finance value in this case, more economic value for your customer. So more information is in the terms of economic scenario, the economic scenario. So as you can follow at this moment around the world are changing very, very, very fast, and they are converging efforts rapidly in order to improve innovation systems through the creation, transfer of knowledge, and of course, the active necessary competitive advance for the internalization of their service. So if you are working in a different kind, anyone different kind of enterprise, private enterprise, public enterprise, university, research center, whatever, depending on the sector, economic sector, you are working in an organization. So if you are working, you have a competitors on the market, and you need using this spin innovation model to creating a value that I said to you. But if you consider creating a value as a main goal to be more competitive, you are creating advantage in terms of distance for your competitors. So you are creating a competitive advantage. And another way you can use the innovation to apply more value in your product, example that already exists, or in your service that already exists, for you try to make the internationalization happen in terms of the service. That's a new idea, to explore with your innovation a new market. So if you like to be in mind two main keywords, I can say for you, innovation and internalization. So that's the idea. You need to provide innovation in your country, in your business to be more competitive. It's an internal competition in terms of the market. And then, of course, to be more competitive, you need to go for an external market outside of your country. So it's a strategy of internalization. So here I can provide for you some information based on European Innovation Scoreboard 2020. It's a specific report based on the innovation analysis in terms of the countries that provide and that be more competitiveness in terms of innovation solutions. So of course, in this report, we have a different kind of results. We have a lot of charts, but I make the choice, brought for you two exactly charts that you can see on the screen. The first on my left on the screen, it's exactly innovators on the top. In the other right, you have another one, SMEs, innovating in-house. In the first, the idea is to provide and represent and show you that Portugal, that I own, the country that I live and work at the university, the Portugal 5 years ago, in terms of the government strategy, decided to create and develop a different kind in terms of the programs to support innovation in SMEs, in small and medium enterprise. So as you can see in the first chart, Portugal, in terms of innovators as a variable measure, is the top, is the number one. And the other, you have SMEs innovating in-house. SMEs innovating in-house, considering that in terms of SMEs, small and medium enterprise inside the Portugal country, have a good performance because, as I told you, 5 years ago, Portugal created different programs to support innovation in terms of technology for SMEs. So I can give you some examples in terms of this program. We have here the famous program in Europe, named Horizonte 2020, or in English you can say Horizon 2020. We have another one, Cosmos. Cosmos is another one program created in Portugal, and we have a different kind. So if assess the European Commission, if assess the Portugal website, the government will have a different kind of program listed on the site. But of course, we have other countries around the world with more innovation happening than Portugal, as Finland, Suecia, and the others will have a list as more competitors if you analyze all the factors. Here, I'm just presenting 2 factors, okay? But if you consider the results based in all the factors, of course, Portugal will be not on the first on the top, okay? Be in mind this information, it's so important. So here we have just one information to say that Spin Innovation Model, it's an open model, it's a kind of open source model, it's a free model. Okay, if you would like to use the Spin Innovation Model in your master program, in your PhD thesis, or in your research center at the university, or in your enterprise, so in any kind of private or public organization, you can use the Spin Innovation Model. You can contact me because Spin are protecting more than 176 countries around the world, especially in the Europe. So if you'd like to use, you can use it because it's a protect and the publishing model. It's a safety for you to use the Spin Innovation Model. So here I would like to introduce you on these pictures, the Spin Innovation Model, when I present all the variables that are introduced in the first slides. Here, everyone will have agility, as I said, the time for you to take the decisions. Here I have the mindset, the way you're thinking, the way you would like to think in terms of the change that you provide in your business. And here we have the organizational transformation. So based on the Spin Innovation Model, agility, mindset, and organizational transformation is the 3 main principles or 3 main values, or in terms of policies, business policies, is the 3 main keywords, okay? So the idea is to support everything that you have inside the ball, inside the circle. So we can represent the inside the circle as the inside the organization and outside. I will explain now. The second level here, or label, will have a private knowledge, and the other hand will have a public knowledge. Private knowledge is exactly the knowledge are available on the marketing, and the public knowledge, private knowledge is the knowledge are available inside the business, in your enterprise, and public knowledge is the knowledge available on the market, okay? That's the correct to say. And here in the third level, we have knowledge creation, knowledge transfer, and we have innovation as the main 3 variables in terms of the business model, in terms of the innovation model. First, you need to provide knowledge creation as the first step, and then you need to move for the knowledge transfer as the second step, and then you try, because all the time it's impossible to make an innovation happen, but you should to try and make innovation happen. Okay? First, you need to create knowledge, then you need to make knowledge transfer for all the people involved inside and outside the organization in terms of co-creation process. And the last one, if you do everything correct, you have a big and strong purpose to be innovative. But when you are designing, when you are providing the solutions, you are providing a knowledge-intensive business services. So you are providing a solution with a strong knowledge, okay? Based on the three examples or the three types as I present for you. Based on the technology approach, based on the professional approach, or based on the cultural approach. That's the idea. But for knowledge creation, knowledge transfer, and innovation have using private knowledge and the public knowledge following three main keywords or three main policies or principles or values. You decide for the best word for your business. This situation happened between firms, SMEs, and the sectors. In this case, what is firms? Firms is a specific kind of enterprise on the market that have a strong and a personalized knowledge in different kind of topics. And SMEs, of course, is different kind of enterprise are available in different sectors that we will invite firms to support in terms of a special knowledge, in terms of the practical for innovations and the other topics to support your SMEs to be more competitive in terms of knowledge creation, knowledge transfer, and innovation. And if you invite the correct firms, imagine these firms as example, you can invite a research center at the university because the research center have a strong and a personalized and a professional knowledge in different kind of talks. So we can invite some research center to support SME in terms of service provided. And if you consider it's a good relationship between firms and SMEs, you can have a good competitive advantage because you create a value, you use innovation as the main goal, okay? So here, describe a little bit more information about this innovation model. The number one exactly is firms. Firms as a promoters of the interaction with the knowledge intensive service sector. That's the idea that I told you now. You're using the firms for you create interaction with a different kind of firms, different kind of SMEs provide, of course, the solution based on the knowledge intensive. The second, the number two, here you have the SMEs, small and medium enterprise, that create knowledge, transfer knowledge, and promote innovation according to the firms that received knowledge or support in terms of knowledge, special or professional technology knowledge. And the last one, have the interaction. Number three, the interaction in the sector is carried between public knowledge and the private knowledge. So here we have the results in terms of event and the competitiveness in the marketing. Okay. So here you have more information about exactly what is examples in terms of firms, SMEs, and sector. Firm is a for-profit business, usually formed as a partnership that provide professional services such as a legal or account services. The theory of the firm is positive that firms exist to maximize the profit. It's a basic definition in terms of the firms. But in economic approach, in general economic approach, you can use the three first line as the basic definitions. But the last one, the firms providing knowledge-intensive business service keeps as a solution is the main definitions in terms of firms in exactly innovation approach, okay? So it's a specific kind of enterprise, named firms that provide a strong solutions in terms of knowledge. So I will present in the next slide some examples for you. SMEs, of course, as the meaning, micro, small, and medium-sized enterprise, represent in the European 99% of the business, exactly in Portugal, this is the correct number. And we have another marketing that have a good contributions. We have SMEs and we have a business family making the same contribution. But sometimes you can consider SMEs as a business family because you have, of course, as small and medium SMEs in terms of business families in Portugal and in the Europe. Okay, so they are responsible for 2 or 3 jobs in general, SMEs, that's the main focus in terms of the spinners. And you have here several actions, programs that I introduced to you in terms of the Portugal policies to support SMEs. We have one Small Business Act, it's the name of the one program, Small Business Act, to support SME in terms of technology innovation. Another one that I told to you, Horizon 2020, and the last one is COSME. Okay, so here I have 3 examples in terms of kind of fundings provided by government and the others private enterprise. The idea, of course, is to support SMEs in terms of access financing. And in terms of sector, I will represent for you based on the economic definitions 3 main sectors, okay? We have a primary sector, a secondary sector, and have a tertiary sector. In terms of the primary sector, the main example is agriculture, okay? But be in mind, we have a lot of different kind of the primary for you consider. Agribusiness, example, today at the moment in Portugal, I consider not exactly agriculture, I consider agrobusiness or forestry, another one. Secondary industry, of course, that you transform your raw material, and you have a tertiary goods and services when you receive your material transformed and you share with your market. So I think this is the main short because here we can have a list with different kind of sectors, different kind of SMEs, and one little bit example in terms of firms. So imagine you'd like to use the spin innovation models and you can ask me, Ronnie, how can I start to use the spin innovation model? So I will say, for you, first of all, you need to look for a list. So this list was provided from European Commission's website to have the lists in terms of sectors, aeronautics industry, biotechnology, chemical, constructions, cosmetics, and others, space sectors, and so on, so on, so on. So here you need to choose one more of these sectors. Suppose at this moment I'm working at the Nova SB, Nova School in Business Economics, in the space sector, in a project in the space sector using satellite. Okay, so imagine as an example, my own example, I'm working in the space sectors. Then I'm trying to identify, and I'm working with, at this moment, with 15 different kind of enterprises, different kind of small, medium enterprises. It's a kind of consortium. So here we have a consortium that I'm working in terms of space sector here. And we are working with this consortium, provide business solutions using innovation and technology to design a marketplace or to design a platform as a services or different kind of approach in terms of business technological models. But for you consider if you are working with SMEs, you have this chart here, this table, the same you have it here, this chart, this table, on the same sources, European Commissions, when you can consider mid-size, small size, and the micro size based on the staff head count, turnover, or balance sheet total. And here we have the firms with a little bit example, the main sources for you consider a types of sources, a type of firms in terms of sources. You can looking for the NACE. NACE is a specific organization it's in France, that's providing a list in terms of KIPS, knowledge intensive business service or knowledge intensive business solutions, in terms of professionals and technological. See, I brought an example for you. From ACE Division 7.2, we have a computer and related activities, and inside this division we have a subdivisions: hardware consultancy, software consultancy, data processing, database activity, and the others, and so on, so on, so on. So we have 3 main steps to do to start using Spin Innovation Model. First, you need to identify a list in terms of sectors that you would like to work. Then you need to identify a kind of SMEs that you would like to analyze. And then you need to analyze and identify what kind of service provider you consider important for your business growth. And then you need to make the 3 dimensions happen in terms of the model. So here it will be more simple to understand as I present. Another way to understand, we'll have first step to prepare knowledge creation. So you need to prepare your business, you need to prepare your university, you need to prepare your team for starting knowledge, creating knowledge. Then you need to knowledge transfer with all the team in the process inside the organizations. And then you need to provide the knowledge intensive solutions. And then you need to apply the solutions provided in terms of processes, business, marketing, and the others innovations needs. Okay, it's simple to understand. You have 3 steps before you provide innovation or try to provide innovations. So, looking for a flow in terms of Spin Innovation applications, we have here some, of course, information that I already presented, but I'm introducing these information in terms of the flow. This is the simple and the first flow, and then I present the other flows in terms of how can you transform SMEs in the startups. Here you have CK, PK, and TK. Of course, is the meaning cultural knowledge, private knowledge, and technological knowledge. We have the model pictures in the middle between public knowledge and the private knowledge, because the idea is to represent the dynamic in terms of learning loopings, because it's impossible in the first times we invite someone in the market to work with you in the co-creation process to make the innovation happen. So we need to make the first looping, the second looping, the third looping, and continue. It's a continual process in terms of learning or organizational learning, okay? So here on the right you have, after you invite someone and you decide if you work with a knowledge intensity in terms of cultural, professional, or technology, you need to start the co-creation relation. Then you need to provide, to design the knowledge intensity, and then you need to transfer the knowledge inside your organization. So you need to be in mind that to do this, you need to follow 3 main keywords or 3 main policies or principles or values. The first one is agility, decisions in terms of times, mindset, the way you are thinking and the way would you like to think, and the organizational transformation as the result of these 3 main steps happen. Of course, if you can consider all this flow, you can have a propensity to innovation happen in terms of the SMEs. So that's the idea in the simple flow. But be in mind, for doing these steps, knowledge creation, knowledge intensity, and knowledge transfer, we have a different kind of tools for you add. Just I will give you one example. Imagine here you are working with a knowledge intensity, okay, and you invite a consultancy or a research lab or a research center from a different university to help you in terms of knowledge professional or technology knowledge. In this case, we can work with a mentoring project. Okay, it's an example in terms of 2 mentoring process, or mentor. You can invite a mentor to support you with a specialized knowledge. So
Dr.
here,
Sorry, Dr.
yes, my time is finished.
Oh, you have 10 remaining, 7 remaining.
Yes, I have just one this slide to conclude.
Oh, it's okay.
Awesome.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here control my time. Let's continue. I will finish now. Yes,
Okay,
thank you. No problem. Thank you, the audience, for the patience. So here, the idea is very simple. We have the same pictures here. Okay, sorry. These pictures I moved for this part. I consider in the top the firms, between the firms and the sector, of course, the SMEs, because it's internal business, and the sector on the market. But the main information to show you is that the outcomes on this funnel is 4 types of innovations. I know that you have a different type of innovations in the literary, but in terms of the safe sources, I am using the Oslo report. Oslo report is a manual created, of course, for Oslo to guarantee that you are working exactly with innovation, you are providing innovation. So based on this report, we have only 4 outcomes in terms of innovation. First, you have a product, a tangible things. Second, you have a process, the way you are working in your business. Third, you have a market in terms of relationship, in terms of the brand, in terms of the value you are creating for your business and your customers, in terms of needs. And you have the last one, organizations, in terms of your business model. So would you like to choose one of these and to try to provide in terms of the customer needs, what you consider so important for you make the spinning innovation happen in terms of solutions or one-off solutions to help you in terms of innovation. Knowledge, making knowledge creation, knowledge transfer, provide a knowledge intensive solution based on the professional technological culture and using the 3 main principles that I said, agility mindset, to make the organizational transformation happen and of course providing the innovation. So thank you for this more 2 minutes, I think so.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Ronnie. It's nice lecture, yeah. It's nice presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we now question. All right.
Yes.
So I want to
Moderator, I want to ask question for Dr. Ronnie. Okay,
Sure.
Dr. Ronnie, thank you so much for your great presentation today. Okay, I want to ask to you how to apply the knowledge intensive business service and spinner model for SMEs who are just starting out. Because you know the beginner don't have knowledge about spinner model, so how we can apply that? Thank you so much, Mr. Ronnie.
So can you repeat the question, please, because I'm not listening to good sound.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
How to apply the knowledge intensive business service in spinner model? What your presentation before? How to implementation the spinner model for the beginner.
Okay. So the question is how to start using spin innovation model. It's the question.
Okay, yes, for beginner, sir. Okay.
Okay. So first of all, for you using spin innovation model, you have assessed the materials in terms of the spin innovation model, of course. But if you receive these materials, spin innovation model, you first of all need to identify in terms of list sectors, what kind of sector you'd like to analyze or provide innovation. So if you would like to provide innovation in business, exactly you are working in the space sector or you are in the agricultural sector. So what kind of sector you'd like to provide knowledge or you would like to provide innovation? This is the first step, okay? So the second step is you identify in these sectors what kind of a business or exactly enterprise you need to provide knowledge, you need to provide or need to support knowledge in terms of innovation process. And then the third and the last steps, you need to invite someone in terms of enterprise that have a specialized knowledge that you need in terms of innovation process. So I will give you a simple example. Imagine in your country, we have a private enterprise that would like to be more competitiveness, develop a new product based on technology. So these exactly enterprise are focused on their technological marketing, okay? And this enterprise invite your university, invite your research center, your research lab, your technological lab to support in terms of special knowledge, develop in terms of co-creation process, the new products based on the technology. So that's the idea in terms of simple example. You have, in this case, a firms will be your research lab inside your university. The SMEs will be, in this example, a private company or enterprise organization on the market. And the last one, in terms of sector, these executive organizations that invite your research lab in your organization are working or trying to be more competitiveness in the technological sector. So that's an example to use the spin innovation to starting using. The second level to use the spin innovation model is exactly to identify in your business what kind of knowledge or what kind of skills or what kind of competence you have and you don't have. Because if you would like to invite someone to work in a co-creation process with you, you need to identify first what kind of needs as a business you have in terms of knowledge. Because don't forget that for you making the innovation happen in your business, you have two steps to do before. You need to create knowledge and then you need to move for knowledge transfer in your business. But if you don't know what kind of knowledge you need to support your customers in terms of needs, you can invite someone in terms of the firms or research labs or other kind of firms to support you provide this specific knowledge. And then the last step after you have the first and the second, you need to create specific conditions for you create knowledge and transfer knowledge. So you need to create a specific environment inside your business. So in this case, in your enterprise, in this case, you can create a specific room, or you can create a specific lab, or you can create a specific office, or any kind of place that you consider important for you. Work with a team, okay? You need to develop a team. You need to identify the skills based on this team. And you need to, of course, you need to have a leadership on this process to implement different kind of tools, because I present for you just a part of the spin model. I present for you the flow and the model, but you have the process. In this process, you have different steps to follow using and applying different tools. As an example, I told you for the audience in process for you to transfer knowledge, you can use or invite a mentoring process, or you can invite a mentor. A mentor is a person that have a strong knowledge in one exactly topic. Suppose if I'd like to develop a technology based on the artificial intelligence and I don't have nobody and I don't have anyone inside my organization with these skills, I can invite a specific person on the market that will be expert or that is expert in terms of artificial intelligence to be a mentor in the second steps of the process, knowledge transfer. So that's the idea. We have 1, 2, and 3 steps for you using the spin innovation model in any kind of enterprise.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Almira. Prof, I'll have some question for you. Yeah. So, what do you think about is the pandemic situation? How to the company can survive, especially in your country, especially in your country, like small medium enterprising, like innovating, but in the pandemic situation, what do you think? How we can that they survive for this situation?
Yes.
Because that we know purchasing power is decreased. So, what do you think, Prof?
Yes, thank you for the question. So I'll be very, very, very transparent and very, very clear with you that in the pandemic or in any crisis, any kind of crisis, small and medium enterprise have more impact. It's normal because in terms of survive, small and medium enterprise don't have a cash flow, don't have a cash to support, don't have a finance, a lot of money available to support the crisis. So if you stay here, exactly in Portugal, the main small and the medium enterprise are broken. Why? Because if this company are 6 months without any money, without receiving any money, because these companies are closed, exactly closed because of this pandemic. The government said, so you need to close or you need to stay a little bit close, but it's different because when you are exactly open, you are with your 100 capacity working. When you are kind of open with a different control process in terms of the government and the policies and the healthy policies, you are selling one by one. So you don't have a volume. So your capacity are moving from 100% to 10, 20% in terms of money that you are receiving for a month. So it's impossible to be continue working at this moment. So in this case, part of giving your answer, part of the small and medium enterprise are broken. Okay, it's a normal process in terms of economic vision. It's not a good, but it's a normal in terms of economic market. Part of this small and medium enterprise are reinventing your business model. So part of this are moving for the internet and creating a website to sell the products from the website, are changing the logistic process, are reinventing new products, are analyzing some needs in terms of customer, and you bringing a new value propositions in terms of the business. Part of this, okay? And the other parts are selling for a big companies. So big companies are buying a small and a medium enterprise that perceiving a very value propositions. So this is the three scenarios that are happening exactly here in my country, in Portugal.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for your answer.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have, I think that one question.
I think we have one question. What is the difference between agility, transformation, organizational, and the mindset, and why do they exist outside the spinning model?
Yes.
Yes?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, thank you. So, thank you, Suleiman Sarmo. Suleiman, yes, thank you. Oh, hi, Suleiman. I see you on the video. Thank you for your question. Nice, thank you. It's very nice. So I have two questions, okay? So the first question is the difference between agility, transformation, organizational mindset. Okay, so agility is exactly a principle that you use in terms of innovation and consider the time you have to take the decision, okay? Suppose you are a leadership, you are providing the innovation in your business, in your enterprise, but you can expanding a lot of time discussing, because if you stay for a long time discussing, your main competitor are taking decisions before than you, and they are creating a competitive advantage better than you. So agile in this time, in this case, is the time you have to take the decisions in your business to make the innovation happen, okay? And the second keyword, mindset, is the way you are thinking as a business. So as three examples I gave it to Tria now in terms of SMEs in Portugal, if you have one business model and you'd like to be more competitive, you need to change your mindset. Mindset is the way your business think, the way your business are working for your needs. Okay, you need to change the way, because if the market change based on this crisis, COVID-19, you need to create a new approach. You should move your mindset, the way your business thinks. It's an example in terms of business model, okay? You need to change your business model. This is the mindset. And the transformation organizational is the consequence. If you change the way you think, if you change very quickly the way you think, you have a new business, you have a transformation process that provide you a new value for your customer in terms of needs, in terms of value propositions. And the second question, why do they exist outside the spinner model? Looking for the picture, we have the first perception that it's outside the spinning model. I agree with you, but it's not exactly outside the spinning model, because you have different circles inside the spinning. So it's inside the model. And let me check here. You have, I'm not presenting again the presentation. So here you have, I have another circle another circle between agility, mindset, and organizational transformation. But the color, it's very, very, very clear. But you have a circle around these three main keywords. So you can consider, and I'm consider, of course, in the spinner model, this is in the top, on the board in terms of the business, because the idea is to represent the culture in terms of the business. So the cultures are involved with all the business. That's the idea. Okay. So I think you can give your answer. Thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Ronnie Figueiredo from the Universidade European School of Business and Social Science, Portugal. How wonderful your speech, sir, your presentation. And then I want to take conclusion before, yeah. To conclude that we can take a spinner model has 3 point: agility, mindset, and organizational transformation, and then consists of knowledge creation, knowledge intensive, and knowledge transfer. Prof. Roni Figueiredo, thank you so much. Terima kasih banyak. See you next event, sir.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and congratulations for this amazing experience. Congratulations to the organizers, congratulations to the speakers, and congratulations for the audience to stay here with us. Thank you, and a big hug for your country. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. See you.
Yeah, see you, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next speaker is from Qatar, Mohammed Galal Mohammed, yeah, from Qatar Ministry of Education and Higher Education. And then it's that informed that Mr. Mohammed Galal, he doesn't join this event because that he has an emergency meeting and education ministry. And then before that, I want to the profile of Mohammed Galal Mohammed. Qatar Ministry of Education and Higher Education, MIE expert and Teacher Award winner 2019 by AKS, Teacher of the Year in Qatar 2019 by AKS, Ambassador of Wakil Speakers Edu and Code Week, National Coordinator in the Digital Key 12 Online Summit at Ethic for the Future, speaker at Microsoft and at and it's Microsoft Education Asia 2020 also winner. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we listen his speech, yeah, his presentation via video because that Mohammed Gala doesn't join this afternoon because that he has emergency meeting in Ministry of Education in Qatar. So we're gonna take a video. Host, please.
with the minute participant because they have a technical. Okay.
He active as an Chief High Studies researcher. He is a global speaker in the Digital K-12 Online Summit. At future, he is an ambassador for Wakelet and Code Week, and he is a national coordinator in Ultra Robotic, Arapan Robotic. To Dr. Muhammad Galang, time is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. You hear me all?
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Hello everyone and good morning from Doha, Qatar. First of all, I'd like to thank the University of Kalimantan in Indonesia for organizing such a great event. And I'm so sorry if I have pronounced it not correctly. Thank you very much for giving us the chance to share and collaborate together during this hard time. And of course, special thanks to all the keynote speakers who are participating in this event. As you mentioned, my name is Mohammed Galal. Actually, I am from Egypt, but I live and work in Qatar as a teacher of English language, Ministry of Education and Higher Education. Today, inshallah, I'm going to talk about one of the most effective tools for successful remote teaching and learning during and after COVID-19 that can help in achieving high level of collaboration between teachers and students during this hard time. So let's start. With the beginning of last March, all of us, we were surprised with the spread of COVID-19 in many countries. And with this closure, and many countries decided to close most of schools in more than 161 countries around the world. And with this closure, we can find that more than 1.6 billion of students have become away from the school. Due to the COVID-19, schools and universities are facing decisions about how to continue teaching and learning while keeping their staff and students safe from public health emergency that is moving fast and fast. So by this time, most of them moved to use and depend on remote learning, as we know that nothing can stop education. So they decided to move and use and teach through remote learning. First of all, let me talk about in just 1 minute about the history of the tool I'm going to talk about it today. It's called Wakelet. A few years ago, the founder of Wakelet, whose name is Jamil, by the way, he is an Arabic guy from Arab countries, found himself facing the same problem over and over again: how to save, organize, and how to share collection of links in a meaningful and visually engaging way. So he worked hard to find a better way of doing things and designed this amazing tool. Today, millions of people around the world using Wakelet, and of course, one of the most important features of this tool, it's for free. so you need to pay nothing to use it. And as most of big companies like Microsoft, Google, and Apple started with just one person, you can find that Wicklet now they have a large number of members, and also this is the Wicklet team that work all the time to improve and add new features to Wicklet. What is Wicklet? Wicklet is a free platform that allows you to create, organize, and save your content. Then you are able to share it with all teachers or students around the world. You can save videos, articles, images, tweets, links. Even you can add your own content. You can save your own content in your bookmarks or organize related items into a stunning collection. And as I said before, it's completely free. So you can start using Wicklet through just signing up with your Google, Microsoft, or Facebook accounts. This is my account on Wicklet. Feel free to follow me and start collaborating, working on global and international projects. As you see, Wicklet is divided into three parts or three sections: collections, bookmarks, and group collections. Which, if you have created collections with your colleagues and the students, and you are working together in the same collection, this one, I think, it's one of the most important features of Wicklet that helps you to achieve high level of collaboration between you and your students. So let's start with the first one. In order to recognize and understand Wicklet correctly, you have to recognize 4 steps of how to use Wicklet. The first one is bookmark, moving to the second, organizing. Third is collaboration, and finally we can find the final step or the final stage is sharing. So I'm going to talk about each one of them and explain what does it mean. The first one, bookmarking. With bookmarking, you will never lose a link again. You can save the content you want from the web directly into your collection, and this step helps you to get all of them easily in a time you want. As you see now, you can save from YouTube, all social media websites, even SoundCloud, OneDrive, and they add every day new applications and new platforms. The second one is organizing your content. Organizing your bookmarks into stunning collections. You can create collections on any subject. You can also reorder your content however you like and add text, images, or PDF files to give your content and narrative to be more interactive and interesting for your students. Thirdly, moving from 1 and 2 to collaboration. After you have finished creating your content and organizing it, so the step of collaboration, you can invite other people to collaborate in your collections just by using their username or email. Or even using just, let me say, shared a link or a code or a unique code that allow people to contribute and start editing or adding to your collection without signing up. And this point is very important because most of the students may do not have any account. So this one will be useful for all of your students. The final stage or the final step is sharing your content. Now, after finishing all 3 steps or stages, so you have to share your stunning collection. When you have finished your collection, you can choose to keep it private or share it to the whole world. You can also make it a public or and share it to your students, colleagues via email or on social media. or even you can add it in your Google Classroom or even Microsoft Teams as a tool from Microsoft. I think it's really amazing to use such a free platform that allows us to collaborate and achieve high level of collaboration with our students. How can we use Wakelet? Firstly, bookmark, organize, collaboration, and share. What can we bookmark? We can save tweets from Twitter directly to view or edit or study it later. Bookmarking, we can also search, save inspiration and ideas. We can organize research, create resource hubs, portfolios, classroom newsletter, and so on. We can collaborate together and create classroom playlists, group research projects, also classroom discussions. We can, as a teacher and our students, we can work on global class collaboration, and also we can design a school newsletter. By sharing, you can share learning, development, research newsletters, portfolios, and of course, you can share students' assessment with your students, and you can collaborate and work using Wakelet on just one link. Well, moving from this point to another point, you can using Wakelet, you can embed your Wakelet collection into your website or a blogger, so you can keep it available for all your students everywhere. Allow users to copy your collection and build on it. And finally, you can export your collections as PDF. Another main important feature in this tool, which you will get a notification when anyone or users start adding or start to add their tweets to your collection. So you can find Wakelet in all, you can find it on App Store and Google Play. And of course, you can start using Wakelet on all websites, browsers like Google Chrome, Firefox, and so on. So I think today will be the perfect, and I highly recommend downloading this application and start using it. I think it's a perfect time to join this amazing community and become a member of this community and start using this tool. If you are interested in learning more and more about Wakelet, you can find there is a professional course on Microsoft Educator Center talking about Wakelet and how can we integrate Wakelet in our classroom with Microsoft technology. And by the end of this course, you will be able to improve collaboration, communication, teamwork in the classroom or even in remote learning. You will be also able to prepare students for the future with the critical thinking and the creative skills they need in work and life. And finally, provide a free learning platform for your students that encourage independent learning and engagement for all of your students. And of course, by the end, you will get a professional certificate from Microsoft and a digital badge. You can use it and share it online. How the Wakelet community works. Actually, we have three main badges in Wakelet. The first one is called Wakelet Community Member. You have to join by signing up, as I mentioned before, using Google, Microsoft, or even Facebook account to catch the Wakelet wave and become one of the amazing community, to become a part of this community. By joining, you will be able to test new features before announcing and provide feedback that directly impact this platform. Also, you will be able to access behind the scenes news and future updates and receive Wakelet's gifts. Moving from being a member to be more professional and ambassador to Wakelet and earn the second badge, you will become a Wakelet expert and inspire those around you to catch the wave, maintain the community member and access special training by Wicklet team, and of course online recognition of being Wicklet ambassador. Another important program they have, it's called the Students Ambassador Worklet. This one is designed by teachers for teachers. It's a great way to help your students learn key lifelong skills and also to develop their 21st century skills like critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity in learning process. Well, if we want to talk about Wicklet in remote learning and achieving collaboration with your students, we can find that since schools around the world are facing more closure every day, but the educator community has come together to help each other to adjust the challenge of remote learning. And here, a few steps we can help to achieve high level of collaboration with your students during this hard time. Number one, you can create a collection. This can be assessment, a reflection board, or anything else you can think of. Two, you can share the collaborative link from Wicklet, and this creates a unique code link or QR code so that students and teachers can join and contribute to your collection. Last but not least, students and teachers can add articles, videos, notes, and much more. And here are a few examples of great ways we can use Wicklet for remote learning during this hard time and during school closures. Interactive lesson plans, reflection boards, resources for students, newsletters, students' choice boards, assessment, and resources for both colleagues and parents at the same time. Also, we have...
Excuse me, sir. Just 2 minutes left.
Okay. I'm gonna fast just 1 minute. Okay. Here we can find also the top 10 practices that we can use through Wicklet. Number one, students' work portfolio, project-based learning. We have also more and more like Genius Hour or 20% time project, high profiles, and we can also find personalized learning menus, Google Expeditions, and novel studies, and finally, how to math review. There are more examples of using Wicklet collections like what I'm showing right now, and of course I'm going to share all the resources with you. You can find these are stunning collections have been created with professional educators from different countries around the world. And now, if you are interested, you can scan this code or follow Wicklet official page on Twitter. And if you need any support, just write to them by this email, support@wicklet.com. Finally, if you are interested to become more professional in using Wicklet and become an ambassador, feel free to visit my YouTube channel and subscribe to join and watching explanation to most of educational platforms. You can also search for me as Mohammed Galal or scan this code. Finally, it's just 1 minute, as you said. Finally, I'd like to thank all of you for giving me the chance and having me with you today. Really, it gives me much pleasure to participate in such a great conference and to be one of the keynote speakers. Thank you very much. See you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Galal, for sharing useful information to us. Well, from his presentation, I get the point that some step of how to use Wicklet in teaching and learning process. The first one is bookmark, and then the second one is organize. 3 is collaborate, and the last one is share.
Okay. Okay, everyone. the video of Muhammad Galal Muhammad, yeah. And then if you have some question, you can send via email Muhammad Galal Muhammad, or you can send in the chat box, and then the committee will send to Mr. Muhammad Galal Muhammad. Thank you. And then the next speaker, let's we will invite Madam Dr. Mutmainah, SPDI MPD, from Universitas Al-Azhariyah University, Mandar West Al-Azhariyah Mandar University, West Sulawesi, Indonesia. Madam Mutmainah, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. I'm listening to you. Hello? Do you hear me?
I cannot hear you clearly. I think that the connection.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, madam. We can hear you clearly.
Thank you.
Okay. You're so beautiful today. Thank you, madam.
So,
okay.
I will share my screen. Oh, okay. Waiting.
Yes, I'm sorry. I think that yes. Okay, can you hear me, Madam Mutmainah?
Yeah. Good.
Okay, let me reread your biography before, yeah?
Okay, I will introduce Dr. Mutmainah SPD from Universitas Al-Azhar Mandar, Indonesia. Dr. Mutmainah SPDI MPD, she is an education expert at Education Faculty of Al-Azhariyah Mandar University, West Sulawesi, Indonesia. Her undergraduate, master, and doctoral in English education. She is expert of research and development of ELT material and literature. Her doctoral degree is in English language teaching through developing literature and song, film, novel, short story, poem, fable, and drama into the material in the classroom. Her book products are English cookies, English language teaching, literary work-based, and literary manual instruction. For English lecture in higher education, she is developing literature as English language teaching by using ACCURE, model integrated scheduling 9 event instruction, analyzing linear, state objective, learning outcome, selecting or modify instructional method, media, technology, and material. Utilizing media and material, requiring learner production, evaluate, and revise. She has presented paper in national and international seminar in Indonesia. Presenter of class sharing published paper in national and international journal. She is also a resource person for international expert sharing conference. She was the chairman of language department of education faculty, and she is public relationship in her university. She is a member of Association for the Teaching of English Foreign Language Indonesia, TEFLIN, member of Laureate International University Cambridge, ULRN, member of Association for Middle Level Education, member of Lecture Association of Indonesian, and member of English Lecture Indonesia Association. Her interest area of developing material and cyberology. Okay, ma'am, and the time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let me share my screen. It is, you can see. Hello?
Okay, ma'am.
Yes.
Next.
Okay. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi hadana li hadza wa ma kunna linahtadiya laula an hadana Allah. Thank you very much to having me today. Good afternoon from Indonesia. My name is Mutmainna. Before I presenting my topic today, I want to say thank you very much to ADAI, Asosiasi Dosen Akuntansi Indonesia, for invite me today, and then all of the participants and the keynote speaker who attending this international webinar. This is my simple identity. So you can find me based on the number of my identity here, my international organization and national organization. Well, today I want to share to you about designing international based material in teaching for next normal education. This is based on the Indonesia condition. As you know that Indonesia, we have our leading sector, the Ministry of Culture and Education, about the policy independent study or Merdeka Belajar. So what we should do and why we must be independent study, independent learning or autonomy. This is there are 3 points I want to share to you about the condition in our education right now, because we are in the disruption of education, not only in Indonesia, but this is happening globally during the COVID-19. There are 3 main education trends: pedagogical innovation and instructional design. Maybe this is for the next normal in education. This is 3 highlight point must be or will be supporting to apply namely to apply namely independent learning or Merdeka Belajar in Indonesia education context. Let me discuss one by one. Educational trend. As you know that right now we are in the COVID-19, during the COVID pandemic issue or the global effect during the COVID-19 and in our education sector. This is happening globally, and this is the phenomena. The phenomena right now, this is the reporter from British Council data survey from May, and then I will show you what is happening from May until now in September in globally and national condition that happening during the COVID-19. You can see here, this is the data from the survey from a British Council that we see in the main finding here, remote teaching. Not only in Indonesia, this is something new, but this is happening globally, taken from 150 countries answer this survey. And the conclusion from this survey, we know that our educator need to support and motivate and train how to use technology, how to teach by using technology, and how to train their students by using technology in learning. And what about in Indonesia condition? This is data same in May. You can see here, there are 1,700 students reply, and then they are state when our classroom move from face-to-face into the virtual classroom, the student they are not enjoy, they are not enthusiastic by using online. This is online and normally in the same time, and this is a high rest money and high bandwidth. Like today, when we are remote in online, this is like example today by using a Zoom or some of the platform, Microsoft, Webex, or Google Meet or something like that. And most of them, they are state that the teacher in Indonesia, They are use the digital communication platform only for assign a homework. As you know that in education, this is the holistic process, not only about transfer knowledge, not only about the assessment, but this is holistic. This is covered with the how to consideration about the student condition, about the prepare the material, the emotion, the management of the classroom, and then integrate the technology. And then the next data here, when we are moving our classroom into the virtual, most of the teachers, as you know, that they are very low of a skill or competent with information, communication, and the technology. Now, our leading sector, the Ministry of Education and Culture, you can see here, they are launching about the policy, about the independent study. What is actually in the independent study and how to support, what we should do to support this independent study or Merdeka Belajar. This is not only about the use of the technology, but more about how to we must be prepare our material, our lesson plan, our interaction in the classroom, and how to integrate it, all of them into the classroom and make our student more enjoyable, fun, and motivate. And from until now in September, this is the data again, that actually about the effect of the pandemic right now in education sector in Indonesia. This is not being discussed enough. Why this is not being discussed enough? Because we are still adapt with this new habit. We must be adapt how to use the technology or use some of the platform, or we must know what is the familiar technology that we can be used in our classroom based on our student condition. Our student condition, you know that in Indonesia, we are in the developing country, and 50% our area in Indonesia, we are in the blank spot. Blank spot, namely, not only we are talking about the internet connection, they don't have internet connection, they are live in the rural area, and most of our students, they don't have device, smartphone or a laptop. And again, we need support about our infrastructure or information communication technology infrastructure to support a namely independent study or Merdeka Belajar. Not only about we are talking the technology, but actually we come back again to our education philosophy, our pedagogy. And when we are talking about the education disruption right now in educational trend right now, we must we familiar with this three terminology about online, virtual, and distant or remote learning. As you know that when we are teaching by online, this is a namely synchronous design, synchronous strategy. Like today, we are using Zoom, and the platform namely Zoom, and we are in the real time. We are same meet here from many country, and this is in the real time. We are meet together here. And the virtual, what is actually the virtual? The virtual, this is when you are use the platform, some of the platform or the tools that you can be used when you are integrated technology in your classroom in teaching and learning. You can remote it by synchronous or asynchronous. And then the last about the distant or remote teaching, remote learning. Actually, we can do based on the condition. What about our student when they are they only have low bandwidth or high bandwidth? You can use a synchronous, like today when you have a student in the high bandwidth. And then what about the student bandwidth or don't have namely a signal or unstable connection? Maybe you can choose the synchronous strategy. And what about if the student don't have everything? You can come back again with the conventional method. And there are many data supporting about online learning, the benefit about online learning. This is save time, flexible, energy efficient, higher comprehension, and affordable. But actually, we are not talking about the online, but we are talking now how to prepare and how to design our content. Our content, this is related to the everything, the material, our product, our teaching product, the material, the lesson plan, the assignment, and then the method and the classroom management. And what about the tool? You can use your tools based on and based on your student condition. You can analyze your student condition, and you can teach online when they are available with the high bandwidth. And this is the strategy for online during the COVID-19. Actually, in Indonesia, this is their pace, namely prepare and practice, implementation, and reflection. In the prepare and practice, we must analyze our student device. What about the bandwidth? What about the internet connection? Everything. We must prepare about that. We must consideration what is the familiar tool between the you and your student. We are not talking about our student, but we are talking again with us, a teacher or educator or lecturer. For example, I familiar by using Zoom, but my student familiar by using Google Classroom or WhatsApp. So I use based on my student condition, not the student follow my condition. This is based on my experience. And the next one about the practice. This is the practice about our system, our management system. How we are prepare ourselves, train ourselves to combine some of the platform, the methodology, or the various material that we can be used in our learning and teaching process. And the next in the implementation, maybe in Indonesia, we are still in the condition prepare and practice because there are many challenges when we are wanted to apply a namely independent learning or Merdeka Belajar. We must prepare for everything, not about the classroom or the virtual classroom, not about the technology, but we must train our teacher, our educator for everything. And the implementation, we must design the independent learning. This is, you can ask your student how to choose the best or the right tools when you are want to remote your learning and teaching process. And the last in the reflection, actually, we need to be engaged in collaboration with our leading sector, our Ministry of Education and Culture, our Ministry of Communication, and not only the ministry, but this is for our stakeholder. And in this situation, we need more to be patient and still doing monitor our process or our progress when we are doing this online learning during the COVID-19. And now, what about in the pedagogical innovation? As you know that in education, I tell you, education not only we are talking about the transfer knowledge. This is the holistic process and the methodology in education is namely pedagogy. This is happening when in learning in Indonesia are really remote. The problem, the big one problem is about the internet connection, but actually not about the internet connection, not about the technology, but this is actually about here. This is the data. This is the data. Like in this month, September, the data about the pedagogical knowledge. Now we are come back now to know again in depth about our pedagogical philosophy. And one of the theory that supporting how to engage a student online learning or online environment, I choose one of the theory, namely cybergogy. Cybergogy, this is the theory from Wang and Kang. There are three factors that supporting cybergogy: cognitive, social, and emotion. Maybe this is same with the cognitive, affective, and physical motor. But in cybergogy, this is divided into three: the cognitive, the social, and the emotion. And when we are wanted to teaching by using the technology, and when we are mixing between pedagogy and the technology, the intersection, actually this is about the system change. Everything change. We are using the technology and delivering our education by using the internet. Actually, this is relatively engaging for student and teacher, elegant, easy to adapt and use, ubiquitous access the technology 24 hour, or this is non-stop, and this is typical in real life problem solving. But to supporting this pedagogy and the technology, we are a teacher must becoming a digital teacher. The student or the learner must becoming digital learner, and the material we must design into the simple and specific material into the e-material. And this is the innovative pedagogical practice for supporting independent learning or Merdeka Belajar in Indonesia. Actually, there are many challenges when we are talking in Indonesia about the content and the curriculum, about the assessment. What about the learning practice? Now, we must train our teacher or our educator to learning by exploring, learning by creating, learning by playing, and then what about the teaching practice? Our teacher, everything. This is there are ways supporting must be we must be upgrade. For us a teacher or educator, we must upgrade ourselves to supporting the condition about the independent study. And then the last about the infrastructure, we must still allow support about the infrastructure. This is this is the challenge actually when we are wanna apply normally independent learning or independent study in Indonesia. And to supporting all of them, we are becoming digital teacher, becoming digital learner, our material becoming digital material, and then the pedagogy, actually pedagogy, this is the transformation into the digital pedagogy. Digital pedagogy right now, when you can use the technology, digital technology in teaching and learning, mean that here the contemporary digital. This is the cycle of the Bloom taxonomy, actually the digital Bloom taxonomy and the digital pedagogy. You can see here in the circle, this is the Bloom taxonomy. This is the action, or you can ask your student what they can do. And this is the activity, and the last one, this is the tools, the right tool that you can be used to achieve the Bloom taxonomy or the higher of thinking skill. For example, here, when you want your student to create, you can, the action, you can ask your student, for example, to organize. This is, and then the activity, they can meeting, this is student project, and this design for a Bloom taxonomy, creating, evaluating, analyzing, applying, understanding, and remembering. When you want to ask your student to remembering, this is the right tool, understanding, applying, and many more. So I mean that here you can choose these tools based on what is your learning outcome, what is your wanna do. You wanna ask your student for the competent or to improving their skill in learning. And instructional design. Why we need the instructional design here for supporting namely Merdeka Belajar? This is the data from Jakarta Post last month in August. Actually about the independent study, independent Merdeka Belajar, we need to be our teacher in this, have this competence, how to treat the curriculum like a menu. Like a menu, this is a need to be a variety material, material the need. And one of the methodology or the methodology when you want to design your material or instructional design, namely research and development in education. This is based on the Borg and Gall theory and the process to develop and validate, namely educational product. Educational product, this is namely the lesson plan, the syllabus, the lesson plan, the material, the method, the media until the assessment. And one of the methodology supporting to instructional design, namely ASUR model. ASUR model, this is developed by Henich and creating media and technology to enhancing the learning environment. And I think this is related to this condition. And this is, I hope, will be supporting to upgrade our teacher competence to supporting a namely independent study or independent learning or Merdeka Belajar, something like that. And this is the procedure when you want to design your material. You must be analyze your student need, what they want and what they lack, and the methodology. This is the ASURE and the product. I tell you before. This is the module, the ebook, and model of teaching. This is for example. And actually, ASURE methodology, there are 6 phases before we are teaching. We must analyze about the student condition. The student condition, you must know what they want. What about their condition about the technology? I mean that here during the COVID-19. And then what about the entry competence? As you know that we are going to be digital right now to supporting digital work. And then we need to be improve our student 21st. And then you must state the objective, namely when you want to improve or developing your student skill or competence. And then instructional begin here. You can select the method and the media. For example, the method in teaching, you can use the approach. You can choose one of student-centered learning or project-based learning. In the media, for example, you can use a film. But this is you must consideration again. This is based on your student want and they need. And then
excuse me, Miss Mutmainah.
Yeah, you can utilize the
You have
the
5
media, the
minutes left.
material, require learner participation and assessment evaluation. This is one of the example of my digital book or digital material. And to supporting your digital material, you can use Articulate Mobile, Lecturer Inspire, or Mobile Learning and Read. You can download and you can use this application to building up your e-learning. And the next, maybe this is for example, the student answer when you wanted to developing your material. Most of them, for example, I just choose here one of the highlight. There are 4 highlight answer of the student. Actually, our student right now, they are in the digital, and we can use the technology not only about using some of the platform, but we can use a social media in teaching and learning, integrated with social media. For example, here the student choose a film and song. I want to show you one of the how to developing the instructional design. I divided into actually here the instruction I divided into 5 phases to achieve namely the Bloom taxonomy. You can see here in the warm-up phase, we need to be asking our students before they are watching the movie, we must to understand about volunteer because this film talking about the volunteer. This is in the understanding or in the low thinking skill. And then we need to be hoping to the student remember the film chronology. And then in the presenting, we can ask, or you can ask your student story the synonym or the antonym, and then the meaning. They can use the tools, for example, digital dictionary to finding the meaning out of the vocabulary. And the next, in the practice, we need our students to will be discussed about the film mandate based on the movie they have watched. This is in the applying. And the next about the production. In the production here, we can ask the students to write a composition based on the movie they have watched. And then they are to create a simple movie or a video project by retelling the video they have watching. The Bloom taxonomy actually this is in the creating or the higher thinking skill. And the last one in the evaluation, we need our student to answer the question based on the material given or evaluating.
Okay, thank you so much,
okay,
Madam
this is
Mutmainah.
the last one. Yep. How to make the teaching fun, a little bit, how to make your teaching fun. This is to supporting the Merdeka Belajar. Yeah, you must consideration about the student need, what they want. This is example my classroom before COVID, during COVID, and during COVID again when the student actually, this is for example, they don't have the technology. I wanna tell you there is nothing can stop education. Without technology, we can still teaching. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Assalamualaikum
Mutmainah.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Siska, replacing Miss Trinadila as the moderator. We already listened the presentation from Dr. Mutmainah. I think it was a great presentation. Is there a question, Miss Almira, for Dr. Mutmainah?
There don't have a question for Mr. Dr. Mutmainah.
Okay. There is no question from the participant, but I have one question from Dr. Mutmainah. Is she still there? Is she still there? Okay. Doctor, I would like to ask you one question. This is about the way that you already presented. Do you have the data, or how many percent that the school in Indonesia or the university in Indonesia is really aware about this independent study, or maybe just a half or our school or our university that aware about this? And do they implement this independent study correctly or appropriate? That is the question from me. Yes, you are please, Dr. Mutmainah, to answer the question. Dr. Mutmainah?
Actually, I'm not hearing you. Yeah,
oh, you cannot hear me.
Your question,
you cannot hear
I got it the point about about the data.
Yes,
the global data the global data I take from the British Council survey on May. They are taking from 9,000 and 600 teachers from 150 country. This is a reply the survey. And the secondly, from Indonesia, 1,700 students. This is the global Indonesia from my data from my data that here in my district Sulawesi. I think that the data from the global and national and into the local global, we have the same problem or the same challenge today, how to supporting about the independent study or Merdeka Belajar in Indonesia condition or in Indonesia education sector. About we are talking about the technology, but we come back again about the philosophy, pedagogy philosophy. When you are know about, you can upgrade yourself your pedagogy philosophy. Actually, you will be more creative how to delivering your material. For example, your product, your education product. I mean here. You can design your syllabus, your lesson plan, your material for everything into before you are going enter in the classroom. And again, you must be consideration about your student condition. Yeah, maybe my student condition not same with your student condition, but most of the students right now, they are going to be a digital, and then you must facilitate them with their condition, support this condition. Support. We can use a social media as a media in our learning and teaching, and then for resources and many more. And then we must not only train our educator right now how to teach, how to use, and how to train the student to use the technology. But again and again, we come back again about the pedagogy. As you know that in education, not only about how to transfer knowledge, but this is the holistic process. This is deliberate design. This is covered about the cognitive, and emotion. This is for
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mutmaina. So the main supporter to support the student for this independent study is a teacher, right? Okay, thank you very much once again. See you next time in another event. Next, our speaker is Professor Ravinder Rena. Professor, are you there already?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you clearly. Okay, Mr. Ravinder, before you present your presentation, I would like to read your profile first to the participant. Mr. Professor Dr. Ravinder Rena is a profound academician and distinguished scholar in economics, writer, editor, advisor, and public intellectual with over 28 years of teaching and research experience in Asia Pacific, Africa, and European continents. He has been an independent consultant and training expert. Professor Rena is currently working as professor of Economics and Internationalization Project Leader at the NWU Business School, Northwest University, South Africa. He also served as an adjunct professor of economics for master's and doctorate programs at Monarch Business School, Monarch University, Hagendorn, Switzerland. Previously, he worked as a professor of economics at the Department of Economics, University of the Western Cape Town, South Africa. He also served as professor and the coordinator, Joint African Masters Program, or JAMP. Harold Papkewitz Graduate School of Business at the Namibia University of Science and Technology, or NUST. He also worked as the head of economic Department of Business Studies, the Papua New Guinea University of Technology, Papua New Guinea. Professor Rena earned his PhD from the Department of Economics, Osmania University, Hyderabad, India, with an achievement of University Gold Medal. He obtained his MA, DED, MPhil, PhD from Osmania University and BA, and LLB from Kakatiya University, Warangal, India. He got the prestigious award of the Best Researcher 2011 from Namibia University of Science and Technology, and also the recipient of the Esteemed Award, Man of the Year 2012, which was bestowed upon him by the American Biographic Institute, or ABI, USA. Based on his extraordinary research contribution, American Historical Society, USA has been enlisted his profile in the World Who International. He served as the chairman of the panel of judges for economics of the Global Undergraduate, or UA Award, based in Dublin, Ireland, United Kingdom. He wrote 10 books and published more than 120 articles in reputed national and international peer-reviewed journals. Besides, he has published more than 150 articles in newspapers and magazines and websites, and presented over 40 papers in the national and international conferences and seminars. He is the founding editor-in-chief of an international journal of education, economics, and development, IJEED, and associate editor of African Journal of Science, Technology, Innovation, and Development, AGSTID, which are IBSS and Scopus Index journals published by Index Science, UK, and Taylor and Francis UK, respectively. He served as an editorial board member for many reputed journals. He has been a keynote speaker for various national and international conferences in Europe, America, Africa, Asian continents. As of August 2020, his author rank is 5,493 out of 512,413 of Social Science Research Network, or SSRN, USA, in which he is among the top 1.07% researchers in the world. His Google Scholar citations 928, H-index 17, IH index 34. He has widely written in the areas of economic of education, development economics, and inclusive growth, globalization and higher education, microfinance, rural entrepreneurship, WTO, sustainable development, FDIS, development aid in Africa. He supervised PhDs, MPhils, and masters and dissertation across the globe. He served many academic and professional committees as a chairman and as a panel member. He's also been an external examiner or moderator for masters and PhD of different universities of Africa, Europe, Asia, America, and Australia. He traveled to over 40 countries in the world. Okay. I read it completely.
Wait a minute, moderator.
Yes.
Hello, Professor Ravinder Rena. I think they have a mistake. You have a last session, and now we can go to Roy Anderson, Professor Roy Anderson.
So we change the speaker.
Yes. It's okay, Miss Professor Ravinder, if you have to be the last session.
Well, if you don't have any choice, then it's okay. But because already my profile has been introduced, I don't know if the speaker who's supposed to be, if he could able to speak at the end, that would be fine. But if you don't have a choice, then probably I will try to adjust with that.
Thank you so much, sir. You after Professor Anderson, and moderator should read your biography. Continue too, yeah. Okay. Hello, Professor Roy Anderson. Are you there? Hello, Prof.
Welcome, Mr. Roy Anderson.
Prof. Roy Anderson. Hello, Prof. We cannot. We
Yes,
can hear you.
See you. I can see him.
We can hear you clearly, Prof.
Mr. Anderson, are you ready?
Mr. Anderson, are you ready? Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay. How are you today, Prof?
I'm very fine, my friend. I'm very, very fine. Salam alaikum, my brothers and sisters. It's a great to be here.
Waalaikumsalam. Yes.
Okay,
Mr. To me, it's so great to see you. Thank you so much, sir. It's your turn, and Mr. Professor Ravindrana should be the last. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, Mr. Ravindrana. You must change for Professor Roy Anderson because there have a mistake in our communication. Thank you so much. Okay, Prof, you can go ahead. Moderator, can you read your Prof. Roy Anderson? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Almira. Welcome, Mr. Roy Anderson. First of all, I will read your profile first, Professor Anderson. Roy Anderson is the principal of Kingston College, Lahore, and a recognized global expert in education. He is much appraised for his many years of scientific research into what intelligence is, how to improve the operation of the school, and how teachers can teach better. He has devoted all of his adult life to better development of children. Roy is an expert in intelligence and is the inventor of the brain environment complex theory, which presents a new concept to what intelligence is and how children learn. He travels the world to explain why school fails today and why and how each school can raise the performance of its students. But more importantly, why we need to prepare our children with higher skills for the very different world they must live and work in. Our failing in this will deprive them of the higher language skills. They will need to maintain democracy in a world dominated by artificial intelligence. Through this great experience in teaching, he has developed the Anderson attitude method of teaching, which is widely accepted as a simple but highly effective means for the normal teacher to dramatically improve the learning and grades of all their students. His 7 books are said by professors around the world to be some of the best books written about school, society, and learning. I think that's it. The profile that I have from you. So, Mr. Anderson, I'm pleased you to present your presentation. You have 20 minutes to present and 5 minutes for Q&A. Time and place are yours, sir.
Thank you so much. Salam alaikum, my friends. It's a great honor to be here with you again. I was in Jakarta last year for a month, and I had a very wonderful time. I enjoyed your food very, very much, and the people, and meeting the children. 20 minutes is a short time, but let me introduce myself, please. My name is Roy Anderson. I come from England, and I came from a general school, just a normal school. And what I found out was that as a child in school, I didn't understand what was happening. I was too frightened to ask questions. I was bullied. I was insecure. My teachers didn't make the lesson interesting for me. And I just processed along, week by week, lesson by lesson, year by year. And when I was 16, they said I wasn't clever enough to do mathematics for my final examination, and I should do arithmetic. So at 17, I took my final examinations, and I failed every single examination. I got 0 in English, arithmetic, history, geography. I got 0s. And I did different things in my life. But 2 very important things happened that I would like to share with you. Number 1, I had experiences that taught me to fight for what I believe in, to have the courage to stand up and say, this is wrong. Now, this is very important in education, so that we have to create a situation for every student where every student can say, excuse me, sir, or excuse me, miss, I don't understand. And then have the confidence to say, I'm sorry, this is wrong what you're saying. We need to create a dialogue, because it's only by doing this that we can learn. You see, imagine that you have a chair in your mind, and I have a chair in my mind. They're not the same, they can't be the same. But it's only by talking that we can come to some common agreement about what a chair is, so that we both understand the meaning. And this is missing in education. Very often education is just giving information, giving information. And we assume that the students are receiving it. They're not. I'll explain why in a moment. But the other important thing was that I wanted to sail around, I wanted to meet other countries. I wanted to go to meet other people and cultures. And I had no money. The only way I could do that was to get a job on a ship. I couldn't get a job on a ship because I had no school qualification. So at 20 years of age, I went back to school. And the drive to want to learn, to want to remember, to want to argue with the teachers about what I was understanding came from this desire to go to sea, to work on a ship, to travel to other countries. And this is one of the things we need to instill in our students, to have them for their purpose. We can't just say to the children, okay, here is the information, learn it and I'll test it for you. We have to create a desire for every student to want to learn that. Now we'll come back to that in a moment. But at the age of 24, I passed my examinations with incredible results. I got 99, 92, 96% in A levels, which is far higher than the school level that I'd failed when I was 17. It was a big question in my mind. How could I be academically so clever when I was 24 and so stupid when I was 17? I did sail around the world and I did many things. But in my 30s, I asked myself the question, do children still have problems to learn as I had done? And I found out that nothing has changed. In fact, I know that nothing has changed in 150 years. In every class, we have one or two students who are smart. They're the ones we call intelligent. They're the ones who know the answer. The rest of the students struggle between, I'm not sure and I don't know. What I'm going to talk to you now in the remaining time is how to make sure that every student understands. To do this, we need, first of all, to realize how the brain works. We have the idea that when a student is doing something, we're actually evaluating how good their brain is. So we have one student who's got a better brain, another student who's got a brain that's not so good. It's not this. We need to understand how the mind works. The mind works on two factors. It asks itself, number one, am I safe? Then it asks myself, what is interesting? If we can learn to think of these two things in our students, every student asking the one question, am I safe? Am I safe means, are there problems in my home? Do my family have a problem? Is my mother and father fighting? Do people like me in the classroom? Am I being laughed at because my nose is the wrong shape, or my tie is the wrong color, or my dress is different, whatever it is. Something that they are ostracated by other children to make them feel that their social identity is threatened. Or maybe the teacher thinks that they should be stern and authoritative and believe that only by shouting can it get the students to pay attention. So we need to understand the importance of creating an environment by talking to the class so that they move together, so that you take away this individual need. You know, the classroom is very competitive and the students will say, oh, look at me, I'm the better student, not this student. In their own way, they'll develop strategies and tactics to hurt others so that they will appear to be more important to the teacher. They think that by being more liked by the teacher, they'll get better marks. So it's very important that you get the students to work together to help each other, to be friends. This is the most important thing, so that every student is working together as a team. So instead of having rivalry within the class, have rivalry with different classes. So you say to the students, okay, We are going to be the best class. We'll work together to be the best class. We're going to be better than that class. So that they're working together and they're supporting and helping each other. Okay. The second most important thing is the mind says, what is interesting? Now we all do this. So if you can create an environment where the mind of all your students feels safe and happy, then you've got to find some way to make the information so entertaining that it's more interesting than other things that will play on their mind. If you fail in that, if you give your information boringly, if you use PowerPoints, if you're just giving information without any sense of soul and connection to it, the mind will drift. They'll be thinking about the game to play. Does the boy like the girl? Does the girl like the boy? What adventures will they have over the weekend? The mind will drift. This is a very human thing. And we all know about these two factors, but we forget about them when we're in the classroom. We're just moving through along, giving information, evaluating, giving information, evaluating. And we think that we're doing a great job. Very often we fail. Let me explain a little bit about what I'm talking about. If I can share the screen, can I please share my screen? Thank you, thank you. Okay. So my friends, you can see I've developed what I call the Anderson attitude methodology. We talk a lot about Bloom's idea of remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creative. But we forget that all these rely upon sensitivity. I'll explain in a moment. The books that I've written are The Illusion of Education. This book explains why we don't teach children how to reason and how to think in school. We do not teach children how to reason because society never wanted the general citizen to think too much. Schools around the world still work on a 19th century political design to process students on certain language skills so that the children who come from the better homes will get the better marks and therefore with more money will go to university. In university, they are taught higher reasoning skills for the greater responsibility they'll have in society and industry. Those students who don't go to university will be deprived of this education of reason, and they will go to college work, manual work, whatever it is. And there they'll be entertained in the evening by game shows and television, blah, 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 so that they are not developing their cognitive awareness. Society never wanted the general citizen to think too much. They are to be schooled in education to comply. So they'll say, what is this? What should I do? This is causing them to be respectful for authority. The problem, as we'll explain in a moment, is that technology is redefining our social orientation. And artificial intelligence is going to dramatically change who can have a job, how we will live together. We are not preparing the children for that because we're depriving them of this education of reason. So in school, we have to find ways to get them to question information, not to accept it. Anyway, the second book is called The Hidden Secrets of Intelligence, which is the first book which proves why intelligence is not genetically inherited. I want to explain that over 200 years, I found lies, fraud, disinformation by senior psychologists to convince civilization that intelligence is inherited for political purposes. So for example, in America, they state that white children are 15 points higher in intelligence than black children. It's not true. But because people believe it, then more money is given to white children background and less to black children. So the white children get greater opportunities to get a better education, to control the country. You know, it's all it is. But then if we don't inherit intelligence, how do we develop it? So I studied neurology. And the blue book in the middle of the brain environment complex is a new theory to what intelligence is. And I explain in a moment. Basically, the pink one is mediation. Intelligence is simply about love. It is about sharing compassion, patience, time, and empathy. And these are factors that we are missing now. Mothers and fathers don't have the time for their children, and the teacher doesn't have time for the students. We're just processing everybody along in a time factor, time factor, time factor. And if they don't understand, well, it's because they were born like that. We don't understand the role that we play. And the Yellow Book, Preparing a New World Education, is very obvious. I'll explain in a moment. Memoirs of a Happy Teacher are incidents that I explain where I've helped children to learn who are said to be dyslexic, ADHD, or have learning problems. Encounters where I've helped parents and teachers to teach better, and 5 ways to better grades. But everything comes down to sensitivity and awareness. Let me explain to you what I mean here. We think that school works on intelligence. We see students who are intelligent and others who struggle. We say, oh, she's intelligent. All children are intelligent, every single one. The difference is because they have different understandings of language. You see, school works on 2 factors. It works on languages. These languages are mathematics and English, Urdu, Japanese, French, Chinese, whatever it is. Now, these languages work on rules. So if the child comes from a home where they are stimulated by their parents, and not many are, where they're taught a sense of orientation to know who they are and to be able to explain their mind and to, in a kind of reason about what they don't agree. If in the classroom they are respected by the students and not pulled down, and if they have a sense of comradeship with the teacher, well, then they'll focus on the rule and they'll have no trouble to understand it. Let me show you what I mean here. Just 1 second, my friends. Okay, so I mean, you can see this equation here. This is mathematics. 6 divided by 2, 2 plus 1. Now we look at what 2 students. When the teacher was explaining the rule, one student wasn't listening. He was thinking about why are they hurting me? Why are my mother and father fighting? Why, oh, there was a better game I played because the teacher's boring. And so he didn't listen to the rule. And so he says, well, when he's given the example, he says it's very easy. 2 plus 1 is 3, and 2 times 3 is 6. Oh, so sorry, that's the wrong way around. Wait a minute. Yeah, and 2 times 1 is 6, so 6 divided by 6 is 1. Now, he's wrong, but he doesn't understand why, because it's logic. Now, the student who learned the rule, well, the student will say the rule is Bodmer. So first of all, I have to do the brackets. 2 plus 1 is 3. And then I do the multiplication. 2 times 3 is 6. Sorry, division. And then I do the multiplication. 3 times 3 is 9. The point here is the difference has got nothing to do with intelligence. It's just understanding the rules. Now, the student who learned the rule will be good in mathematics because they know how to think. So when they're given a learning task, they'll know the tools of how to work with it. So they'll negotiate through the learning task. They know how to think, and this is fun, and they like it. Therefore, they love mathematics. Now, we spend a lot of money in the West, huge amounts of money, on creative classrooms, designer desks, creative implements, believing that if we make our children more creative, they'll learn better. It doesn't make any difference. All that money is wasted. Creativity comes from within you when you believe in yourself and you're doing a task which is a little bit exciting and fun and interesting. Then you're creative. So the student who's learned the rule, well, then they know how to do it, and then they want to apply this rule to other aspects, and then they're creative. But 99% of students, adults, children, whatever, they don't have those 3 factors. They are troubled at home, they are troubled in the classroom, the teacher presents the information boringly because they're just giving information. There's no connection. And then they miss the rule. And when they miss the rule, they don't know how to think. And then they see other students doing it and they think, oh, those students are better than me, therefore I'm no good, therefore I hate this subject, and therefore I want to go and think about something else. So it's very important that we understand the importance of helping our student to keep up with the rules. In a sense, teachers don't teach the students. The best students are the ones who learn by themselves. The job of the teacher is really to help those who got lost because they were bored, because they were distracted, whatever in the past, to try to keep them up with what's going on. It's very important we understand that. So equally, this child who will be good in mathematics, well, then they'll be good in the sciences, physics and chemistry, because they know how to do formulas. This is a very big subject here, and we don't have time to go into it right now. But the whole basis of intelligence is based on the idea that smart kids, children are born differently, so they'll be better in different, they'll be the same in better subjects. It's not like that. You got to learn the rules. So if we teach the children the rules of, you know, the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, if we teach the children the rules of how to know how to spell a word, the rules of good grammar, to know the right preposition, the right verb, the right adjective, the right preposition, right full stop. And if we teach them the rules of how to tell a story, how to explain their mind, they'll get top marks. Then they'll be inspired to want to learn. Then they'll be believing in you and they'll want to interact with you. The biggest problem that we have really is that we take, you see, look what happens here. You have a teacher who's explaining something to the students, how to draw a letter A. It's just an example. It can be Pythagoras or whatever it is. Now the little girl's happy. She loves the teacher. And therefore, because she loves the teacher, she wants to be like the teacher. So she does the A the best way she can. Now the little boy is happy, but he wants to go and play football. So his mind
Yes, do we have technical problem? Excuse me, do we have technical problem here?
Hello, Mr. Roy. I think her
Professor
connection is unstable. Hello, Mr. Roy.
Mr. Anderson.
Hello, Professor Roy. We cannot hear you clearly.
Okay, let us know first what happened to Mr. Roy Anderson. Can we contact him again? Sorry.
Yes.
I'm here.
Okay, okay,
Yeah,
sir.
I'm
because
here.
maybe the connection, sir. Okay,
Your connection
sir, you
is
can
unstable,
continue.
sir.
Okay, you can continue,
So
sir.
thank you. Give me the screen share, please. Okay, thank you.
The screenshot, please.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know if you caught that, but basically what I was saying here was that let's look at an example of a teacher and with 2 students. Now, the little girl is very happy. She loves the teacher. She feels very secure. Her mind is settled. It's not thinking, am I safe? She's happy. And she's interested in doing the A. So she does the A the best way she can. But the boy, well, he's happy, but he wants to go and play football. So the mind is more interesting about playing football. So he's thinking football, A, football, A, football, A. Who's got the ball? Who'll be my team? So his concentration is less. The bell rings and the teacher says, great, everybody has done the A their way, and next week we'll go to the B's and the C's, or whatever it happens to be. The problem is that the next lesson, the next week, and the next year, the boy's A is said to be his ability. And that's the problem. We accept the information, the way that children present their information without finding the way or finding the time to correct them. Now, let me show you exactly what this means here. So we have a girl who'd been in school for 8 years. And for 8 years, every teacher accepted her way of doing it. They didn't find out how to improve her. So after 8 years, this is her writing. There's nothing wrong here, but her marks are always average, 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10. And I said to her, listen, I want to show you how to write beautifully. So I taught her how to do calligraphy. And I didn't say this is A. I said to do an A, you've got to go here and here and like that. And she said, wow, that's beautiful. Now, you remember I told you that really my success when I went back at 20 was because I had a purpose. I wanted to sail around the world. For this girl, her purpose was to write beautifully. And so I helped her 5 minutes and 10 minutes, not a long time, just a bit of encouragement. Now remember, she'd been in school for 8 years. 2 weeks later, she wrote that. Now she gets top marks. Now she gets 9 out of 10 and 10 out of 10. And now she believes in herself, so she puts the effort into doing this. So you see, basically, my friends, is how we teach is what they become. So what I explain to you is that if you have a child or a student who's interested in what they're doing, then they are happy. The mind is not saying, am I safe, am I safe? They're happy, they're confident. And because you can give the information in an interesting way, so then they're so interested in you or listening to what you're saying, that this information is coming very precise into the memory network. And because the previous lessons, the previous weeks were also interesting, so the information has been stored very clearly. So the new information coming in can link completely with it. Then they recognize immediately the meaning of this information. Oh, I know the answer. I know what to do. But the problem, as I mentioned before, is that 98% of students don't have that history of interest. They were bored, they were distracted, they were fed up. And so when you're listening, when you're giving information, it's coming in vaguely, and it's trying to connect with information vaguely stored. So they don't know what the meaning of it. So basically what we need to do is to keep information, keeping every student keeping up with information. Now, this can go for a very long time, and we have a limitation here. Basically, what I want to explain to you, when you think about Bloom, every level of Bloom comes down to one factor: sensitivity and awareness. How you can help the students to feel secure in their environment so that they're all working together as a team and helping each other. You know, we used to have the idea of working in rows of desks where the teacher gives information. That doesn't work because you're not allowing the students to interact. Remember, I told you about the chair. We all have a chair in my mind, but it's only by you, by each of you talking to me and saying, well, my chair is different than your chair. I don't understand. So then we can talk and we can come to some kind of an agreement about it. There's a huge aspect here, but because we're moving back into real life situations, let me just explain a little bit more here. We tend to use rows of desks. Now, the classroom is a political arrangement. It's designed to make sure that all children do not get the same opportunity, that some succeed and some fail, because society wants school to have leaders and followers. But of course, now we've reduced the class size. But don't think that because you have less students, that you really change the situation. Because the ones at the back, they can't hear, they can't see. They don't have that closeness of interest with you. So what I want you to do is to go from a desk like this, rows, into this kind of an arrangement. Now, 90% of the classrooms I go into, I can create some kind of an arrangement like this, which means that this teacher can move around and have eye contact with every student. Because only when you have eye contact do you know if you're really sinking in the message. If you're looking at somebody and the eyes are confused, you know that you need to present your information in a different way. Maybe you have to try a different perspective or use it in a different level of language to help them to understand. If you're just this kind of a teacher, giving, well then you're failing because all these students will not have that interest. They won't be able to make that contact, what I call transference of information. But look again what's really happening here. In this classroom situation, the teacher will be talking for an hour, 45 minutes, whatever. At the end of the lesson, they'll take all the exercise books, take them to the staff room, and they'll mark them. But what really happens? I went into a classroom and there were 40 books that the teacher had just marked. And I opened one book, and every student had written about 40 lines. But in 5 lines, he's missed 6 mistakes. The teacher said, oh, okay. Next book, okay. See me next lesson. Mark this, blah, blah, blah. He's made, in 5 lines, he's made no correction. There were 40 lines. Now you can say, well, he doesn't have time, of course. But so we need to understand how to beat the system. You can't do it if you're in rows, because the rows are designed to make sure you can't teach. It's a political arrangement. But if you go to that kind of a room, or this kind of a room, then you can help the children. Listen, so that, so that in one lesson you can teach them the article. In another lesson you can teach them the plural or the spelling. Just so that bit by bit by bit by bit over 1 year, you can make a big development in the language skills of your students. Now, I talked to you before about the importance of storytelling. With your parents, when you meet parents, tell them to do 2 things: to control the time your children spend on this. Now, this is a big thing we can talk about, but this is depriving them of language skills. You're evaluating your students on their language skills, how well they write a report, how well they write an assignment, is how well they tell the story. So you have to teach them to do that. You have to teach them that when they're writing information or explaining it, they have to think very methodical. Number 1, this is what I'm going to tell you. They have to think that the mind is blank. The mind doesn't know what they know, the chair. So they have to think, okay, number 1, this is what I'm going to tell you. So the mind says, okay, I know what's coming, I'm ready. And number 2, here is the information in clear steps. Step 1, step 2, step 3. And then finally, this is the meaning of why I told you this, the conclusion. Now, I'm sure that you told your students this, but the important is you have to drill it into them. Drill it, drill it, drill it, drill it, drill it, so that they understand how to present their information better. Look at this example here. We have 2 students, we'll say Anna and Peter. The teacher says, okay, write an essay for me. Well, Peter looks at the question and he says, I've got an idea. And he starts to write. Then he gets stuck. Oh, I get another idea. And he sees other people are still writing. He says, oh, miss, I finished. Because Peter thinks that if he can show that he's finished first, the teacher will think he's good and therefore he'll get better mark. But you see, Anna, she looks at the question and Anna says, what is the question really asking me? And then she gets an idea and then she writes ideas, note what she's going to write. So Anna does her introduction. This is what I'm going to talk about. And then she writes a paragraph and she uses information. And she writes another paragraph and another paragraph. And then she thinks about the conclusion. She knows that she wants to make it such an exciting ending that the teacher will be happy. He'll think, wow, this is exciting. So she's developed a skill with this. The most important thing that Anna then does is she checks. She checks everything. She checks, 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 checks. And when the teacher says, give me the paper, she's still checking. She's looking for a word that's misspelled, a comma in the wrong place, a word that she can change around to get a better phraseology. And Anna gets top marks every lesson, and Peter gets low marks, and he doesn't know why. The reason is that because the teacher didn't teach and didn't drill all the students the strategies and tactics that Anna acquired, probably from her home, probably from her friends. It's got nothing to do with intelligence. And the reason why she will become a doctor and he'll become a plumber is because we fail to understand how we are teaching them. So basically, well, that's we have a limited time factor, but what I want to explain to you, use the system that you see here. Put your students in 2 rows, row A and row B, where they ask each other questions. Now, you'll find this is very stimulating, and they will love it. So in the beginning of a lesson, you know, when the lesson starts, the students come in, they're not interested in what happened last lesson, they forgot. So for a few moments, get them to talk to each other. In the last lesson, what did this mean? What did that mean? Do you remember that? Get them talking. And then after a few moments, give a signal like that, so that the student at the end of row B moves right to the other end, and every student moves up. So the students are changing their partner. And you'll find this very, very stimulating, and they will love it. And if you have a long lesson, 90 minutes or whatever, then break the lesson up and get the students to stand up and do this, so that they can ask each other, what did we happen 10 minutes ago? What did the teacher mean? I didn't understand. You're helping them to keep up with the movement of information. And at the end of the lesson, do the same thing. Get them to ask each other questions about what they've done to keep this information alive and well. Don't just go from lesson 1 to 2, lesson 3, lesson 5, lesson 15, lesson 20, lesson 30, and finish the year. It's our job to make sure this information is kept alive. So when you're in lesson 5, get the students to talk about what was in lesson 1, lesson 3. And when you're in lesson 15, get them to talk about what was in lesson 10 and lesson 12. We've got to keep that information alive, otherwise it drifts off. And there are a lot of strategies that you can teach them to help them to remember information. Mnemonic strategies, mind maps and things like that. We could talk, look at this. We tell the students to remember the area of a circle. The area of a circle is pi r squared. Well, to you and I, that's easy, but to children, they get bored. Teach them to use symbols, pi rabbit squared. They've got to use a formula. Acceleration equals the final velocity minus initial velocity over the time taken. They get confused. Teach them to use symbols. Apple equals van minus umbrella over table. There are a lot of symbols like that, ways we can help them to learn. And my friend, I think that my time is up. So there's a lot we can talk about. Would anybody like to ask me a question?
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Anderson. It was very nice. I have also one son, so from your presentation, I gained a lot of knowledge. Thank you very much. So I have some points from your presentation. We should make the children feel safe and secure to create them confidence, involve them in the team, entertain children, keeping learning alive and fun. Children and adults have different thoughts, and they should do a conversation to find the best for the children. So Ms. Almira, do we have a question for Mr. Anderson from the participant?
No, Madam Siska, we don't have a question for Professor Anderson. Prof, nice to see you in here. I like your presentation. Your sound is so nice, so clearly. Thank you so much, Prof, for your attendance today. Thank you, Madam Siska. There are no question from participant. For Professor Anderson.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Anderson. See you next time.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you so much, my friend. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. I already explained the points that we got from Professor Anderson. I will repeat again. First, we make the children feel safe and secure to create them confidence. Second, involve them in the team. Third, entertain children or keeping learning alive and fun. The last one is children and adult have different thoughts. So we need to have discussion with our children to find the best thing for our children. Okay, let us see who is the next speaker.
Mr. Professor Rafinderena.
Okay. Okay. Should I read again? Okay.
Yes, you must read again because we have a participant who become a fan of Prof. Rafinderena. He want to see Prof. Rafinderena in the last session because he want to have a long presentation about Prof. Rafinderena. Okay, participant, maybe you can enjoy presentation from Professor Rafinderena. Thank you so much, Prof, because you can attend this our event. Thank you so much.
Okay, Miss Almira and Mr. Rafinder, should I repeat your profile or it is enough?
Yes.
Well, if you want, you can just take the highlights of that, but otherwise it's fine. We would like to spend maybe a short.
because
Brief one is fine.
because some participants just join us, it will be much better if I repeat to read your profile, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
Madam Siska, you must repeat Professor Ravinderena profile because we have a participant who become Professor Ravinderena fans. Okay, you must repeat about.
I'm also gonna be your fan, sir.
Okay.
Okay, Professor Ravinderena. Professor Dr. Ravinderena is a profound academician in distinguished scholar in economics, writer, editor, advisor, and public intellectual with over 28 years of teaching and research experience in Asia Pacific, Africa, and European continents. He has been an independent consultant and training expert. Professor Rena is currently working as Professor of Economic and Internationalization Project Leader at the NWU Business School, Northwest University, South Africa. He also serves as an adjunct professor of economics for master's and doctorate programs at Monarch Business School, Monarch University, Hagendorn, Zug, Switzerland. Previously, he worked as a professor of economics at the Department of Economics, University of the Western Cape, Cape Town, South Africa. He also served as professor and the coordinator Joint African Masters Program, JAMP, Harold Papkewitz Graduate School of Business at the Namibia University of Science and Technology, NUST. He also worked as the head of economics department of business studies, the Papua New Guinea University of Technology, Papua New Guinea. Professor Rena earned his PhD from the Department of Economics, Osmania University, Hyderabad, India, with an achievement of University Gold Medal. And PhD from Osmania University and BA and LLB from Kakatiya University, Warangal, India. He got the prestigious award of the Best Researcher 2011 from Namibia University of Science and Technology, and also the recipient of the Eastern Award Man of the Year 2012, which was best out upon him by the American Geographic Institute, ABI, USA. Based on his extraordinary research contribution, American Historical Society, USA, has been enlisted his profile in the World Who is Who International. He serves as the chairman of the panel of judges for economics of the Global Undergraduate UA Award based in Dublin, Ireland, United Kingdom. He wrote 10 books and published more than 120 articles in reputed national and international peer-reviewed journals. Besides, he has published more than 150 articles in newspapers and magazines and websites and presented over 40 papers in the national and international conferences and seminars. He is the founding editor-in-chief of an international journal of education, economics, and development, IGEED, and associate editor of African Journal of Science, Technology, Innovation, and Development, AGSTID, which are IBSS and Scopus Index, journals published by Inder Science, UK and Taylor and Francis UK, respectively. He served as an editorial board member for many reputed journals. He has been a keynote speaker for various national and international conferences in Europe, America, Africa, and Asian continents. As of August 2020, his author rank is 5,493 out of 512,413 of Social Science Research Network, SSRN, USA, in which he is among the top 1.07% researchers in the world. His Google Scholar citations, 920, H-index 70, IH index 34. He has widely written in the areas of economics of education, development economics, and inclusive growth, globalization and higher education, microfinance, rural entrepreneurship, WTO, sustainable development, PDI's development aid in Africa. He supervised PhDs, MPhils, and masters, this and thesis and dissertation across the globe. He served many academic and professional committees as a chairman and as a panel member. He is also been an external examiner or moderator for master and PhD of different universities of Africa, Europe, Asia, America, and Australia. He traveled to over 40 countries in the world. Okay, Mr. Ravinder Rena, you have 20 minutes to present your presentation, 5 minutes for Q&A. Time and place are yours, sir.
Madam Siska, excuse me, Professor Ravinder Rena, he have a long time presentation. It's about 30 minutes.
Oh, 30 minutes.
Time. Yes.
Okay, he's special, so
yeah,
he can
because he's so special and his friends, he's a friend for me. Yeah. It's so special. It's like he guest star in our event.
Okay, you are
Thank
pleased,
you so
sir.
much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and terima kasih. Selamat pagi. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to be part of this international webinar organized by Indonesian Accounting Lecturers Association, ASE. Well, I must acknowledge the organizing committee for bringing all the stalwarts from different corners of the world, starting from Portugal and Qatar and Pakistan, India, South Africa, from myself, and also Indonesia and many other countries, Egypt, Philippines, and so on. I also acknowledge the presence of our participants from different corners of the globe, sparing their valuable time with us and listen to my presentation here for this important event. I also would like to acknowledge Almira for taking the probably efforts to connect with me and bringing me onto the board, and Siska for also giving me probably introducing me to the audience with that wonderful words. So with that few notes, ladies and gentlemen, I try to be probably as precise as possible with the time. Thank you also for the public and the participants for your demand that you would like to listen to me and you want me to speak at the end so that you have more time to interact with me. And thank you for that. So with that, and I also would like to appreciate the organizing committee for choosing that particular thematic concept to speak on, that is higher education readiness towards the innovative and the timely learning policies that we would like to adopt under this COVID situation. I would like to touch upon various aspects in general, and also would like to talk something about Indonesian perspective as well. So with that, I would like to start with by saying that Indonesia is one of the unique countries in the world where we have, it is the fourth largest country in terms of population. We got plus minus what 267 million people, or getting close to 270 million people. So that makes Indonesia the fourth largest country, just after China, India, America, and then Indonesia. So in terms of the economy, if we look at Indonesia occupies probably about 16th position in the world. So which got, in terms of nominal GDP, it has got a little more than $1.2 trillion economy. That is probably one of the important countries in the whole world. So in terms of the area size, also Indonesia has got a unique land. It is the largest island in the world, and which is comprising of quite a number of islands, which has got plus minus about close to 1.9 million square kilometers area size. So that makes Indonesia as the 14th largest country in terms of area size. Now, taking to that, probably touching upon some of the economic aspects, Indonesia has got close to 4.5, nearly 5,000 US dollars per capita income. And and in terms of the independence, if you look at the dynamics here, that Indonesia got independence on 17th of August 1945 from the Dutch. Probably India and Indonesia, they are very much closely related. So in some kind of areas, whereas India got independence on 15th of August 1947, so 2 years after Indonesia got its independence. And but there is a lot of similarity between India and Indonesia. For example, if you look at dates back the history, probably maybe over 2,000 years ago, we have Hinduism, Buddhism has also been well grounded in Indonesian land. And when I was visiting Indonesia 3 years ago during May 2017, I could able to understand and pick up the beauty of the land and the probably the culture that has been very much unique. There are probably we've been having lots of religious faiths in our world. That we got Hinduism considered to be one of the oldest religion in the world, and maybe 2020 years ago we got Christianity, and probably that Christianity in terms of the faith, maybe we got close to about 3 billion people following the Christian religion. And in terms of Islam, it was probably about 1300 years old religion, and which has got close to 2.8 billion people believing, and whereas Hindus, presumably about 1.5, 1.6 billion people following that faith. So these are the major religions here. So what surprised me when I visited Indonesia probably 3 years ago, that the cultural roots, the heritage, the identity that Indonesia is keeping, though it is the largest Islamic state in the whole world, and with probably more than 86% of the people believe in Islam faith. But what surprises me, the unique culture of Indonesia is that they still keep the identity, the roots that they probably inherited from. And we can talk so much about Mahabharata, Ramayana, and all those kind of maybe histories. And while I went to a restaurant, there are different rooms that are probably families can eat. I still remember that we have got a room Yudhishthira, Arjuna, Bhima, Nakula, Sahadeva. I mean, there are lots of schools named after Ganesha, lots of schools named after Rama, and that is the beauty of Indonesia. So religions will keep changing, because probably 220 years ago, 2020 years ago, we never know anything about Christianity. 1300 years ago, we do not know anything about Islam. And maybe probably 300 years ago, we don't know anything about Baha'i. And maybe in the coming 100 or 200 years, none of us are going to be alive here, but we may not know what kind of religions can emerge. So religions can vary, but the roots, the cultural heritage that we derived and we inherited remains constant. So that is the respect of Indonesian people. That's why I still remember Garuda. Garuda is like a big bird, like a big bird. Garuda is also Indonesian airline name. So there's a lot of cultural identity, and I feel homely when I was visiting Indonesia. I must applaud for that. And if you look at the islands, like we do have probably lots of Java Island, maybe having the 50% of the population of Indonesia. And we have many other islands, beautiful island. And Indonesia is one of the best tourist spot in the whole world. We just celebrated International Tourism Day 2 days ago on 27th of September. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that note, I'd like to touch upon Indonesia is the only country in the world, in the Asian continent, that is the member of OPEC countries, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. And it has got probably plenty of oil resources. When I was visiting the country, I was surprised to see that the petrol price is cheaper than the water price. If I want to buy a 1 liter of water, that was more costlier than buying a 1 liter of petrol. But it's not the case in India. It's not the case in South Africa. It's not the case in many other countries in the world, ladies and gentlemen. So with that, if we look at the higher education scenario of Indonesia, probably when Indonesia got independence in 1945 and probably plus minus 1950, if you look at, there are only 10 academies, probably they are not even full-fledged universities as such, but they are the higher learning institutions, 10 of them. They could able to produce maybe 6,500 students those days. So looking at a paradigm for the past 50 years, 1950 to 2020 today, we have got 70 years down the line, there is a tremendous change in terms of the educational development, tremendous change in terms of the student population, tremendous change in terms of the teachers and the science and technologies and the infrastructure development and so on and so forth. So realistically, if we look at, there's a paradigm shift completely. We got more than 50 million students in Indonesia. That is probably close to the population size of South Africa in general. So that makes Indonesia unique in a sense that it has got probably plus minus over 3 million teachers working in different corners. Now, the universities, probably state-owned universities, probably about 122, and we got over 300,000 schools, maybe 170,000 primary schools, 40,000 junior secondary schools, maybe 26,000 about secondary schools. So this is the kind of education background Indonesia has got. Now, with this background, the Indonesian Accounting Association or Accounting Lecturers Association are trying to bring all the experts from different corners of the globe to talk about. And I just listened to Dr. Mutmaina, a wonderful presentation, and she was speaking about Indonesian education system, how it has been changing, what are the different challenges that Indonesian education system has got, particularly at this COVID-19 situation for the past 7 or 8 months' time. So probably looking, not going to too much detail about, but Indonesia is another unique country. It has got unity in diversity, whereas it has got for the 267 million people, they got 700 languages. I mean, that is one of the unique features of Indonesia. And they got more than 300 ethnic groups, whereas the Islam is probably, as I mentioned, that is over 86%. And there could be, other religions, maybe Hindus are there, probably other religions also very much, live hand in hand in harmony. So that makes Indonesia as one of the probably great countries in the world. Saying that, ladies and gentlemen, I also would like to touch upon the COVID situation here. In terms of COVID, as of today, we got probably 33.4 million people got infected all over the world, ladies and gentlemen, and more than 1 million people died out of this virus for the past 6 months. Now, looking into that paradigm, the countries such as America is the largest economy, is also largely infected in terms of COVID infections. The also largest, maybe over 7 million people got infected, 7.3 million people got infected. Over 205,000 people died in America alone. And then second is India. India has got probably 6.2 million cases, infected cases, and close to 100,000 people died in India, where it's the second largest populated country. Now, the third remains is Brazil, which is getting close to 5 millions, and also the death rate is also very much high. Now, the fourth remains, countries have been changing from time to time. In India, were nowhere, maybe in the top 20 countries, probably 6-7 months ago. Now it remains second. Who knows, it may become number one in the world. Now, Russia is the fourth largest in terms of infection, getting close to 1 million infections, though the death rate is not a very serious scenario, but still Russia remains as one of the fourth largest infected country. Now we got a few other countries, if the list goes on. We got South Africa used to be, South Africa, the land where I am working and staying here, we used to be the largest, fifth largest country in terms of infections. Over 670,000 people in South Africa got infected. Probably about close to 17,000 people died. So that made us to be the fifth largest, but there are some Latin American countries, they came in that competition race of COVID infections. They kicked South Africa down to 10th position, ladies and gentlemen. So now we occupy the 10th position, thanks to Colombia, Mexico, Peru, and maybe Spain, and those are the countries, they remain in those positions and then moved South Africa down. But I'm saying this, if you look at the Indonesian scenario, being the fourth largest country in terms of population, but we look at the infection rates, Indonesia has got relatively low. We got about 283,000 people got infected, maybe 10,600 people died. So which is a phenomenal, I mean, that is a absolutely, the country is doing very well in terms of the regulating the virus and the spreading of the virus in general. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I also would like to touch upon the virus, though it is not a new virus. If we look at the pandemics, if you look at the seriousness of the diseases that are cropping up from time to time, even in the 13th century, ladies and gentlemen, 13th century also, there are lots of pandemics, and almost 25% of the total population of the world are being cleaned up. They have been died in 13th century, about 700 years ago. And about 100 years ago, that was 1918 to 1920. That was immediately after the World War I, which was taken place between 1914 to 1918. So there was a pandemic. That pandemic is known as Spanish flu. So Spanish flu is not originally generated in Spain as such, but because the widespread coverage that was given in the mass media or in the newspapers that time, so that make probably the particular disease as a Spanish flu. So ladies and gentlemen, we should remember the fact that Spanish flu infected almost 500 million people in the world 100 years ago. And looking into the 500 million people, although it's generated from America, if we look at the history and the facts and figures, and then it gradually spread because there are also soldiers as part of the World War I, they spread all over the world, and then that's how it spread. Out of 500 million people, ladies and gentlemen, 50 million people got killed by Spanish flu. So probably the rate at which the fatalities, the killing rate of that particular disease was almost 10%. If you look at 500 million infections and 50 million deaths. So imagine the situation that the population of the world about 100 and plus years ago is not even 2 billions. So we had the first billion of population at 1804. That's our first billion in the whole world. So in the beginning of this century, about meaning that about 2020 years ago, our population, first century AD, our population was only 250 millions. So from 250 millions, it took more than 1800 years for us to reach 1 billion. Now, from 1804 to 1927, we reached the 2nd billion. So we remain 2 billion people in the whole world. That's the population. So meaning that before even we become 2 billion people, 500 million people got infected. So you can calculate the percentage of population that got infected by this Spanish flu, which is by and large similar to the COVID situation, COVID virus that we've been seeing today. So with that magnitude, ladies and gentlemen, and that is the killing rate was 10%, whereas the killing rate of the coronavirus 2019 is pretty much lower than 1%, maybe 0.89% somewhere there. So we shouldn't be terrified, but doesn't mean that we should be relaxed and we should be, probably behave irresponsibly. So we all should try to take certain precautions. Maybe social distancing is one of the tools, and wearing the mask, that I always carry the mask wherever I go. So this is the mask. Wearing the mask also can reduce the infection rates, and probably use these sanitizers, maybe time to time on regular basis, probably. And people, they begin to talk funnily for the past, 6-7 months down the line, that those who drink alcohol, I'm sure that in Indonesia is a very cultural country, that they may not drink alcohol, but in the rest of the world, there are a lot of people, they drink alcohol. So people, they begin to talk that their hands are consuming more alcohol than their mouth. So that became a kind of fun during this COVID-19, because most of us, we try to use the sanitizers and clean our hands. So these are certain precautions that we need to maintain. And whatever the WHO, World Health Organization, and the governments respectively, they've been imposing a lot of restrictions, putting lockdowns and putting, movement of the people, gathering the people in religious mosques and temples, and maybe in many other religious churches and so on. So we need to reduce the numbers, so that even the schools, colleges, universities also been closed in majority part of the world. So this is the pandemic, but what I would like to say that COVID-19 is a serious problem, and none of us, probably about 9 months ago, or even 8 months ago, we think that this virus will come and this virus will impact the whole world economy in this manner. So it became unprecedented, it has become phenomenal, and it is really putting all the global economy and the people stand still. So that would be probably one side. It has got its own side effects. So it has created certain winners and certain losers also. So meaning that there are millions and millions of people across the globe, they became unemployed with this disease, including Indonesia. And in a country like America alone, over 50 million people got unemployed, retrenched. And then probably countries like India and China, probably more than 150 million people in India alone got unemployed. So that is close to half of the population of maybe Indonesia. So looking into China, also the same scenario. So none of the countries which are free from this virus, except very few, maybe like a country like I was talking to a colleague and a friend, Fiji, a couple of days ago, and they were saying that the infection rate was only less than 500 or 600 people in the whole country. So if you go to Nauru and Tuvalu, the smallest dots in Pacific Island Ocean, it's also pretty, very much either no virus is existing, or even if 1 or 2 cases, it can be easily regulated. But what I would like to appreciate here, the Indonesian government, probably the president and the ministers and people in general, they're also trying to take the precautions. As a result of that, such a densely populated country, Indonesia, which is close to about 180 people per 1 square kilometer. In terms of South Africa, we got only 18 per 1 square kilometer. In terms of Canada, Mongolia, and Namibia, Botswana, there are not even 1 or 2 people in 1 square kilometer. And now, if you look at the Indonesia, we got close to 180 people per 1 square kilometer. India has got close to 420 people in 1 square kilometer. So, but despite the fact that Indonesia could able to regulate the infection rates, that is appreciable, and we need to maintain until we find some vaccine. So this is something about the pandemic, the COVID pandemic. That is what is making us to bring all of us together to speak and exchange our views and ideas on the platforms such as this. The platform that was created, Zoom platform, when Zoom was launched maybe about 7 or 8 years back, somebody asked me that, would you like to join Zoom? I said, no, I'm not interested. But I know that when Zoom is launched, I know there are some of my neighbors or friends, they're already members of the Zoom. It was a free version. They've been using since then. Now, the person who created the Zoom is a Chinese gentleman who was refused his student visa in America. And such a gentleman could able to sail through setting up the Zoom platform and make it available to millions of people across the globe, through which we could able to see each other. While I'm sitting here in South Africa, you are sitting in Indonesia, you're sitting in Pakistan, you're sitting in India, you're sitting in Portugal or Qatar or Egypt or any other country in the world, we can see each other. So Zoom or this particular technology taught us it is very much possible for an individual simultaneously he can be in different countries in the world. So I only thought that when I visited Indonesia and when I visited probably any other country in the world, I can visit only one country, I can be there physically in one place at a time, but I cannot be there simultaneously in different countries at the same time. So this is another unique feature or unique situation that we've been facing, ladies and gentlemen. And also what Indonesia has got, probably it has got lots of natural calamities. While I was working in Papua New Guinea, I know that Indonesia and Papua New Guinea, they share the borders, in Java. There was also a dispute, I remember. And then I think Indonesia and Papua New Guinea has got a lot of geographical features which are similar to each other. And earthquakes are very much common. And while I was teaching in Papua New Guinea, while I was sleeping maybe about 9 or 10 o'clock in the night, there are a number of occasions with my family also, we experienced earthquakes. And so earthquake is a common thing. Maybe sometimes it's a mild, sometimes it's a major, but earthquake is a pretty common situation in that particular area of Indonesia and Papua New Guinea side. And tsunami also badly hit Indonesia probably in 2004 and December. As a result, there are hundreds and thousands of people are being killed by the tsunami. So these are some of the challenges geographically that we have in the Indonesian part. But despite the challenges will make us more wiser, more responsible, more stronger. And challenge should teach us lots of lessons that can make us more better human being to move forward and to face any kind of challenging situation. And then we can stand still firmly and face any kind of difficulties in our life. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to touch upon the COVID issues, as I mentioned. I'd like to touch the other side of the story, the global economy and maybe global business, which are badly affected by this pandemic. I just would like to touch upon, in the interest of time, maybe if somebody is interested to engage with me in terms of the discussions or any questions, maybe I'll try to give, but I would like to touch upon a few important key areas, because I know that most of the people sitting here on this platform with us, they could be education experts, they could be scholars from management, they could be scholars from accounting, they could be scholars from finance, economics, and business management, or probably supply chain management and many other areas, or even sciences also. There are scholars sitting with us today. So I would just like to unpack certain things here, that global economy has been created in such a manner that the global economy is undivided or divided us unequally, meaning that 5 countries in the world, they have more than 50% of the income of the world. I mean, 230 countries in this world. From this 230, only 5 countries, ladies and gentlemen, they could able to hold 50% of the income of this world, which is not fair. America is the largest economy with about $23 trillion, China, $14.6 trillion, and maybe Japan has got over $7 trillion, Germany got $4.2 trillion, and maybe India has got about $2.8 trillion. So imagine these 5 countries could hold 50% of the total wealth of the world. The other side is that the population, 5 countries in the world, they have got more than 50% of the population in this world. So that is none other than, as I mentioned earlier, that we got China being the largest populated country. So the difference between India and China is very much nearby. So India can surpass China in terms of the population size, and it can become the largest populated country in the world, maybe in a couple of years' time or so. At the magnitude in which we are growing, at the magnitude in which China is growing, there is also almost double the percentage change. So China has got a little more than close to 1.4 or 1.5 billion people, whereas India has got 1.380. So meaning that we are very much close to 1.4. So the difference between China and India is only about 80 million people that can be easily changed in a short period of time. Now, you see the other countries, America, which has got 330 million people. So Indonesian population, American population is also very much close to each other. So we got close to 270 million people in Indonesia, whereas in America, the difference is only 60 million people. So meaning that, so these are the countries. I mean, then probably the other fifth largest country is Pakistan, and sixth is Nigeria, with more than 220, 230 million people in those countries. So imagine that these five countries, they have more than 50% of the people in this world. Now, in terms of the poverty, 5 countries in the world, they contribute 50% of the poverty of this world. So meaning that probably countries like India, Bangladesh, Ethiopia, DRC, Congo, Nigeria, these are the 5 countries, they contribute 50% of the total poverty and also total, problems. So looking into this, now we have got this scenario. We cannot continue to live in this fashion because of the fact that we need to change this fashion. If I wanted to set up an industry, if I wanted to set up a corporate sector or a multinational company, if you are not rich enough, then you cannot able to buy my products. So I must give you a hand where you can also be lifted. When you got some means, some resources, then you can also buy my products. The multinational companies such as we have got Facebook, we got Twitter, we got Instagram, we got Apple company, Google company. 15, 20 years ago, none of these companies are existing in this world, but they can able to rule this world. And if you look at the company like Apple, the income that Apple generates, the income generated by Indonesia as the 4th largest populated country is equal to each other. So these are the differences that we have. These are the inequalities that we have. We as the educated community, we must fight. We must also try to change this kind of system. You cannot live peacefully when your own brother and sister and your own fellow colleagues or your own people living in your neighborhood or your society that do not have any means to survive, to lead the life, the basic needs of the life, when they are starving.
Excuse me.
So,
excuse me, Professor Rina. You have 2 minutes left for the conclusion also. Thank you.
I'm about to conclude, Siska. That's fine.
Okay.
Yes. So I was trying to say that these are all, education. We talk about the education here, higher education, the readiness of higher education, how ready we are to face these challenges. It is very difficult, as Mutmaina and the other colleagues also indicated, that 50% of the people in Indonesia alone, they do not have resources. Either they do not have smartphones, or they do not have electricity facilities or computer and laptop facilities. So many of them are living in a rural area. So we are not ready to have this online kind of trainings and programs, ladies and gentlemen. And education always, I remember that, we try to give education as a title to our certificates, our diplomas, or degrees. Maybe it's a master degree or a bachelor of honors degree or a PhD degree. We give thus as a title, as a proof that you qualified. You are an accountant, you are a chartered accountant, whatever course that you are, an engineer, you are a medical doctor. That is the proof that you passed this course. But it's more than that, ladies and gentlemen, that we must inculcate the good habits and good attitudes, good behaviors, good language, and good actions. If we could able to practice these good attitudes throughout our life, that is the best education, ladies and gentlemen. And therefore, I plead every one of us here that we must follow those. It doesn't matter, you must be the CEO of a company. You must be a richest man like the Jeff Bezos, who got $202 billion in his hand, is the richest man in the world. We got so many other richest people. Mukesh Ambani is the Asia's richest man in the world. But what we need to do, somebody might be a poor man. He may be a plumber, he may be a gardener, he may be a farmer. But if he could able to possess the good attitudes, good actions, good behaviors, and that would make them as more educated people than who has got the PhD degrees and professors and the probably other top level management experts. So with this few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude my presentation. And I would like to also thank the organizers for providing me this opportunity. And I look forward to hear maybe any other questions or comments that you got we would like to engage with. Thank you, Siska, and thank you, Almira. Thank you, all other colleagues. And also, especially without participants across the globe, my presentation will become meaningless. So I really appreciate and applaud your presentation. So Kudafis, and once again, Salam Alaikum. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Professor Rina. It was interesting presentation. You know about Indonesia maybe more than me. So yes, Indonesia is a very unique country among two other countries in the world with diversity. Maybe this diversity is include religion, tribes, and language. So Miss Almira, do we have question for Professor Rina, or the participant want directly ask to him?
Not moderator. The participant doesn't have a question to Professor Rafinder Rena. But I want to ask you, can you sing for me, sir, just one letter?
Yeah, mantap.
So for close session. In that song, maybe you can sing the Hindi song for us.
Chori, chori.
Well, Almir, I think.
Professor Rena, before you sing, I also want
Yes,
to
Siska, go
remind
ahead.
you. Yeah, before you sing a song that requested by Almira, please don't leave the room because we have taking pictures together. Yeah. So now you are pleased to sing a song.
Well, Almira, you put me in a tight spot. I'm not a good singer as such, but you know, because of your request and request from the audience, probably I hope the participants who are patiently sitting with me, they cannot run away with my singing. But for your satisfaction, I don't know. I could probably like to sing. There is a song, maybe Kuch Kuch Hota Hai. I think all our Indonesian friends and colleagues you must watch Kajol and Shah Rukh Khan. I just want to hymn. I can't sing the full song, but यूं पास आए यूं मुस्कुराए यूं में न जाने जा कुछ कुछ होता है. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Your song so nice, so smooth.
Okay,
Thank you
thank
so
you
much.
very much, Professor. Please stay with us. Okay, all participants, finally, we are now at the end of the section of the first day of virtual international conference held by ADAI Aceh. Thank you very much for your participation during this day. But before I hand over the conference back to the host, Ms. Almira, I have some points as the conclusion. The points of our conclusion today, first from Professor Dr. Andes Joko Suharjanto. Indonesia has had a government policy regarding independent campus since February 2020. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, and universities in Indonesia have been implemented this policy also. For more specific purpose, the Indonesia University needs to produce the guidance too regarding the independent campus to support government policy of Indonesia. Second conclusion from Mr. Judy Thomas. In United Arab Emirates, during transformation, some industry goes down and some are flourish. Is the same in UAE. However, in the tourism is increased. The trendword is knowledge economy. So UAE focus is in economy education sector. The third conclusion from Mrs. Lillis, every university should be aware about auditing budgeting for the accreditation purposes. The fourth conclusion from Dr. Arfan Iksan, independent campus regulators are opening of study programs, campus accreditation systems, legal entity state-owned campus, the right of students to study 3 semesters in other or outside their main study program. The fifth conclusion from Dr. Andi, the teacher needs to create the comfort atmosphere during their time teaching the subject in the class, like prepare the guidelines, the way teacher deliver the subject also needs to pay attention so that we can get the goal together or to develop students' career. The sixth from Dr. Enriquez, pre-service teaching introduced into the teaching role for a particular class by a mentor or cooperating teacher. The importance of the pre-service teaching: first, give teacher the additional skills, demonstrate how to best respond to special educational needs in the classroom, best respond, appreciate diversity, and the last is comfortable with any change and continue to learn early. The seventh conclusion from Dr. Gafur, independent elements are finding and collecting information, making decisions about the study, carrying out investigation or project, learners learning at their own pace. The eighth conclusion from Dr. Figueredo, in the current economic scenario, the challenge is to converge efforts rapidly in order to improve innovation systems through the creation and transfer of knowledge and achieving the necessary competitive advantage for the internationalization of their service. Okay, the ninth conclusion from Dr. Mutmaina. Why should we independent in education? It is because first, education trends, pedagogical innovation, and the last is instruction design. The 10 conclusion from Professor Roy Anderson. We make the children feel safe and secure to create them confidence, involve them in a team, entertain children or keeping learning alive and fun. And the last one is children and adults have different thoughts and they should do a conversation to find the best for the children. And the last conclusion from Professor Ravinder Rena, we already just listened. So my conclusion from him is he knows about the Indonesian maybe more than me. So thank you very much. It's a compliment that you know Indonesian much better. Okay, thank you very much. And I return this conference back to Miss Almira. Almira, you are please.
Thank you so much, Miss Siska. Okay. Thank you so much for Mr. Ravindrena. Your sound very clearly, very nice. I'm so enjoy to listen. Like your song is similarly like a Shah Rukh Khan, I think. Okay. This is closing for us. I want to say thank you for our speaker and the participant for joining. Apologize if during virtual international conference we make a lot mistake, okay? Because we have still lack to make event. So thank you very much. Once more again, thank you for our participant and for our speaker. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you see you tomorrow. And okay, I know. See you tomorrow. And I want to make announcement. for a certificate you can get tomorrow. So you must joining in our international conference again. And for participant, can you wait for a moment? We want to take a picture together. Please show your show your camera. Okay, turn on your camera. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's give the camera our best smile.
Okay, wait a minute. Sorry, come on. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, thank you so much, participant. Thank you so much, speaker. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For
Assalamualaikum
committee,
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. For committee,
Assalamualaikum.
10 minutes again, we have a meeting. Okay, thank you.